Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so. Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin money, domin darty. Yo, go to phone it, bunny bucket as your party. And when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin money, domin darty. Yo, go to phone it, bunny bucket as your party. Hey, Chuagamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky 100, hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fija nange jamaleng bada tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún lè yé ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyàndá ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run.
It wasn't meant to land on that. It was meant to land on me. So let me remove that. Yes. So there it is. I'm never able to get this thing right, but there it is. It casts a shadow sometimes and then it doesn't. I have to find out how to make sure it doesn't cast that shadow. It's the green screen. It's not my library. It's the green screen. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? A banking session with Dupsy earlier on. Always a banking session when Dupsy shows face. Another banking session, of course. When is it never not a banking session on a woman went to Mo? So a banking session, and the guarantee that it's going to be a banking session is that we have a very, very special guest. But it's also somebody that you are very, 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 very familiar with. But in the course of this session, is generously agreed to have a cameo appearance as a guest as we start to get to know deeper some of the voices that we've heard over the course of time. So we'll be doing this with some regularity. And this is the debuting of this particular innovation within our Highway stream. So I'm really excited by the person that is coming on fairly soon. Is a good friend of yours and a very good friend of mine. But we will bring him up momentarily. But before we bring him up, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then and please do that as I'm saying it. We need to be, when I say these things, pardon me, pardon me, I go through a lot of water when I do this. When I say these things, it's actually what is known as a call to action. I am actually inviting you to do something. So when I say click on the like button, then I'm inviting you to take an action. So when I say click on the like button, then we should see the numbers of the likes on the stream go up commensurately, not commensurately, because what does it commensurate with? But we should see the numbers of the like on the stream go up as you accede to that invitation. So click on the like button now, and then if you're not already subscribed, the same arguments apply. So do that as well. So we see numbers go up. It's a numbers game, this YouTube thing, as you all know. So keep the numbers up to keep us continuously relevant. So click on the like button, click on the subscribe button, and then if you want to come and participate, if you want to be an active combatant in the One Man Went to More experience, then click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. Up, it will pop you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as easy as wiping your behind. So it's as easy as that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to be an active participant, and then the $sign at the bottom of the screen. Every single stream, we have the anticipation of 5 or more super chats. So you set us off on that journey, but don't be derisory. We're not here to be punked, so don't do a punky sort of super chat. Rather not do it at all than be derisory. So don't be derisory, but do super charts. A minimum of 5, the expectation is. So today is just guaranteed to be a banging session, news after news after news, and then we have a guest as well. So just sit back, relax into it, and then surrender yourself to the One Man Went to More experience for as long as it lasts, and it will last a few hours, as you all know. So do all those things. Yes, let me just run you through the headline, because I'm going to bring our guest on in a moment, and then we have that interaction with. It's a well-known guy to you guys, by the way. So, but it's somebody that I'm sure you delight in hearing a lot more from. So I'll bring our guest on in a moment, and then off the back of the interaction with the guest, we roll into the news cycle. The American president, Joe Biden, he has stepped down. So what does this mean? So let me put my hands up here so that you can laugh and mock at me. I am saying that Michelle Obama is going to replace Joe Biden, and she is going to be the next American president. So those are my colors being nailed to the mast right there. So I'm putting my chips on blue. Or yes, is it blue? That's the Democratic color. So I'm putting my chips on blue, and those chips are Michelle Obama. So that's enough, sufficient enough of a news, because what does this impact on the Nigerian space? Joe Biden stepping down, because of course somebody was saying to me earlier that the only person that could possibly defeat Trump is Biden, and Biden stepping down now is just a coasting to the White House for Trump. So, but I'm not buying that. I'm saying if they can have the brevity and the elegance of thought to throw Michelle, because with Michelle Obama comes Barack, and Barack has the beating of Trump any day of the week. He will always punk Trump. So there's that, and then there's news around Dangote as well. The protest that is upcoming, all of that. So a lot to go through. So like I said, charge up your glasses, get the popcorn, relax and settle in. But relax and settle in at the first interaction now with our special guest who has agreed to do this. A real gentleman, of course, you know him for that, but we know him as UPTOWN. So UPTOWN, good of you to do this. UPTOWN.
Yeah, one more.
How are you?
At the moment, 1 month, I'm fine. I'm being.
Yeah, your voice sounds a bit flat.
Yeah.
A long day.
Long day, perhaps. Yeah.
Glad
to be here.
Yeah. All right. Brilliant. So UPTOWN, like I said, you are sort of the special guest for this for the opening half of this. But we've known you now for quite a pardon me. We've known you now for quite a good while. But how much do we really know you is the thing. But hopefully at the end of this, we'll know you a lot more than we previously did. So can you just give us a bit of a backdrop to your backstory? I know you're a musical artist. I know you're a published author, but I think there's more strings to your bow than that. So just give us a bit of a catch-up of just the backdrop of your story.
Well, thank you very much. And greetings to our audience all around the world listening to us. Thank you for tuning into One Man platform. And please, if you can share the live broadcast on your various individual platforms, and We need new voices. We need new listeners. And also like and subscribe. So thank you very much. Woman, thank you for having me. Of course, I'm Uptown. Yeah. Nothing really. I'm into entertainment. I'm a songwriter. I'm a rapper. I'm a singer. I write songs for one or two popular artists in the country that I'm not allowed to mention their names. Educational background. I'm a graduate. I'm done with school. Studied mathematics and data science. My first degree. Had courses.
You said you've
Yes,
written songs for artists, which
yes,
confidentiality and all that. But you are also a singer, if
yes,
I'm
I am.
not mistaken.
Yes, so
Uh,
yes, I'm
yeah.
on my own. Yeah, so I'm an artist on my own, on their label. I've not really started putting out my things because of um some courses I had to complete over the course of the time, which I wanted to keep put by the side before I face the entertainment fully. But for now, I am working for a label. I'm writing a song for an artist that it's probably your favorite, and we are running the PR in that space as well. So that's basically what I'm doing for now. But consequently, going forward, you're gonna have to see me more. Probably the place you're gonna see me, I'm not gonna be sounding the way I'm sounding in this platform. So just so you won't be shocked. But yeah,
Is that something you're able to share? If it's going to be public anyway, are you getting a position?
no, no, nothing about politics. So what you're gonna be hearing more on this platform is politics. But probably where you're gonna see me, it's not gonna have anything to do with politics, but it's still within the entertainment space. Things we are working on, and we pray God um see us through. So of course, woman, I'm a writer. I think people know that already as well. Have published books and all that. So working on a couple as well.
Well, you of course come from one of the powerhouse families in Anambra State. One of the people that both economically and politically shaped that state.
Oh, woman, I don't know what you're trying to do, but um, okay. I mean, I come from a comfortable family. My mom is within the political space. My dad is a core businessman to the core. From an intellectual space, uh, my mom is was a law professor. Um, what else? What else? What else? My two
Oh, oh,
brothers
oh, oh,
are
oh,
doctors, and
all
myself.
right.
So
Let me
basically, yeah.
let me take you to politics, Uptown. So tell us your foray into politics. Tell us what first got you started in politics. Let's start it from there. Let's start from where you began to pay attention to politics.
All right. I've always been very political myself. Um, I started off very early in my college days. Um, GSS 1. I did college here in Nigeria. I was a child parliamentarian. So when I got enrolled into secondary school, so there is something called under the Anambra state government, because I did my secondary school in Anambra. They sent me to Anambra to do secondary school. So there's something called child parliament under the government. So they choose student legislatures according to students that do well in debates and people and are outspoken. So they represent schools in child parliaments of the Anambra State government. So we get there, we speak for the children, we speak for uh, child rights, education, and all of that stuff. And I was really very young then. I was between 10 years, 10 years plus, because I finished school very early because I jumped a lot of classes. I was kind of a brilliant student, sort of. So yeah. So the child parliament thing kind of exposed me very early in politics. probably because my mom was in that space as well. But he exposed me very early in politics. I took that kind of passion very early. I started checking on very early stage, checking on people like Thomas Sankara, J.J. Lawrence, and a lot of leaders, you know, Mandela and all that. Reading history, government, both local politics and and um, um, global politics. So I read a lot of books, which I might say that's probably what formed the foundation of me becoming a writer eventually. Uh, but I read a lot of books. We had a very giant library in the house, so we don't get to. They don't allow us to go out for security reasons. So you have to lock yourself up in that giant. It belongs to my mom anyway. So you have to read a lot of her books, which most of our books are on the development side, on the governance and leadership aspects. So yeah, I couldn't run away from that space. So that is basically the backdrop of that space. Why I felt I was always like, hey, politics, that. So that was a hobby for me. So why my two brothers had this hobby for video games and football, I was the books, politics, and business guy. So I would want, I'll be the one to turn up at the business environments of the family business. Everybody within the family business environment only know me. They don't know five other of my siblings because they're not interested. So I've always been interested in that business space, that leadership space. So that's really that's my football. That's my pastime thing that I do from childhood. I didn't play video games. Basically, I didn't. So that was it was a hobby for me then. So that was like the background, kind of.
All right. Let me take you to the politics of now. So we know you, of course. We've known you for a good while, but we really got to know you during the 2023 elections, where you, without equivocation, nailed your colors to the mast of Peter Obi. But of course, you've explained to us endlessly that 2023 was not your first encounter, if for want of a better word, with Peter Obi. That yeah. So tell us your just a short summary of how you landed up being within the Obi space. So tell us that, and then we'll pick it up from 2023.
Two encounters with Peter Obi, 2012. First was not a physical encounter. Of course, he visited my school, but the first encounter I had with him was a handwritten note to me in my school from him as a governor, congratulating me as the best emerging student in the school in that particular academic year. So I felt, for me, it was really massive for me, especially when I look at it, I see this was actually handwritten. So this the governor's handwriting, and I'm going to take this paper home. I know my mom framed it at the time. I put it at the home library anyway. But it was a big deal for me then, and all that. My books, I will usually wrap it with his ANITS program brochures. It's Anambra Integrated Development Strategy. So I use it to wrap my book. So because I used it to wrap my book, I will usually read between the lines of things written there until I found the main manuscript in my mom's library, and I just helped myself through it. But the main encounter with him was when we were going for Science Olympiad. Sometime I'm not sure whether it's that 2012 or 2011 even, but we're going for Science Olympiad in Abuja, in Suleja. We met at the flight, at the plane. I was with my teacher, Mr. Organizer. We met there inside the plane. I told him that he wrote me a handwritten letter. And I was one of I'm not sure if you remember, probably he wrote to a lot of students that did well, but he acted like he remembered. He may have remembered, I don't know, but that was my first physical encounter with him. And that was it. After then, I started asking a lot of questions. I was so curious. I would usually burden my mom with questions. Anybody that come to the house that has anything to do with governance and politics, I'm the inquisitive guy. I'm the one that will ask the questions. Hey, what's going on? What's this? What's that? What's this? What's that? But that's where the connection started. And then immediately you pay attention to something, you start getting the information you need. That's when I will know this is how it does, this is how it does. I go for inter-house competitions. They say Obi did this in their school and all that, and I'm like, okay, this is what he did in our school. So it was really he had a special connection with us as a student, and if within the Anambra student body, I had a mouth because I was child parliamentarian. So because of how deeply connected he was in education at that time, it felt like a one-on-one thing with me. At that time, I thought that was how normal governance is. I didn't know it was just an Anambra thing. I thought other governors are also having personal connections like that with students in their school. But growing older now, I found out that most of them never did. So that even made me value those experiences even more as I progressed, both mentally and age-wise as well. So I think that's basic encounter to start with.
All right, let's go to 2023 February. So now, Peter Obi's journey is well documented. We all know it. He started off at the PDP, and then for reasons that his ambitions could not be satiated there, he found himself in the Labour Party. So he found himself there declaring an intention to run for that presidency 6 months before the election. So a very short time, and for what he got for that short run, a lot of people quite impressed. So, just going off the strength of that, what do you make of that? That Peter Obi declared 6 months, and then within those 6 months, he got the results that he got.
Like I said earlier when I joined the platform 2 years ago, I can remember one of the first comments I made was that I'm not a new obedient. I've been obedient for over 10 years. So I might call myself a senior obedience. I didn't encounter this guy. I can remember as far back as 2018 period, I was like the champion of Osibanjo and Peter Obi. So if you come to my apartment then, all my friends, I converted them to politicians, even people that had no business with politics before then. As far as you know UPTOWN, you come to my apartment, we chill, you must know politics. So most of them fell in love with Peter and Osibanjo at the time. Yeah. That was before Atiku now chose him as vice presidential candidate. I was really happy about that, even though I had my reservations about Atiku at the time. But as somebody that you followed over the years, I was like, okay, that brings him closer to getting that there. That probably the experiences I had in Anambra, more people are gonna have it in the broader Nigerian space. So I was happy about that. But the going forward, when we started the youth movement, especially from the NSAS energy. So after the NSAS, there was a slogan moving on, people saying, channel your anger to the ballot boxes, not on the protest field. I keyed into that. I believe that was the way forward. So then I remember the student not posted things online about Showore and all that. I was the lone voice. I'll come on the comment section. I'll comment like 15 times. I'll be like, there is a guy in PDP. There is one guy in PDP, Peter Obi, that guy. Let's go and that guy is okay and all that. So, but then of course there will be like 3,000 comments. Nobody really cares about you anyway. But I was like, somehow, this guy, people like he was speaking to youths in forums and all that. Let's hope that maybe if these youths awaken, let him be the chosen one. That was what was in my mind and my heart. Towards 2020, when it started picking up, and then people started, especially when he did the outstanding performance in the platform in 2017, people started picking up. And after that outstanding debate with Osibanjo in 2019, vice presidential debate, which the reason why that vice presidential debate was conducted was because of him. Because the people that put it together already see that, okay, this guy is getting some youthful vibe around him. And I think these youths, we are already saying on Twitter, we would like to see a Peter Obi debate a PYO and Osibanjo. So that's the first. If you remember, Nigeria has never done a vice presidential debate before 2019. But because of Peter Obi, they had to put a vice presidential debate, and that went viral as well. So I think that also helped him as well. So he had the momentum, but everybody that liked Peter Obi at the time didn't act on that like they have for Peter Obi. Why? Because most of them believe that the Nigeria system can never throw up this guy for an election. So why bother ourselves anyways? So we like this guy. Why you will know that this guy had the momentum was if you go back to Channel's live, Channel's that vice presidential debate, go to the comment section. It has almost up to about 8,000. Last time I checked, 8,000 to 9,000 comments. Check most of the comments there. Everybody was like, Peter Obi, this guy should just run for president and all that. That was far back in 2019. So for you to know that the momentum was there, but nobody acted on it because people just naturally felt that there's no possibility that a PDP will do a primaries and throw up Peter Obi. It's not possible. Where the articles and all of that is there, who will buy it with money and all that. And this guy has a very long reputation for stinginess, So it's never going to happen. So nobody cared to act on it. What caused the spark was when the guy declared for president. That's what caused the spark. And immediately he declared for president. If anybody's on Twitter here, we remember the viral tweet that went viral, where one guy, I think Peter, tweeted about football on Twitter. That was 2021 ending, about football. And the guy made a tweet that, Peter, you should please forget about this football tweet and go and declare for president for 2023. And Peter reposted his tweet and said, please, he said, declare for president for 2023 or we are going to sue you. So Peter retweeted the tweet and said, please, I don't have money to go to court. Give me some time. So that is where the discussion started on Twitter. People were discussing, is he going to declare? Is he not going to declare? People were like, oh, even if he declared, are you going to give him the chance and all that? So when he declared, that was the first spark. People were like, okay, at least he has declared, because over the years, if you watch most of those interviews on Rise TV, Rufai will always be trying to get him to know that, are you interested in the presidency? You always come here, you talk about economics, you talk about everything. Why don't you run for president? There's many interviews like that, even in 2018, 2017, 2016. But you know, Peter, we will never give you a straightforward answer. He'll be like, no, let us not talk about politics for now. I'm interested in government. Let's talk about inflation. And then he will avoid the question. But when he finally declared for presidency in that 2022 beginning, that was the spark for it. And that, if you remember, that was when the World 1 Million March came into existence on Twitter. The MMM groups came up. The violence space came up, which is the biggest obedience space on Twitter. People were like, you know what? At least we have gotten him to declare. Let us try to get PDP to field him, because we know he won't have a chance on the normal PDP primaries. And people were like, let us make a movement called PDP Give Us Obi. And anybody can go to Twitter, YouTube, all the videos are there. Across states, Delta, Edo, Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Abuja. The whole thing converged in Abuja. We went, the guys there in Abuja, I didn't go to Abuja, went to Wadata Plaza with placards, PDP Give Us Obi, PDP Give Us Obi. I can remember some celebrities that was tweeting as well. I think P Square said, PDP, all you need to do is just to give us Obi. Forget about putting money in this election. We'll take it off from there. Just give us Obi as president. So after that, obviously, PDP didn't listen to that. They did the whole policies they were doing, blah, 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 blah. Towards the tail end, it was becoming obvious that, hey, Atiku was going to get this with money, or we out. It's just a battle of money and all of that. People started pushing Obi on Twitter. You know what, guy? We know what these guys are planning already. Just leave the party, go to any party, and all of us will move with you. So I can remember some people making jokes there and saying, even if you go to wedding party or end of the year party, we are going there with you and all of that. Luckily, he took that bold step, which honestly, even me that I've known him for almost 10 to 11 years, I'm not like I've followed him, his political trajectories. I've watched, if I count Peter Obi's interview, I've watched since 2012 or 2011. Or if I don't reach 150 interviews or 200 interviews, like both interviews and his talks, both in Nigeria and outside the country. I've binged watched his interview. I can literally sound like him. I can tell you, if you mention anything, I can tell you what Peter Obi's position in that thing is. It's all stored in my head. So when he took that bold step, even me, I didn't expect it. I was like, okay, this is crazy. First of all, I called my guy, who is me convert and make me Peter Obi supporter like some years ago. I had to ask him, bro, what do you think, bro? Like, this guy like legit left PDP. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think this is a big mess up? That was like, more, you know, this guy, he was always taking some crazy step. At the end of the day, it ends up being good. So, I mean, this guy is wise. So, I was like, not true, Sha. In the Lord take some bold steps sometimes. At the end of the day, it was obvious this step was the master step. Why? Because if he didn't leave PDP, Atiku won't pick him. That is for fact. Because the governors were already on the neck of Atiku. They wanted a sitting governor, as a vice presidential candidate so that they can get funding as well, especially with the issue with Wike. So if he didn't take that bold step, by today, Obi would have just remained the Obi of 2018. That is the Obi that some youths inside their heart like, but they don't really know what his political capital is or what his political capacity is. They can't really place a number to it. You get what I'm saying? They're just going to be, oh, the guy is a good guy that the system can never throw up. And that's where he ends. So nobody's going to think about him. He's just an ex-governor somewhere. Nobody's going to. So, but then he took that very massive, risky step, and that turned around every single thing for him. He moved and everybody moved with him. And one man, what you just talked about was history. Remember at the early days of the platform where we are talking about, okay, is it going to do like 70,000 votes? We're like, let's up it to 80,000 votes, or maybe let's just give him 100,000 votes.
Uptown. So yes, you've described this build-up, and I'm not sure that there's very, very many people outside of his wife, Margaret, that knows more about the guy than you do. So you've described his political trajectory to land on the ballot. But so we had that ballot in February, and the results came out. So firstly, just a little answer to this, and then because I'm building it up off the back of, do you think he won that election?
Do I think I think he scored the highest popular vote in the election.
You think so?
I don't think anybody won that election outrightly.
All right. You think he won the high? Yeah.
And this I've been consistent with this, even in platforms where 99% of people say he won the election. I, even in the midst of the heat of that thing, say it according to every single thing I've checked, people have asked, everything I've done in that space. He had the popular votes. Didn't translate to what got to Abuja, but he didn't get the spread to win that election.
All right. You said he won the popular vote. Talk us through it, but in a condensed so that yeah. Talk us through how he won the popular vote.
He won the popular vote because I was part of many groups where polling unit agents are, and then the one where ward agents are, which are like the supervisory agents. Yeah. Majority of most of the results they brought in, both on the day and days that preceded that day, most of them were not in tandem with what I tuned in to see in Abuja. That is one.
By what margin?
I'm coming. By margins that supersedes, like, let me tell you, most of those things, votes moved from point A to point B. And I think I tried to say this after like 2 weeks when I came to the platform after the election. We are moved. If you do deduction and addition, this pulls back.
Sorry, Uptown. By what margin? So was it that it will give percentages to it. Give percentages to it. Yeah.
Obi's votes is within the region of late 8.99 million. If those votes were secured, I'm not talking about, and I'm not including the disenfranchisement and all that. Those ones, it has done it has happened. Those ones is not part of what I'm talking about, because a lot of people were disenfranchised. But I'm talking about the casted votes that didn't make it to Abuja, with some of the huge cases of it coming from most of my Plateau obedience till today. They hold more grudge towards INEC than even me in Lagos, even with what we saw in Lagos.
There is still somewhat ambiguity in what you're saying. So it is your contention that Obi won the popular vote. So, and you said you had polling agents that you were mixing with. So is that across the spectrum of the country, those polling agents? So let's start from there.
Across the spectrum of the country, yes.
Yes. And what they were feeding back to you is that in places like Kwara, Yobe, Kaduna, Borno, Katsina, Sokoto, Oyo, so Obi was the flavor in those places.
No, they were not. In most of those places, so the distribution of the polling agents, which we didn't have beyond 80%, about 80%, 20 was almost non-existent. And those 20 were in some of these places you mentioned, because we know a lot of in-house pollings were done, surveys were done, so we know the areas of absolute weakness. And then some areas, so it's kind of a scaling thing here. So, but there are some places that was completely left bad. So that means that whatever vote you got there completely was not recorded, and people we felt that.
Sorry.
We have enough manpower, which
yes,
is a big defect on the Labour Party. I admit.
Sorry, Uptown. You know, we've had pardon me, we've had senior members of that space coming out into the like Donyo Kokwe, the example I'm citing, who told us that you didn't have polling agent. What?
He didn't take part in the election.
It took part in the build up to the election. It had to step down
in 2020. In 2022, he didn't take part
in 2023. He didn't take part.
No, he didn't take part in 2023.
It was not the Director General of the Obidati campaign.
2023, no.
Who was?
Akino Shintokun.
But he handed over to Akino Shintokun.
That's what I'm saying. That
because of his court case.
Doyin retired to his home. Nothing in the build-up of that election. Doyin didn't take part in even one thing in build-up for that election.
He did not.
Yes, in 2023. He did.
All right. I suspect that might be news to him. But
he did. I don't think he claimed he did.
I'm pretty sure he did. But let's not get. I want us to. I want us to stem. Yes, I want. Okay, good.
When he dropped the position of the DG. Yeah.
Right. All right. I want us to stay more in this assertion that Peter Obi, by your estimation, won the popular vote. So that befuddles me somewhat. And you're talking about discounted votes being moved around, etc., etc. And
the ones that didn't reflect at all.
And the ones that didn't reflect at all. So you are talking about gray votes that weighed against him.
Yeah.
And so you are. I'm not sure where you are extrapolating that from. You are saying anecdotes from polling agents. Who are your polling agents? So those anecdotes from your polling agents tell you that Obi won the popular vote. You see, where my struggle is Obi has an appeal predominantly in the southeast, abundantly in the south, surprisingly somewhat in the southwest, and you know.
Are you aware he won Ibadan?
Well, Ibadan is not your state, but I know Tinubu won your state. You know, so maybe he has a metropolis appeal.
Yes,
yes. So but I cannot see how those figures weigh out. Just because for all of those grey votes that you said Obi has, it was disenfranchised for. Everybody will say that so when it tells us that he has grey votes that he was disenfranchised for, Tinubu will argue about the results coming from, and we saw anecdotal evidence to align. Tinubu will argue that he was heavily disenfranchised in the southeast and the south. That a lot of people feel that those results were
Okay,
written.
one man.
Yeah,
You know what I'll do?
Yeah.
I'm going to completely say my truth, but I'm not going to put a lot of effort into trying to force it on anybody to believe. Yeah, but I'm just going to say it the way I know it. In the southeastern states, especially in Ebonyi states, and Anambra State, surprisingly, what happened was mass disenfranchisement. So, people are looking at percentage of turnout, not turnout. So if 10 people turn out and 9 vote for Peter Obi, they say it's 90%. So if 100 people want to vote, you disenfranchise 90 and allow 10 to vote. If 9 out of 10 vote, it is still 90% vote for Peter Obi. But you see the mathematics, I did mathematics now. You see the mathematics that went on there. Yeah.
All right. So who was disenfranchised and who did the disenfranchising and who was disadvantaged by that?
Okay. The turnout in the southeast, what the English name I gave it was systemic disenfranchisement, directly from INEC. That is why I'm not blaming. If I saw a Soludo effect on it, till today I will be hammering Soludo like Ekene is hammering. No, it's not. It's an INEC thing. Where they won, and I think I said most of these things when the first time I came to the platform post the election. They didn't in a lot of polling units in Anambra State, which is my state. INEC officials didn't turn up. And I'm telling you in hundreds. Where they turned up, some didn't turn up with inks. Most of them are intentional. I can tell you for a fact because a particular guy in Onitsha North, Ugo, who is my friend, who just finished youth service, was doing youth service then. He said that they intentionally did give them inks from the local government. They told them to go, that inks would be sent to them. At the end of the day, it wasn't sent to them. And they were thinking that, okay, you know what? There's no how this can be allowed to fly. So apparently, INEC has to conduct another election, maybe tomorrow or next or whatever it is. So there was calm. People waited and went home. You see polling units that over 100 and something people turned up, and this and that stories, and people are just entering their cars and bikes and going to their houses or whatever it is. People did not turn up with ink. Some didn't turn up with Form EC8. And they tell you that they don't have the code to the beavers, and you didn't come with the Form EC8 either. So you want the agents to just write down results on their paper that you cannot use as evidence.
Is that where you're getting the numbers from to say that Obi won the popular vote?
No. I just you mentioned Southeast, so I just wanted to tell you that was not an exception. But the numbers I'm talking about, only in Plateau, in Lagos, in Rivers, PDP is already out of the way, down to third. So those ones are already cleared out on that space. Tinubu was also being surpassed. In fact, the one in Rivers, which majorly was this mass disenfranchisement, because you saw Rivers votes shrink. Rivers that produced one of the biggest votes in the southern region was produced almost one of the lowest in that election. So massive disenfranchisement. But even with the little that was allowed, because Wike needed a small room so that it can easily be done, Even that with the little that was allowed, votes were flipped as well. And this one, there is even I think BBC research on that. There's a premium time research on that, saying that, hey, this guy won River State, even from IREV. We're not even talking about the ones that the ones that wasn't IREV. Even the one on IREV still shows that he won by over 100,000. The one on IREV. So in Lagos State, PDP were the ones that gave Dele Farotimi the results after much pressuring, because he was one that was told to handle that space after it was being taken over, after it was being taken from the guy that went rogue, Arawambi, the guy that made sure that Labour Party didn't field senators and reps in Lagos State. Dele Farotimi was taxed with that effect. Obviously, he ran into a jam with INEC. They completely blocked him away from assessing it. Apparently, PDP released some to him. They were gracious enough. And that's what some of the things Obi took to the court. Apparently, they dismissed it on the ground of late filing because of all those delays. So most of those things were not filed early enough. So they just waved it away. But those things were presented because I know in the last minute, I got it from this guy that Farotimi actually was able to extract most of those things from the PDP guys who had more coverage in that space. Even funny enough, even before they referred to me these court cases, even the guy in charge of the PDP situation room in Lagos had already spoken to Channels TV even before the announcement of the results, that Labour Party, that they scored only 75,000, but Labour Party scored 900 and something thousand, according to their situation room. He already said
in Lagos.
Yes, the video is on YouTube. It's on Channels TV.
That sounds even more than the votes cast. They scored more than the votes cast.
Oh.
Sorry, carry on. 900 and what?
The guy said he was clear with the numbers. He said 930 something thousand something. So he actually called it from his paper he was holding there on that particular interview. That was what Labour Party did. He said they got so and so and so. APC was anyway. Let me not talk about APC because I don't want to talk about them. This is about us. Now, one man, even apart from the guy in charge of PDP situation room that admitted what Labour Party got there, I'm sure probably he's also one of those that presented some of those to Dele Farotimi later.
Sorry, there were about 1.1. There were about 1.1 million votes cast in Lagos State. You are saying Obi got 900,000 of that?
Yes, yes.
Out of 1.1 million, so the remaining 200,000 would have been divided between Tinubu, the former governor, and PDP, the major opposition party.
Yes, the man said. The man admitted that
900,000 out of 1.1 million.
One man, I can forward the video for you.
All right.
It's even there. I'm sure you use multiple devices. You can quickly just type through to YouTube channels and try to squeeze it out yourself. But the larger point is, I supported Sanwo-Olu, right? And when I came to the platform, I said that I know why APC was so scared after the presidential election. It wasn't because of 10,000 margin. No, 10,000 margin cannot get you scared. 10,000 margin cannot get you scared. But I know why they were scared. The Oros were coming out. The gaga was happening everywhere. Chinedu here and there and all that. They were super scared. But me, I wasn't scared because I believed that the abysmal performance in the presidential was, my primary constituency was Lagos in that election. I barely went to any part of Lagos that Tinubu was celebrated as a star in build-up of that election. So I was wondering, just that I thought Sanwo-Olu had more balls to write bogus numbers, which is why I even ceded it to them. But the first time I came to the platform, anybody will admit exactly I was in my apartment then. If you remember the first time I came to the platform,
You know that the abundance of Lagos State are artisanal people, everyday persons, mainly Yoruba. They're not educated yuppies like you. So you think all of that?
but
What are you?
one
That
man, even with what
900,000 out of 1.1
but wait,
million.
one man, you were here when we were doing situation reports of the election. All the APC, most of the APC local governments that even your camp gave to APC and went to bed was taken by Obi. That was a shocker, wasn't it? That was those Yoruba dominated areas, wasn't there? I'm not talking about even the official results. So that tells you, that already makes a waters down this point you just made right now. And I'm telling you that we did the campaign in Lagos. It was a mosquito campaign. That's what we called it. It was a mosquito campaign. There was no nook and cranny that human being leg did not enter. And we knew what the people were saying. It was clear this
The
particular
people
man.
in Lagos, the Yoruba people in Lagos, they were saying
Yes,
they wanted
in the market.
they wanted an Anambra man as their president. That's what they said.
The Iyaloja in the market. In fact,
They said the Yoruba Iyaloja is saying he wants an Anambra man as her president.
One man, I think you I don't know how you see your people. I think you see them as
No, I see our people
especially the
for
ones
who
in
they
Lagos. I
are.
can't tell about the ones in Oyo. I don't know the antecedent of ones in Oyo or ones in I can't drag in that space. But these are Lagos.
The Iyalojas, the
We go to
market
the market.
women,
Yes.
the Yoruba
Man, let me
market
tell
women,
you.
they are saying they wanted an Anambra
You go.
ex-governor
It's
over
not about
a Yoruba
nobody
ex-governor.
was talking about Anambra governor. One man, you are the one that has that mentality.
No,
Funny enough, you're more
okay.
educated than them, so that even makes it very funny. But the point is, these women we are more lamenting to us. Most of even when I step out, I'm usually like, if you count how many Igbo boy with I feel be like one or maybe my friend Namdi. Every other person is Yoruba. So because most of these people they speak Yoruba to themselves. So me, when they are done, I'll just ask one or okay, waiting they talk or not. But even if they speak, sometimes you could understand say they complain. If they are complaining about taxing, or they are complaining about locking their market and all of that, even though that's not what we came for. But when you come for these campaigns, they automatically imagine you are coming from government. So they also use the opportunity to complain to you. You get what I'm saying? But these guys clearly, Asiwaju is not popular in Lagos. But I know Sawo was popular. That is why when I came to the platform during the governorship election, I said that they didn't need these shenanigans they are doing, that Sawo was still going to win anyways. Before I also declared myself for Sawo as well. I told them that, see, the very low fortunes in the presidential election has everything to do with Asiwaju as a person. That this governorship election in Lagos will be completely opposite. Didn't I say it in the platform? I said it in the platform. Wasn't it opposite? It flipped the other way. Someone had the goodwill. Even though DRV still did tremendously better than I thought it was going to do, 300 and something thousand for a completely unknown person that was already called the Chinedu and all that. So I think he even outperformed himself, because I thought Sawo was really, really super popular in Lagos. And I made these things very clear. But you see that before that presidential election, I said this man was not popular. Tinubu was not popular in Lagos. I don't know about Oyo. I've not gone. I don't know about Ogun. I know I went to Osun once. But you see that this echo, people had a lot of issues. People were holding grudges. A lot. And even the indigenous Lagosians as well, we are also holding grudges. So there was a couple of grudges here and there from different aspects of people and all that. So that is why when I came to the platform, and one man, you can go back and check. When you asked, we were trying to tell me to speak to this obedience space. I told you Obi will win Lagos. And then everybody descended on me. Immediately they descended on me, I now understood the temperature of the platform. And I didn't make that statement again. I withdrew it after then because I felt it was riling people up. Because I can remember, I don't know whether I don't know who accused me then of tribalism. That why will I dare say Obi will win Lagos? And I was like, okay, that means not that serious. Okay, fine, he's not gonna win. That's okay. But as a active campaigner, a campaign that ran the stretch of an entire 8 months or 1 month, that was long enough for me to know. So it's nothing surprising. The only thing is that I thought someone was going to be a more brutal person, more than he was in the presidential election. Of course, he upgraded in the governorship. But I thought Tinubu go shut down everything like Muike, you know, he go cage us for our house and all that just to win Lagos. But they just give us more space. And people say their mind clearly on the ballots, even though they kind of adjusted as well, just to measure up a little bit from the local government offices. But still won.
All right, let me ask you one more question. I'll start to let people in that want to ask you questions as well. So projecting to 2027, what do you see playing out?
Projecting to 2027, good games going on. Of course, they say in politics, a day is 1 month. How did they say this? Our politicians.
It's a long time. 24 hours is a long time in politics.
You know, that's their go-to phrase. Yeah, 24 hours is a long time. You know, but actually, I think that's true. 24 hours is a long time in politics. Progressing, Atiku, he's not as aloof as he used to be before. Before, after elections, he disappears completely, only to appear from the clear blue sky some weeks to primaries. But now, at least I've recorded like 4 different times he came into the country in the last 1 year, probably because Obi is everywhere. So he also wants to try to measure up that space. So that is good, at least better than the last space between 2015 and 2019. Obi obviously is still holding onto his space quite impressively. A lot of people thought he wasn't going to do that. I was not part of them because I know Obi. I know he's a waka waka. He never sat in one place. He never sat in the office as a governor. You know, throughout his 8 years, he's on the field, he's on the school, he's walking out big places. So is he going to? You cannot learn how to use your left hand in old age. So I already know him as a waka about. So that's why when people are saying, "Oh, after the election, he's going to sit back in his house," I said it's not going to happen. I know this guy. He's going to be everywhere. I mean, so it's not going to suddenly change now, and I'm being proven right. He's there. He's holding his space. He's trying to inspire hope. In the politics aspect, we see what is going on with our northern brothers. I know Asubaju will probably still try to measure up to try to fix things along the line. Governance time is left with 2 years. Election has eight months period for campaigning. So if you remove that 8 months, probably just remove 1 year, and then you remove the 1 year he has spent. So we just have like 2 years for governance. You know, it might be less because they might want to play longer politics this time. We don't know what's going to happen in the northern space. But my advice for APC people is that they should tune down the rhetorics of the anti-Igbo thing, yeah? Because what it's going to do is that if the pressure pile up way too much on probably on Southeasterners or Southerners, obviously anything that rubs on Southeast, some spill off in South. If the pressure gets too much and it gets way too obvious, these guys might be like, you know what, fuck the presidency, we are teaming up with Atiku Abubakar, and that is it. So let them lessen it a little bit.
Do you see any window of Obi winning the election in 2027?
Yes, there is a window because it's naturally a slot according to Nigeria's turn-by-turn limited rubbish they used to do. It's naturally a slot for the South. You get what I'm saying? So people might be like, so there are different.
It will have to win it. It will have to win it outside of northern votes.
No, not necessarily, because if the North decide that we are going to go, yeah, so they might be like, okay, we are going because we have finally found a partnership, a worthy partnership in the South, and this looks like a go. Or, okay, you know what? Let's stick to the gentlemanly thing here, but let's support the second Southern candidate and give the second 4 years of South another shot from that angle.
No, but
And
Peter
so,
Obi gets 8 years. He gets 8 years, not 4.
anything could happen. I know I know his level of wisdom and all that, and he's somebody that has shown some level of character. You know, it's not like the wiki that will bamboozle.
Sorry, the North will take the risk of voting for Obi on the promise that he will only serve 4 years. Is that what it is?
There is possibility of that. Again, that is one. Then I'm also hearing that whatever the person in this news has gone through first reading, whatever comes from that.
You mean the 6 years term?
Yes. So we don't know what's going to go on that space. We don't
But
know.
Still, that doesn't favor that doesn't favor Obi as well. Still, because if they vote for Obi, then they're out of power for 10 years.
Who is out of power for 10 years?
The North. I'm talking about if we're talking about how the North will vote in 2027. If they not vote for Peter Obi, I was asking you if Peter Obi can win the election without the Northern vote.
When you're talking about the North, you know Peter Obi scored 2.1 million votes in the North in the last election, even without even without having structures to protect his votes.
Yes, it's a different paradigm.
He still recorded like 1 million in the North. So, but the point is, even though the North were preoccupied, they wanted a Muslim ticket at the point, or it was a Muslim candidate. But if the North you're talking about, there are various interests. Like my other brother have tried to talk us through in the platform. There are people that does not see a chance with APC going forward. They want to switch tents and all that. So they don't think maybe Northwest or Northeast feels like, okay, this Northeast is going to do this to APC. Northeast is more, APC is probably going to go Northeast if we allow it to go this stretch. So let's start now to fight to switch the tides to favor our own region and all that. So let's not just say North. No. Even a lot of commentators I've seen on TV recently, they've tried to caution us not to do the North thing because this thing, they are measured this. Buhari is already out of the way, So, Buhari was like a huge war in the entire region for over a decade. That is out of the way now. So it will be more competitive now. The interest is more widely spread. It's a little bit more complicated.
You see what I'm saying. No, forget Buhari. What I'm saying to you is out of all of the spaces in Nigeria, the North has ruled that country probably the longest, and they get very fidgety when they are not in power. But they understand that for equibalance, the South has to govern too. But they don't want the South governing for 1 minute longer than is suitably acceptable. So they've had Tinubu for 4 years. And then they're thinking, okay, if we have him for 4 years, they've governed, let's try and kick him out in 2027 and take it back. But if they cannot take it back in 2027, they're certainly not waiting longer than 2031. But if they vote for Peter Obi, then that puts them in 2035. So do you not, because those are the matters of Nigerian politics.
Yes. For the first time,
For the first time
we are hearing very strange things in the North. And sorry, I wanted to send it to you. I think I skipped it. I had almost like over 50 tweets from the Arewa Twitter. We are hearing very strange things that we don't used to hear in that space. We have never heard Northerners speaking up against Imam. It used to be haram before, historically. We are seeing some new trends going in. People are like, this Imam, you actually deceived us with Muslim tickets. Okay, this does not work. What about this? What about that? They're discussing. I've always gone to Arewa Twitter before. It has always been one way. But I'm like, there's this trend going on. And anybody that does not believe that trends, the world is about trends. Some years back, we weren't using electric vehicles, So that's why I say that as things progress, I cannot categorically say that anything I say here in this platform is A and amen. No. But we can make some intelligent guesses here and there. I've talked about them trying to take it over in 2027 if they're able to get a worthy ally in the south. Okay. Or maybe if they're not able to get that, okay, they say, okay, let's do this. Northwest can be like, okay, you know what? It's already clear that if we allow this APC to run through, that is going to the northeast, and Northwest will be like, okay, if it goes to east, what happens to us? You know, that means that we don't have a good part in APC, so let's switch over to another and try to maybe get in through vice presidency and try to work our way back into the presidency and bypass the northeast. So that's a couple of complications around that space, you know. So it's not like it's election time, let's call Buhari.
All right, brilliant. Uptown, let me start to bring in the panelists to start to put questions to you. So we're joined by Patoski. So good to see you, Patoski. We're joined by Saki Father. Good to see you, Saki Father. Oroyo joins us. Good to see you, Oroyo. Isaac Black is here. Good to see you, Isaac. And Ekene joins us as well. So good to see you, Ekene. So I'm not going to ask you to introduce yourself or tell Uptown where you are calling from. I think Uptown knows pretty much. I think Uptown knows you all, but we will have it in a structured sort of manner. So put a question to Uptown based on what you've heard from him so far, or the historical backdrop of his politics. So we kick it off with Saki Father. So Saki Father, put a position to Uptown.
Thank you one more for giving me the opportunity for giving me the first treating me as first point of refusal, something like that. How do they call it in politics? First right of refusal, something like that. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Oh, okay. So my own wouldn't come as a question. I only wanted to remind Uptown, something he didn't answer you when you were asking him, did he actually think that would be win that election? So I think he would have given you 1 point, and that point is if the person that won the election actually won this election, if the person that was declared was truly the person that won this election, would you think that it will be difficult for INEC to release the copies of their Form EC8As to the political parties? Do you think that the INEC would, if this person was the true winner, this person that was declared, I think myself that when other political parties came to INEC for the Form EC8As, INEC will freely give those forms to them without giving them blurry results that cannot be read, results that were mutilated, and a lot of blurry results, to go and present in court. INEC wouldn't have any reason to hide any of those documents, or make it almost impossible for.
All right. I think that spans across the board. But just that question to Uptown, do you think Peter Obi won that election?
Is it me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he won that election.
Right. All right. Okay, brilliant. All right. Let's go to Oroyo. Oroyo, you're up next. Oroyo. All right. Let's go to Patoski. So Patoski, Uptown is making a cameo appearance as a guest today, and we're discussing politics. So do you have a position to put to him? All right. Whoever is ready, put a position to Uptown.
Okay, can I?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, good evening. Uptown, good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Go on.
I just want to ask, are you not seeing the impossibility of Obi becoming president, even now and after? That's the question.
sorry, expand on that question a little bit before you answers. That's too ambiguous a question. Expand on it a little bit.
Okay, if I may expand on it. First of all, the notion that Obi won the 2023 election, that one, to my very opinion, so many people believe that Atiku won. So many people believe that Obi won. And those who voted for Bola Ahmed believe that Bola Ahmed won. So 2023 has passed, and I don't think there's any need for us to begin to revisit that. Left to me, I will indulge everyone to accept the result announced by INEC. That is number one. Then number two, after they went to court, the last judgment that came from the Supreme should be adopted, and let's forget about it. But this question I'm asking is this. Why am I asking? Even me, that is not that vast in Nigerian politics, I'm asking you, don't you see the impossibility of Obi becoming president? Whether he wins or he didn't win, just because of the place he came from. I believe Nigerians, majority of Nigerians, some parts of Nigerians, do not even want an Igbo man to be a president at the moment. For now, that's what I believe. Don't you believe the same? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you were largely right with your assertion. A lot of Nigerians has what the former president will want to call Igbophobia. I think he coined that word himself. I don't think it's something strange to us. In the beginning of that whole obedience thing, I think there was a space where I made it clear. I said that when people were talking about the issues we are going to encounter in that election, I told them that Obi's CV is very clear. That the only thing he's going to have, the only issues the only crime he's going to commit in that election is the fact that he bears an Igbo name and he comes from the southeast of Nigeria. That is his biggest stumbling block in that election. Something he didn't choose by himself, but that Obi was like, because of his kind of character and the kind of person he is, that he has a very high level of wisdom. So if there's an Igbo man that can navigate that space in a small party like that it has to be Obi. Because any other Igbo man that enters a small party to run for a national election cannot have the kind of wisdom to navigate to the level of mustering 6 million votes. It's not possible. But I knew he had the best shot in that space because he had a very high level of wisdom and how to navigate complex situations and make it look simple. So that is just what I banked on. But I knew that was a huge... I literally see people, especially in some part of the country, especially in the north, who say, you know what, I don't want to know his track record. They say he's Igbo, and that's it. We don't want Igbo president, and that's the end of it. And but I believe in his power of appeal. I believe in his power of communication. I'm telling you the things that kept my hope high at the time. I believe in his power to convince even his worst enemies.
You believe Peter Obi is a good communicator?
He's an extremely good communicator.
All right.
Yes. He's somebody that he has a high level of charisma. I don't think you're going to debate that. He's very charismatic. He knows how to inspire hope in people. He knows how to get people to believe something that they were originally call impossible. So he has that marketing skill. He knows how to convince you to even buy a toothpick that you don't need. So that is what I mean. So you have to be a massive communicator to do that. So maybe you wouldn't want to bungle that up with oratory. Communication is communication in English. Communication is able to pass a message, able to get people's minds and attract them to your side just by talking. And you can attribute almost the entire 6 million plus and other people that were not of voting age, which a lot of obedience are not of voting age, and they are in their millions. You can attribute the love and affinity they have for him just by his speech. Somebody even said that if Obi became president, that he will attribute his presidency to his 2017 speech and the platform. That he would just say that's the speech that made him president. So yes, I expect I banked on those very special marketing qualities he had, able to pay evil with good. So if you are showing him evil, he's able to use good to try to melt you down. He did that with the guy that was heading Anambra State House of Assembly at the time, when they had 90%, I think 99% PDP members there, which were completely against his government. He never fought war with them. They never burnt tire. They never burnt the House of Assembly like they saw in the previous administration. But nobody till today was able to know how that fight ended. Obi was taking them one by one convincingly. When they show him evil, he shows them good. By over time, he overwhelms you. Before you know it, you just calm down. So he had that skill, and he showed it in Anambra State, being able to govern that state with 99% opposition members in his House of Assembly, surviving impeachments, continuing with those 99%, and still able to pass very strong policies that could have been shut down in the House of Assembly, like moving back the education system to the original owners, which other governors tried and failed because it was very controversial. He was able to pull it off, and a lot of other things he was able to do with 99% opposition. That would tell you that guy has some kind of power of convincing you.
All right.
So that's
all right.
those are things I banked on. People say he's not going to get one vote in the North in the last election, that the North was preoccupied and all that. I mean, Muslim tickets was stopping. There was a Fulani candidate stopping, a Northern candidate stopping. That is like the least, like people like, okay, you'll get like 10,000 votes in the North. He must start 2.1 million with no structure, with absolutely no structure. That is massive. So imagine when he has governors by his side, he has party structures by his side to speak for him in Hausa, to protect his votes when they cast votes for him. Imagine if he can single-handedly do for 2.1 with no structure as an Igbo man.
All right.
That's it, my brother.
All right, UPTOWN, let's do this. We take 3 more questions, and then you give us a closing remark, and then we go to the next phase of the stream. I think Oroyo is quite keen to put a position. So, Oroyo, you're up next.
Yeah, I go after him.
Hi, UPTOWN. UPTOWN, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, we can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah, good morning. Good evening. You made reference to River State voting pattern. You were talking about the number of votes that came out from River State. I just want to ask you if you have participated in an election in River State or in the South in general once.
I understand as a voter or what?
Either if you have witnessed or you have voted there.
I don't vote in the South.
Sorry, expand that question to its fullest so you can attack it frontally. Give him all of it, then you take it on.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking you is that in the South region, election doesn't take place in those regions. They normally write a result, so you don't expect them to give you like because you were talking about the number of results. The number of voters that turn out from there, the number of voters that came out from there are the actual voters. Prior to this time, They just go those creek areas like Bomadi Borotu, like in Delta State. Those ones, they don't do election there. So you shouldn't be expecting those same figures. So those figures you were talking about, that the river states that normally used to produce the highest number of highest number, those numbers are not real. And you made mention of you said Obi won the election. So if Obi won the election, you have agents in all the polling units. I assume.
Sorry, Oroyo, I didn't want to interrupt your question, but what he actually said was that Obi won the popular vote, which is to say that he had more. So that's not to say he fulfilled the requirements to become president, but he feels that of all of the votes cast, Obi got more.
And that is where my next question come in now. So if Obi had the popular vote and you have polling agents, and they normally give you a copy of the result sheet. So when you go to tribunal, what you would have done is just to present the copy of your polling agent results that we counter that of INEC and counter that of APC, because INEC will never give you any results. So when Obi went to tribunal, when he went to appeal, when he went to Supreme Court, why did he not present those results if he had won the election?
All right, brilliant. Address that UPTOWN, and then we're going to the next question.
Okay. The response I have for you is that okay. One man has already corrected you on one. I said he won the popular votes, and also we didn't have agents in some spaces representing right about 20 something percent of the spaces. We didn't have agents at all. In some other places where we had agents, some of the agents compromised clearly. Financial compromise here. So and in most of them, like I said earlier, I don't know if you joined them, where a lot, which is why I called what happened in 2023 systematic rigging, and I blamed INEC. I didn't even blame Soludo or governors or even Tinubu, because most of these things, they intentionally didn't come with from ECAs, and some didn't come with inks and what have you. So they left most of the agents to start writing numbers on piece of papers that are not tenable in courts. So most of these numbers, we put out that he put those numbers. He said, okay, I got this from my agent. Okay, why is it on the piece of paper? You can't put a piece of paper to the court, and that is why they will send people like Dele. At one man, you should invite Dele one day on the platform. He's very in depth on that space. And then
I have his number. You know, I've tried to invite him once, and he didn't quite. No, I tried to invite him once, and he didn't.
He didn't agree.
No, he did agree, but that was when that was when the internet fell. So I'm in Nigeria. He was in the studio. He was trying to get into the studio, but he couldn't get in. So I'm trying to time the next invitation so I can guarantee him. But you know, I'm a bit. I have his number anyway, and I have the number of his PA. You know, but I'll see. I want to do a few more people and then build back to him again. Yes.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. So my brother, where you call on agents, a lot of agents to submit their agent this thing, I'm telling you that they have it on piece of paper. Are you trying to tell me that we are going to put piece of paper results before the justices? But then a lot of them also, that's not to mean that that was the case all through. A lot of them also brought their results. They were compiled, and most of them were sent to the courts. Of course, you know what happened. They said they were late. They brought them in late. It's beyond the 21 days that is tenable according to the Electoral Act and all of that, technicalities and all of that. So nobody really sorted those things and all that. So that was the layers of complications on that space. Almost like the election was programmed, first of all, to be rigged and also not to be able to be defended in court.
All right, that answers that excellently. So I think Uptown, Prince Daddy wants to go next. So Prince Daddy, I'm not going to say introduce yourself to Uptown, but Uptown is our cameo guest today, and we're going to be doing that regularly. So everybody, prepare yourself. One of you is going to be next. But today is Uptown. Put a position to him, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Norman. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our special guest, Uptown. Hope you're doing well. Um, yeah, thanks for your background. I guess I learned a little bit about your background earlier. A mathematician, okay, which is great. You have a unique combination of in your background, a mathematician and an artist. And that's a really nice blend, actually. Yeah, you're supposed to have a much broader view of the world, or at least on how to understand a lot of things. But I can see as a mathematician that which is part of you guys' nature, you always want something to be definite, always looking for an answer to a question. And I think I can see that from your nature really because you have an imaginative mind, always wanting to fill in the gap. You can't have a void. So because of your imagination, you always find ways to answer all questions, even though the answers or the parameters may not be that apparent. You always find a way to answer every question. I've never heard you one time a question being posed to you that you don't have an answer to. So that is great. It shows your background. I guess you're kind of more robust. So what is my question? Um, See, well, you believe that Peter B won. Okay, fine. And by the way, the notion about popular votes does not exist in Nigerian context, and I think one man himself fell for it. I'm not sure how you came up with that or what the definition of a popular vote is in Nigeria. They don't have that because we don't have an electoral college in Nigeria. We go strictly by the number of the counts of voters. That's what we go by. And we can't have a popular vote anyways because it has to be recorded. And I think the last speaker was trying to explain that if we don't have these numbers on the EC8 form or any other documentation, how did we came up with a popular vote? Now, if we're talking about the internet vote of people out there in the social media sphere, and and Peter B is more popular in the midst or amongst them, then that is fine. I can accept that because they're much louder. But there's nothing as a popular vote in Nigeria. If you scrap that notion right now, it does not exist. You've always been equivocal in answering questions. See, when you answer your questions, you're always right. But the fact is that you're always right 50% of the time. I think I've called you out before. Colata, a couple of days ago or so, called me out in the sense that when you talk about a topic, you are right, but you never look at the other side as having the same um, challenge or the same consequences, so to speak. Um, Peter B, earlier you described Peter B as being all this great, having all these great attributes. Um, do you think? I guess maybe I can ask a direct question. You said Peter B is very charismatic, is a communicator, and these are great attributes for anyone that's able to galvanize a group of people and institution and bring them to his side, like I would have thought he would have done with the Labour Party when the whole um, thing was coming was crashing was coming down in terms of the incoherency that was going on amongst the different stakeholders. I wasn't able to see Peter B at the forefront using those skills, those great attributes that you mentioned to try to bring the party together and and and, and show himself as a leader. So, again, I'm giving you the credit because you're very imaginative. The way you talk about Peter B it's what you conjure in your mind. Because you as you see Peter Obi, we too we look at Peter. By the way, I'm not sure about the 2017 speech. I didn't. Sorry for the long question, anyway. Explanation rather. I'm not familiar with that speech. But again, you have a way of making Peter Obi look good. Not just Peter Obi. I think you can do it for anyone. Again, because of the background, being an artist. So if you see any question in my explanation, please answer it.
All right, brilliant. I was going to push you to the question, but Derek, it's it's just really a commentary on your commentary and an invitation to respond to his thoughts.
Okay, first of all, most importantly, your very kind words means a lot to me. I really, really deeply do appreciate your kindness. On the popular vote I used, it's not really about the phrase popular vote as it's known in the US. So by popular vote, I'm just speaking to majority votes. You get what I'm saying? So let me just use the mass term like majority here. So majority, that's most number of vote counts, literally, not just like, so it's not like popular vote as a concept. No, that's not what I was talking to. And on the Labour Party, you talked about obviously this guy's galvanized over how many million people to follow him without any political structure in just 8 months. You alluded to that, but then you put a caveat, okay, why it's not able to do it with the Labour Party. But the Labour Party actually went into the elections with him. You need to put it to the concept. Labour Party was in disarray before Obi came to Labour Party. They were fighting with NLC. They were fighting amongst each other. So it was even a very rickety car if it was supposed to be an automobile. But then it presented less litigations for an Obi compared to other smaller parties he considered. But Labour Party was not in one house. But he was able to convince them that, hey, all the wrangling can continue after the elections. Let's all move into the election as one family. And clearly you saw that they were able to like keep whatever they were doing before Obi joined them by the side, all the malice and everything, they dropped it by the side, and all of them stormed the ground with us during that election. So you almost got them to postpone and most of their problems is backdated even 8-10 years ago. If you listen to some of their this thing, they'll tell you, oh, this started in 2012, oh, this started in 2009. So it's an endemic thing with the party. But this guy was able to get them to cease fire for now. Let's move into this campaign. And they were able to all mellow down for him, followed him into the campaign, and do the magic they did in that election. So it's natural that after the election was over, those things were not treated. So those things have to resurface again. NLC started again pushing, let's continue from where we stopped in 2022 and all that. So now elections are over. Obi, remember, he just joined the party. He wasn't there before. So most of the things, he has to start looking at them one by one, because these things are, some are 3 years old, some are 5 years old, some are 10 years old. He starts monitoring them, listening to different parties, making sure he does not, you know what I'm saying? So listen to different parties over time. Remember that litigations went through for the entire 2022, even spilled into 2024, you know. So just these few months in this year, looked into it and all that, and now he has started trying to put everybody together. As you can see, even in the midst of the divisions, all the different divisions consider him as their leader. NLC Commission is calling him our leader. The other side, the Abure is still calling, even with what they released yesterday from Abure faction, when replying to Bayo Nonuga, they still refer to Peter Obi as our leader. So even in the midst of the quarrels, all of them believe that Peter Obi remains the common denominator. So that means that he's still able to hold the space. But these are long-standing issues that has to be solved, and he's doing. He's already clearly doing that. You know.
All right, Bilal. We take a couple more questions, and then maybe some final words from Uptown, and then we go to the next phase of the stream. Anybody else especially want to put a position to Uptown?
One month.
All right, Ekene, you're up next. I
No, you
wasn't
don't
going to
want me.
come. No, I wasn't going to come to you because it's going to be a hugs and kisses sort of a thing. Don't do hugs and kisses. Put a difficult.
Can I go and sit down?
You
No, I will not.
don't be doing
I
hugs
will
and
not do
kisses.
hug. I will not do hug and kisses. I know
Can
what
I
you
go
mean.
sit down? Go and sit down. We don't want kumbaya right
Golata,
now.
Mm.
Golata, no, 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 no. Forget
I'm
that.
just messing with you. They play with you. Continue.
After one man didn't do well. He never tell us that after will be a guest now, so that we prepare tough things for him. So that anyway, yeah, it's not late. After Alpha, welcome.
One name down.
Yeah. So I have three things for you, Uptown. Number one is first of all, many
Sorry,
northerners.
can I make it one or condense it into a short something? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Don't
make
make
it
it long.
short. You will just a simple question. Many northerners want Obi to vice Atiku in 2027. What's your opinion on that? Then another one is what will be your face off with Obi, because I believe you are a strong supporter of Obi. So what will be your face off with him in this journey for him to become the leader of this nation? Then another one is I will just a little bit with our economy and all that. What do you think? Apart from the explanation that APC are giving that made our GDP to come down to about 250 from 500 billion, apart from their explanation of the price of crude oil, what do you think that APC has to make our economy worse? What are your thoughts on what they should do to make it more better? So these three things.
One man, give me a second, please. Uptown, sorry for that, for cutting in. Before you continue, that number one question, before you answer that question, that is a false. A lot of Northerners do not want Obi to be number two in PDP or any of the political parties. And I know this for a fact, and I'm talking from a fact point of view. Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, I'm speaking from what I see and what I read every day from the X space. You can check
That is
the
what
tweet
you.
of it.
That's what you read. That's what
Yeah,
you read. That's
it
what I
doesn't-
know.
I want
I
to
just
speak.
came back from
I'm
that
not
space.
speaking. I'm not speaking based on your own opinion. I'm speaking based on my own opinion. I
Yeah,
said,
but because this is
and I'm
a,
asking
and I
Uptown.
know this is not for
Yeah,
you. That's how
your opinion can be your own opinion. My
I
opinion is
understand what you are saying, dude.
many things I see.
That's why I
Many things
called
I see is
woman,
that they
so that
want Obi to
the
vice
platform will not be
Atiku.
used for propaganda that you actually want to bring. Because I just came back from that space, and I understand what I'm talking about.
Uptown, I'm asking you. I'm not asking him to be vice. I just asked his opinion from what I read and what I
Yeah,
see.
but
So
at
you
least
don't need
this
to
is a
ask me.
platform that we should put
So
facts to the table. Not sometimes
I'm not
opinions are
asking you now. It's your
All
opinion.
right.
You can come again and ask your own
and that's why I
opinion.
didn't speak to you. Okay, that's why I called one man, the owner of the
Oh, oh,
platform. That's why I didn't call your name. I
oh,
think
oh,
you
oh, oh,
understand
oh,
that.
all right. Uptown, address the question as you've understood it, and then we take one more question, and then you give us a summary, and then we go on to Biden and Dangote.
Yeah. Can please the last question you asked on the economy? What was the question, sorry?
I asked about the fall of the economy from 50 billion GDP to 250 billion, starting from the time of APC, and the explanation of the price of crude oil and all that. Do you think that is true or false? That the price of crude oil really affected our GDP from 500 to 250? So, and what are they doing right to bring it back to what it is? And if they're not doing anything right, just explain.
People that state just attributing that to crude, they're not being very factual. They're not being very honest with themselves. There was additional things that was in play in that space at that time over a decade ago. Remember, oil production was doing better as well. So you have to also add that context. Oil production was also doing far better than it did under Buhari. So that was also a major space on that as well, and several other indices as well. On what they're doing on the oil space. And I said this I think last night. I joined last night, and I said that what can anybody really defend the fact that the Kieri is still on board on in that space till date. Even APC people can defend that, because even most of them don't understand how that guy is still there in that space. That space for me should have been unbundled by now. A lot of things have to be going on there. Oil theft has to be drastically reduced. Production has to be drastically increased. First of all, sack the guy first. Audit the space, rejig the space and all of that. That's a very important space, because we are talking about food security. You have to also be talking about oil security at this time, especially with the FX issues we're having, and we need to boost up production. So if we're doing the food production, we have to be boosting up oil production as well, for us to mitigate the problem we are having. But then our GDP is half. We know what contributed to that is total incompetence in managing that space. Go back to 1999, 2003, 2004, and all those times, and listen to the ministers there speaking. You see that these people have things in their head, not 100% but you can accuse them of corruption then, but then there are a lot of capable hands back then in our federal space. You listen to additional talk, listen to NOI talk, you listen to some people back then, Dara Kunyili, they are speaking, you can see that these guys has a lot of creativity going on in their head and all that. So it is obvious why our economy did better, even though we had issues with corruption at the time, which we still do have now, in addition to incompetence. The first question you asked me, why Northerners want Obi to be VP, and do Northerners want Obi to VP? Clearly, but I'm going to put context to it, so that probably it try to balance things a little bit. Northerners that are pro-Atiku, majority of Northerners that are pro-Atiku want Obi to be VP. They believe it's going to boost chances of Atiku massively. A lot of them are following me. I'm following them. Like I recently, for the past like a month now, I'm a frequent visitor of Arewa Twitter, especially from the PDP space. A lot of the PDP influencers, some of them say it outrightly, some of them just kind of infer it in the forms of innuendo and all that. Saki Waspapi, one of the influential Arewa guy on Twitter, obviously even today, I think he still posted that, hey, Obi should be VP to Atiku and all that. That's the clearest way and all that. I think he made like about 3 or 4 posts today on Twitter, which has a lot of engagement. And if you go to his comment section, you see majority of Northerners in his comment section, which probably are pro-PDP, probably. So let's put that context. But majority of them on that comment section are saying, yeah, this is actually the best way to get, even though obedience in the comment section are resisting and saying, how dare you say Obi be vice president, as expected anyway. But yes, Ekene, you are correct. But the context I put there is that maybe it's most likely pro-PDP, not on us. So let's probably put that context to that, just to try to get it a little bit balanced. But yes, do they want him to be VP to Atiku? Clearly they do, obviously. And a lot of PDP people want that. Where I talk about Momodu and all those PDP stalwarts, they want that. Deleke, they want that. So Saraki, they all want that. They want Obi back. So clearly, this guy is the king of the South. He won the Southern Nigeria aggregate votes in the last election, clearly. So it's not a rocket science why anybody will want him to merge with Atiku, even though Obedience don't want that to happen, clearly from their comments online. You say there is a face-off with Obi to be praised. Okay, I didn't understand that.
No, what will be your face-off with him?
Okay, what do you mean by my face-off with him? Like we're going to fight or what?
Your departure point. Your departure point.
Yeah. What will make you withdraw your support? Yes, yes.
If I want to withdraw from him?
No, what will make you, not that you want to. You are in a journey with him. So do you think you are going to continue to be in good terms with him? At least you have something in mind that will make you say, this man, I will not support you again. You really provoke me. So I want to know that.
If he deviates from the things that made me to embark on the journey with him ab initio, You get what I'm saying? If he deviates, especially even if he gets to Aso Rock, in my head, I think I've made this tweet a couple of times before. In my head, I know exactly the visuals that made me follow him. It is clear. Ability to block corruption, a reasonable level of integrity, money management, ability to execute and implement, which I think is really lacking amongst our leaders. A lot of talk shops and workshops, people are saying there's this plan. Okay, which one are we executing? For Obi, even if it's 2 that we choose to execute, let's execute that 2 to the finish and leave the 8. So that is something that I feel is lacking, which is what one of the things I'm following him, an ability to pursue more of transformational leadership rather than transactional leadership, which is normal things we find within our political class, where people are saying, give me this to take this, take that to give me this, and all that. Oh, you are my brother, so do this. So, you lost the election in my party in, say, Kaduna. Well, come and hold the minister of power. Just stay there so that you can have something doing till the next election, whether you have capacity to be minister of power or not. Ability to hire and fire. He did a lot of that in Anambra, and I feel that was a strong part of being a leader, where ability to take criticism as well. So so there are specific traits, which is, even if he gets to government today and he stops doing them, then I don't have any investment in him again. I'm like, he becomes an ordinary man to me, because the main things that is connecting me is gone. So I wouldn't need any reason to keep wasting my very precious time.
All right, brilliant. We'll take one more, and then you just give us some final words. By the way, we're getting the most views that we've ever had on Twitter. I'm not quite sure if that is your influence, but anybody has a position.
Let me talk to Uptown now.
Yes.
Yeah, but Uptown, let me see. My first question is just a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Okay. All right. Sorry for that. What's it called? So first question is, Peter Obi going to PDP? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. Now, the main question, you did talk about winning popular votes even though we've had party members that even came to this platform and also on TV in several places, including himself, will be alluding to the fact that they did not have polling agents. So that's as good as Lamba, because there's no from EC8A. Even the stunt that was pulled in court was totally useless, taking scanned photocopy of what you got from a viewing portal, a scanned copy of a copy, rather than the INEC law that allows for your party agents to have the EC forms of EC8A or a copy from the police. So you can't actually be asking INEC for something you should have. So there's no basis of some popular vote victory. So where I'm heading to is, you now painted the picture of a possibility or probability of him being able to do something on the premise that in the past election, when Tinubu was not even the president, he was able to reduce the vote tally in Lagos from supposedly 800,000, because if I use your maths, if Obi got 900,000, I said Tinubu got 100,000, so there's a difference of roughly 800,000. Reducing 800,000 to 10,000. So if what you spoke is the reality of the situation, we now have the same man as the president controlling INEC. Controlling INEC, the same INEC law. So if he can reduce 800,000 to 10,000, what shot does Obi realistically have? Because if you claim this guy did mago while he was not in power, what sort of mago do you expect? And how do you project is the slimmest of chances for Obi, given the fact that, number one, people are used to the Muslim ticket. Number two, you have obedience pissing a lot of people off because you need to account for that. Many people did not expect the sort of savagery and bigotry in both sides that's been going on. So you have that side, and so on and so forth. But the primary question is, if Tinubu can make 800,000 difference to 10,000, that's not a president. What can Tinubu as a president do, and how does that affect your chances?
Okay, thank you very much, Kulata. Yeah, before I answer the question you asked, I think you said something about polling unit agents. What was said, we don't have polling unit agents in about 20% of the polling units. We had in about 80%. So, just to correct that.
What was alluded to was up to 80% of them were not manned. Arabambi came here and said it, and Arabambi is a party guy.
No. He didn't even take part in the election. But following
Arabambi did not take part in the election.
No, he didn't.
That's news. Okay, but there are other party people too that have said the same thing.
Akim bypassed Arabambi immediately. He was found out to be a mole by what he was doing to the candidates in Lagos State.
Okay, how about Peter Obi alluding to it by himself that they did not have polling coverage when he was on Dr. Damages? How about that? Did he not take part in the election? But it did not give figures, but it did allude to the fact that they didn't have sufficient polling agents. So did he or did he not take part in the election?
He took part in the election. I just told you.
Okay. So let's continue. So we didn't have sufficient coverage, but let's continue. Yeah.
The person that put numbers to it, even the person you cited, Donyo Okupe, was clear.
I didn't cite Donyo Okupe. I cited Arabambi. I did not cite Okupe.
That was what I said. Arabambi, okay, but Okupe put numbers to it too. Clearly, you saw that. So
I did, and I did, and Arabambi came here to put numbers to it.
Yeah. So
earlier on,
he said we didn't have more than 80% of the polling unit, and every other person has said the same thing around what Donyo Okupe said. Even Aisha Yusufu has said that we didn't have more than about 80% of the polling units. Clearly, a lot of people have said that anyway. But that is another space. Even some of again, this is my own extra addition. Some of the within that 80% space, some of them compromise as well, but that's the way for another day. So you said Obi. Okay, you mentioned about Obi's chances.
Yes.
All the lot of stuff.
I'm piggybacking off what you said, that the real results in Lagos, Obi got like 900.
President and all that. Okay, yeah.
Right.
Yes. Anybody that will want to delude themselves that Anaso Bola Ahmed Tinubu being a president is not a huge advantage on his side, then well, maybe the person just want to have the fun of delusion. But yes, he has a huge advantage being who he is. He's not a Buhari. He's not a man of integrity. He never claimed to be anyway. He's gonna do his thing, but which is why I say, and I keep saying, nobody's gonna say that Obi going forward does not have a huge work in front of him. He has a massive work in front of him. I don't think he even deludes himself to think that he doesn't. How he's going to navigate that space remains to be seen. We are seeing he's still visible. What strategies he's going to come up with? But I know that he really, 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 really needs a massive northern integration. He needs a massive northern agreement going into.
Yeah, but you're getting into generalities.
How he gets it, well, I wouldn't know.
Let me push you to the direction I want to push you to. Lagos State. I want to believe if there's any state in Nigeria, that's the state Labour Party had 100% coverage of polling agents. True or false?
Yes, we have polling agents in Lagos.
So if you had polling agents in Lagos State and you pulled off a 900,000 win with an 800,000 difference, that Tinubu was able to turn 800,000 to 10,000. I've not seen that. Professor Pella wasn't even able to do that in his lifetime. So if you could do that when you had 100% coverage What are your realistic chances in 2027?
Realistic chances is, like I said, a lot of work has to be done, especially in the aspect of vote protection, which is something we call traditionally we call it structure. Yeah, there was massive deficiency in aspect of structure in that last election. I'm going to
But
admit that.
you had structure in Lagos was my point.
No, the structure we had in Lagos was basically let me tell you what we did in Lagos. We improvised literally. So we did where so polling units where you can be subdued, you get subdued, both you and your polling agents. So in places where we say we get small muscle, we go hold them. So it's more of a people-driven structure where we try to do aluta. Yeah. But there is places you don't do aluta really because you are in big danger anyway. So it's a kind of mix of that in that space. But then, Asuwaju already saw what happened in 2023. He's president now. I'm sure they are. I mean, even what they are doing, what they're doing online now with go to your state and all that, is all part of it. Try to create that division to make sure that 2023 never happens again and all that. It's fine. Political strategy. I feel it's hurting our unity, but it's cool. He might not win Lagos in 2027. He might not. Asuwaju is president, but it also depends on his performance as well, because people I talk to in Lagos, first of all, they don't.
Uptown, you did math. Uptown, you did maths, right? Me too. I have an engineering background.
Okay.
This is not about performance. Anybody that we said is capable of turning 800,000 defense to 10,000. It has nothing to do with performance.
Yeah,
do you agree or not?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. It's a completely technical thing. I think that's where you're pushing me to. Yeah. And if that boils down to the view I held immediately after the election, I said something categorical, which I think I tweeted. I said, and I was addressing obedience straight up as if I was not an obedient. I said, if you go to the next election without getting on the spot real-time transmission of votes to be passed as a law, you might do worse than you did in this election. And I think I still hold that view, because with what I saw, it's a technical thing. Yeah, it's something that, hey, you guys are done with your aluta in the polling units. That's where it ends. We do our thing here, but I know you guys still resisted here, but we'll still try to measure, kind of slim down the margins and all that. Yeah, but that's real-time transmission is going to cut that out. That's why people are protesting about hunger. Why don't you guys move to National Assembly? Let's start making laws, man. For me, I know Nigeria's problem is not majorly about making laws, but implementation. But at least let's make a law that at least law can back something up. Yeah. So for me, I believe, honestly, and let me repeat it here again today, that if you go back to that election without real-time transmission of votes, that is going to work on that day, know you that you're not going anywhere. In fact, if by 1 week to that election, and this is not on ground, one man, that's a live report I did from different polling units in Lagos that day. You're not going to see me doing that. You see me on my bed eating chips.
You know what we want from you? We want a live report of the protest from you. If you participate,
I'll do live report of protest to you.
Are you participating?
Well, man, I'm not declared for the protest yet because I'm yet to know exactly.
Yes, don't worry. We'll send you some tokens for your data, whatever it is.
What about life insurance? Are you going to send me life insurance?
Don't worry. Your life is already insured. Are you a Christian now?
I think you get the point of that.
I get the points. Yes, I get your points. Honestly, my brother D. So if there are certain things that if it's not done before 2027, trust me, on that election day I'll be on my bed.
And you cannot get it done. You don't have representation in Senate or the House.
In fact, if that is not done, then probably your option B to just probably go and team up with another force somewhere, compromise and try to do your illegality versus illegality and know what you can do with that space. But as far as you want to do the same route with 2023, some things has to be on ground, or I'm not going to be out there. I'm going to be in my house, trying to looking at channels. Hopefully,
Can
then
I
we
ask
feel.
a question?
Yes.
I was going to. All right, ask that question and then yeah, ask the question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to ask our guest today that
It's
based
Uptown. No,
on
you know him. Oh, it's Uptown. Yeah.
yeah, I want to ask Uptown that based on the stuff, have you been impressed at all with the way Peter Obi has his performance after Tinubu was declared the winner? Because from my end, I'm not seeing him as somebody who's actually serious in winning this election, this past election, or the next coming one. I say that because we're seeing him more so in celebrity weddings and some celebrity things, and him speaking with speaking with the voters to get the PVC. We're still not seeing him speaking, making any significant effort in the north. He's not in terms of voter security and voter feeling safe when they're voting. He's not doing anything on that, and even constantly attacking the government on their wrongdoing, putting pressure on them. He's not doing that, and you all are thinking that all of this is going to culminate in a win in 2027. I also want to add to that is that if we go about the same thing and let's say Peter Obi loses while he thinks he won, is it going to be a repeat of nothing again, as we just saw in this past 2023 election? That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Have I been impressed with his post-election activities? I think that was the question. If I got
Yes,
you.
first part.
Uh,
Yes.
Generally, yes, I have been impressed with his post-election activities, or maybe let's call it post-litigation activities, because election didn't end in February last year, ended probably December 2023. So uh, every other thing that happened after election is just this month, this 6 months of this year. That's what that's the month on review, which we can call post-election. So he's been has he maintained visibility? 100%. He has maintained visibility. In fact, yesterday, at least about 5, 6 national dailies, he was on front cover. For a presidential candidate that lost an election, that came third according to official results, and almost getting to 2 years later, still make it to the front covers of national dailies. I don't think it's something that we even have precedence of in the country, at least in the Fourth Republic. So yes, there is something.
What
Uh,
about the
it-
way? What about
your
the way that his senators? I mean, we're seeing them. They're kind of like in
mm,
between. They're not really strong in terms of the motor structure that we thought he was adding to the party. Like this
uh
whole vehicle issue.
yes. Do I believe the senators should have rejected the vehicle? Yes. I believe that would have communicated at least what Peter B is preaching. They would have helped him communicate that better. That's also going to help their individual career, political careers anyway. But they didn't do it. They lost that opportunity,
But
sadly.
he didn't
Uh,
show a strong hand in condemning them and showing his power and influence in the party.
no, he shows an understanding of the National Assembly, having been in government before, and how the National Assembly works. And also, you don't try to school senators what to do and what not to do. But did he make the attempt? It's clear on this media space that he did make the attempt. He hosted a seminar with them, and in one of the seminars that happened in Abuja, he urged them to try to do things that the people want, and urged them that try to speak up and all of that, probably. But some of them came up with excuses for him, clearly, in that seminar. That see, we are going to collect this vehicle. We are going to probably auction it off and use it for our constituency. Some say that they need it for, because senators and all that. These guys, they are nothing much different from their colleagues in APC and PDP, especially those characters. Because if you remember how this 2023 thing came about, so it's not like it was pre-planned, yeah. So that means that most of the people that were in the ballot in the Labour Party were already there before we became. So it didn't it was on ground before Obi came, yeah. So it was not like Obi came and then later we started searching for individuals to occupy positions. No, it was the other way around, and everybody understands the peculiarity of that situation here. So I don't think anybody was expecting miracles, but people, if that's why you see people focusing on Ireti Kingibe, because people knew that Ireti came after Obi came, yeah. So they expected Ireti that okay, these guys, we didn't really have hand in their positions here, but we feel we have hand in your position, Ireti. So that's why you see Obedience always hammering on that woman. You must do this, you must do that, and she's been trying to pick up her constituency a little bit far more than her colleagues in the Labour Party as well.
Don't you think he needs to show more of a strong hand in politics and his more force? Because this is African politics we're talking about, and he's acting as if it's America. Don't you think he needs to show more force and more of a strong hand in everything that he's doing?
Good. Do I agree with you on that? Completely. 100%. In fact, it's not today that Obi was accused of playing foreign politics. In fact, let me remember what Belong used for him then in Anambra. They called him a Londoner governor. That he was acting like a Londoner. That's why they even said that he was not going to last in that seat, because he was not willing to play the Nigerian politics, and that means he's not going to survive even 1 year. Later they predicted, they said 2 years he's not going to survive, but he ended up doing 8 years anyway. But yes, I agree with you. The Nigerian style of opposition is not, at least as of today, I've counted up to 5 different times he commended Tinubu government. Why are you going to be commending a government as an opposition? But I know he has done that 5 different times.
And he still hasn't jettisoned Atiku.
What in by jettisoned Atiku? Atiku is
as in, like, betray him, put him down, use him as a stepping stone to climb up, because Atiku is still a competitor.
No, he's not. The Obi I know is not going to do that. Obi
you see, but all other politicians are more willing to do that, and
yes,
they move ahead.
For some reason, Obi's brand of politics, yeah.
Sorry, what do you mean jettison Atiku?
As in, just use him as a stumbling block, as a stepping block to a higher thing.
I don't think it's positioned yet. I think it's probably more positions to be used by Atiku rather than the other way around.
But the followers won't support him doing that now.
Yeah, but it's certainly not in a position to use Atiku.
I think I understand what he says here. He's saying
like,
that he
put problem in the party, like between Wike and him.
Yeah, people are going to like if he does that.
If he goes up, you mean go after Atiku? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
I don't think he can handle that, because he's already going after Tinubu. If he goes after Atiku as well, then he has 2 heavyweight spaces going against him.
Yeah, I think
then it needs Atiku in balance to see how 2027 permutates.
Exactly. One man, you're quite smart. So it's something common wisdom we tell you. It's only politicians that don't have wisdom who want to cut off all the bridges, even when it's not necessary.
One man, you forget to hold on, Uptown. Sorry, you forget to mention that apart from the affinity that he has for Atiku, right? That his foundation is still the PDP, and then if anything push comes to shoves, right? PDP is still going to be his rescue home at the end of the day. So he needs to find a way to always balance that Atiku's trajectory and his PDP background, basically.
You are correct, enigmatic. So it's normal, very safe. This thing he's quite playing there, and he does some unconventional things sometimes. Things like declaring for president to run for president on the PDP primaries, and also attending Atiku's declaration as well. It's not a normal. It's not a normal politician thing, yeah. But he usually thinks ahead. He thinks 5 years, 10 years time. So he tries to. He knows what. He's very crafty and he uses his wisdom a lot. So yeah.
All right, brilliant. So Uptown, I want to thank you very much for doing this. So you've opened up this space, and because it's been such an enjoyable interaction, we will certainly be bullying the rest of the panelists to do guest cameo appearances. So So I hope Kulata, Enigmatic, Prince, and the rest of them are hearing me. Because you started be getting bullying text from me. So excellent performance by you, Uptown. Always excellent performance. So just to give us a couple of minutes just to sum it up. Uptown, the homie.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I really enjoyed the questions, and yeah, I had a very good time, actually. It's almost one of my best times ever spent on the platform because, one man, I think, yeah, I think I stand by you. Do this more often. I think even some other panelists as well wish to flesh out, their positions a little bit more without the general sections, trying to stifle a little bit of their headspace, I'm sure so many people on the platform also want that, so we also fellow panelists can also get into their own world, try to know a more expansive space in their heads and their beliefs and all of that stuff. And it also helps with a little bit less pressure so that you can actually instead of just the banters, sometimes banters can be destructive. So before you know it, you leave what you're talking about and you just start bantering, and maybe somebody have triggered you and all that, which is the normal thing we do with the general sections, which is still okay. But I think this is also a very brilliant and creative idea, which I am looking forward to also join my other panelists in several other engagements like this on their own parts. Thank you very much for having me. And thanks to everybody that joined us. I posted on Twitter. So if you joined from Twitter, thank you very much for joining us. And please do just keep joining us. If you enjoy the platform, come on. This is how it is every day. It's not just today. In fact, today it was not even too nice. It used to be a full package on a normal good day. So
it usually come with your boxing gloves, isn't it?
Yes, boxing is a lot. It's something you can even pre-record. You can be playing in your car when you're driving, doing other things and enjoying yourself, and also gaining knowledge at the same time, which is really very important. So thank you very much, and thank you for having me on more.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Everyone stay with us. Uptown was a cameo guest appearance. So now we go to the next body of the session. Biden withdraws. So a big deal for the Americans, but what does this mean for Nigeria? Because of course, whoever is the president of the United States will viscerally impact on how the trajectory of the Nigerian space would be. We saw that with Obama, who had a certain inflection, and then we saw that with Trump, who had a different inflection. But what inflection succeeds Biden? So one thing we do know is that it's not going to be President Biden, but who? And what does that mean for Nigeria? So we are going there. And Dangote and his travails within the Nigerian space, he was going to take over the steel industry. Now he's not, for reasons of being weighed upon by the state, who are looking to frustrate this juggernaut project that he has taken on. So the words of Dangote, shall we shed tears for the richest black man on the planet? So a lot of that and plenty more. We take a little musical cameo to cap off Uptown's excellent section, and then we cascade very immediately into the next phase. Stay with us.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chifu Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ó lè lò ṣó dáadáa.
àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ.
òtí ya ojú òtí lọ wọ́n ta káàdà èmi ayé ìlú.
ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
àmì o.
President Joe Biden has just announced that he is dropping out of the 2024 presidential race. In a stunning letter that was just released moments ago by his campaign on X, formerly known as Twitter, Biden wrote, quote, that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president, and while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. He goes on to say that he will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about his decision. Just a stunning announcement from President Joe Biden that he intends to step down as a candidate in the 2024 election. I want to go straight to CNN White House correspondent Priscilla Alvarez, who was traveling with President Biden in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Priscilla, what are you learning?
Alex, this is a remarkable development, and it comes after a morning in which we heard more calls for the president to step down from members of his party, including, for example, Senator Joe Manchin. Now, the president in this letter released only moments ago walks through his accomplishments as president. And also, if I can read you this part, it says, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president." He goes on to say, "While it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." He goes on to say he plans to speak to the nation later this week. He also thanks Vice President Kamala Harris for, quote, being an extraordinary partner in all of this work. Now, of course, Alex, this comes after that disastrous debate performance by the president in late June. It was after that stoked so much anxiety and panic within the Democratic Party and led to a wave of calls over recent weeks for the president to step aside, to withdraw from this race. And this was something that, despite the president getting back on the campaign trail, despite private conversations with multiple lawmakers, and despite a campaign that up until this point had been maintained, even just yesterday, that he was in this race, it appears that we hit that breaking point. Now, of course, the president has been at his residence here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He has been self-isolating because he was diagnosed with COVID earlier in the week. It was that diagnosis that pulled him off of the campaign trail at a pivotal moment. He was in Nevada. He was shoring up support with Black and Latino voters. And it was before one of his last events that he got that positive COVID diagnosis and had to be blitzed back here to the East Coast, to Delaware, where he has since been self-isolating. It has been during that time that he's also been deliberating. He is with his closest advisors and his inner circle in what has been a challenging and at times frustrating time for this campaign. Now, we should also note, Alex, that earlier today on the airwaves, the president's allies were saying that he was in it to win it. Again, this was the resounding message that we were getting from the campaign time and time again. But this letter tells us that the president, upon self-reflection, upon all of the calls from Democratic lawmakers, allies, and donors for him to step aside, has listened to those calls and has decided to not seek re-election. And what we really just cannot overstate how remarkable a moment this is. We are on the cusp of the Democratic National Convention. There have been ongoing calls to get that process underway for that virtual roll call. And now so many open-ended questions as to what happens next. We should note Vice President Kamala Harris was at a fundraiser in Massachusetts yesterday, where she too was focused on the vice presidential nominee for the Republicans, J.D. Vance. She was trying to gin up those donor dollars amid some donors deciding not to give.
All right. So that's the worst kept secret in politics. Joe Biden steps down. I think nobody is winning any prizes for saying, "I told you so." I think everybody was in anticipation of this. It was only really when, and it's ran about the right time that he has done it. So conveniently, he claims he has COVID. So that would be then the storyline. That would be the storyline that they will strap it on that. So Biden gone, but who replaces him? Kamala Harris is the name that he's putting forward. But let me stick my neck out and say because this opens the window for it's a straight stroll down the road to the White House for Donald Trump now with Biden out of the race. The only thing that I can say stopping him is a ticket of Michelle Obama, because with Michelle Obama comes Barack. People say it's not a possibility, but certainly Kamala Harris is no match for anything. It will just chew her up and split her out. But with the Obamas, you see, because Obama, Barack, and probably his wife, I think they have the beating of Trump. I would take that. So it's either the Democrats want to forgo this election and try again, clean house, or if they want to hold on to the presidency, then they just have to play a wild card. A wild card, Michelle Obama. What says you? So there is that. And then we're also looking at this as a possible storyline as well. Dangote says firm will drop plans to invest in Nigeria's steel industry to avoid monopoly allegations. So the one thing that's always rankled Dangote is this idea that people go around claiming that he has a monopoly within certain industries, the cement industry, certainly the oil industry now. And from just the pain that you could hear in that interview he gave yesterday, it tells you then that it's somewhat rankled by that. Enough is enough, it says. Dangote says firm will drop plan to invest in Nigeria's steel industry to avoid monopoly allegation. The president and chief executive officer of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has announced that the company will abandon its plans. Let's do that again. The president and chief executive officer of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has announced that the company will abandon its plans to enter Nigeria's steel industry to avoid being branded a monopoly. Dangote made this disclosure in a statement on Saturday whilst addressing journalists at his refinery in Lagos. So there it is right there. So I think that's sufficient enough captures what's going on there. So that's sufficient enough captures what's going on there. I'm halting proposed investment in steel to avoid monopoly accusations. So that's Dangote smarting somewhat. Still staying with Dangote, Nigeria's Dangote refinery in talks with Libya to secure oil. So Dangote seems to be getting the crude from any and everywhere outside of where it's most immediate to him, which is Nigeria. I think Nigeria gave him about 2-3 million barrels, and that's your lot. So it's gotten from the United States. He got a few shiploads from Brazil a few days ago. Now he's going to war-torn areas like Libya. So if he's internationalizing his purchase of crude, then what obligation does he owe to the Nigerian space? Because he built these places with his own money. So what obligation does he owe the Nigerian state or the Nigerian populace to sell them cheap petrol or to even ensure that there's an abundance? Nigeria's Dangote refinery in talks with Libya to secure oil. So there's Dangote still. Our diesel is the best in the world, meets international standards. And this is one of the reasons that is rankling. This is why he's in his feelings a little bit. A senior functionary of this government situation actually came out. We played the clip here. He actually came out in the public space to tell us that Dangote Petroleum, Dangote Fuel, Dangote PMS is subpar. So that rankled him somewhat, and he then went on to invite that test to be done. Our diesel is the best in Nigeria, meets international standards. That is Dangote defending his enterprise. So Biden withdraws. I think we've already gotten to that. So now this one now, enough is enough seems to be what Dangote is saying. Aliko Dangote offers to sell 650,000 barrels per day oil refinery to NNPC. So if you can do it better, then have it, but just make sure I get my money. Let's take a few paragraphs from this. Africa's wealthiest man, Aliko Dangote, says he is willing to give up ownership of his multi-billion-dollar oil refinery to state-owned energy company NNPC Limited. The billionaire spoke as a new dispute with one of the key equity partners in the plant heated up in the latest phase of a bitter row with regulatory authorities in Nigeria. So why should Dangote even be in a row with regulators? It is maddening the way Nigeria is the worst thing on earth. All of the accoutrements of state should be rallying around this guy to succeed, because this is our number one rescue plan. But how to frustrate him is entirely their agenda, because they are insistent on continuing to import oil and fester their nest. Now, Africa's wealthiest man, Aliko Dangote, says he's willing to give up ownership of his multi-billion-dollar oil refinery to state-owned energy company NNPC Limited. The billionaire spoke as a new dispute with one of the key equity partners in the plant heats up in the latest phase of a bitter row with regulatory authorities in Nigeria. The 650,000 barrels per day refinery, which came to life last year after a decade of prolonged construction, cost $19 billion, more than double the initial estimate, promising to help win Africa's biggest oil producer off its reliance on fuel from overseas and save up to 30% of the total foreign exchange spent on importing goods. Let them, NNPCL, buy me out and run the refinery the best way they can. If NNPC buys this guy out, that refinery will just rot away. Yeah, we all know that, don't we? Let them, NNPCL, buy me out and run the refinery the best way they can. They have labeled me a monopolist. That is an incorrect and unfair allegation, but it's okay. If they buy me out, at least their so-called monopolist will be out of the way, Dangote told correspondents in an exclusive interview. We have been facing fuel crisis since the 1970s. This refinery can help in resolving the problem, but it does appear some people are uncomfortable that I am in the picture. So I am ready to let go. Let NNPC buy me out, run the refinery. The multi-sectorial investors' big bet on oil and gas, which he ventured into following years of relatively stress-free dominance of Nigeria's cement, salt, and sugar industries, is turning out problematic in its early days. Set for its first rollout of petrol to the Nigerian market in August, the mammoth plant has been operating just above half its capacity since January, since the start of January of refining operations, constrained in part by difficulty in securing crude from international producers. So that's Dangote then saying somewhat enough is enough. Enough of the, life would probably be easier for him if he sold it. It will certainly make a profit, and the NNPC can run it to the ground. Orji Kalu proposes part-time legislative system for state federal lawmakers. Yes, he can propose, but that proposal will never see the light of day. Still within the backdrop of where we just came from, the Peter Obi space, Obi addresses those spreading falsehoods and lies about him. So let's take a little snippet of our man. Peter Obi has sent a message to those spreading lies and falsehood about him, urging them to channel their energy and resources towards helping everyday Nigerians. Oh, so I think this might well be a response to Bayo Ononuga. Obi's message comes a day after the presidency accused him and his supporters of planning nationwide protest. In a post on social media, he wrote, "Today, after mass service, personal thanksgiving prayers, and reflection on the blessings of my birthday, I am filled with immense gratitude. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all who sent me good wishes and supported me over the years. Your encouragement strengthens my resolve to work towards a better society for all, especially the less privileged. To those who have chosen to spread falsehood and lies about me for their own gain or at the bidding of their paymasters, I am equally grateful to you. I urge you to channel your energy and resources towards helping everyday Nigerians who are struggling to find their next meal, secure education for their children, gain employment, and access adequate health care. The future of our nation depends on addressing these urgent needs, not on perpetrating deceit and lies. My political journey has never been about desperation or personal gain. It is rooted in principles and a genuine care for the people. Rather than fabricating lies, you and your paymasters should listen to the cries of the poor who cannot afford medicine, and who are uncertain about their next meal. Pay attention to the voices of reason from individuals and institutions that emphasize the plight of our citizens. Let us unite in building a nation where everyone can thrive. So that's Obi then. That's his clap back at that's his clap back at whatever his name is, Bayo Onanuga. So Obi claps back at Bayo Onanuga. So let's roll into it. Who wants to kick it off? The Biden one, I think that is going to shape the world. So do we want to kick it off there? Any thoughts? Nobody can claim surprise, but what does this mean?
One more, sorry, can I kick it off so I go to bed?
All right, kick it off there.
The morning section, yes. But with Biden, one man, I think I'm probably okay. I've tweeted about it. I think I said the only person really in that list that I don't think Republicans have any special preparation for is probably Michelle Obama, like you suggested. They already have their preparations for characters like Hillary Clinton, characters like the Vice President Kamala Harris, who I believed have not utilized that rare opportunity as a female Vice President. She is done completely bad in that space. I rooted for her then because I felt because of the women thing, but she completely didn't utilize it. So yeah, one man, I will stand with your even though we don't know if that's like going haywire, but I think that's the only option they really have now. To if they really brand her well, they have to really think deeply.
It's too late for that. It's gonna be Kamala. We live here in the States. It's Kamala.
Yes, no, like on the like just straightforward thinking. Yeah, I think
if it's Kamala or Kamara, that means they are conceding the election, because I cannot. Yeah. I don't think anybody can see her beating Trump. Yeah,
that's what I think too, because I follow. I read comments there both when Biden posts, when Trump posts. Kamara is not a popular person as far as I'm concerned. Now that Trump is riding on the wave of the ear thing, the ear revolution, he's milking that space very, very well. I think the only option these guys has, they're already on the losing end anyways, but I think the only option they have now is probably just trying something very unorthodox, to something that is towards the space you're going to, one man, come up with something that is completely a package, a branding that is completely alien, unexpected, around probably a Michelle Obama, whatever it is, and creating a particular narrative that will probably sell. If not, Trump, congratulations. Next one more.
And Dangote up in his feelings Dangote. About yes.
One more. I don't know what we are communicating to the investors if somebody as strong as the richest black man alive is seen from the investor windows that are peeping into the country, that seeing this guy struggling after building this massive refinery that holds a lot of prospects. He's complaining of sabotage from within his own nation. Like you said, one man, again, on this, I'm also going to back you fully. This is, in fact, the federal government of Nigeria should exert his entire weight on the side of Dangote on this. It is very important. It is very important. And this is not something that is strange in Nigeria, one man. We saw the backstory of what Baton Naji went through with the power facility he was doing in Abia over the years. It was also internal from the highest offices of government, you know. And this is a normal occurrence in Nigeria. A lot of people don't want the country to prosper, and these people are occupying seats of power. So I believe the story of Innocent, some people might know it, some people might not know it. When they wanted to stifle his vehicle manufacturing industry at the infant stage, you know, from the federal government space, from the custom space, you know, it took the lion himself, Peter Obi, to carry it as his own cross, to go and fight, to run to Abuja and tell Jonathan, this cannot happen. They fought that space. They met everybody that was involved, and they built that Innocent. And today we have a prospering vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria. So the role of the government, whether it's free state or whatever government executive powers, is to prioritize businesses, back them up. That's when the foreigners, we see that the ones at home, how you are nurturing the ones at home, we tell them how you will nurture them when they come. It's not about flying private jet to their countries to tell them lies. No. Which is why I still hold the strong view I've held for over 1 decade now, that we need businessmen in office. Businessmen, successful businessmen, because there are people that can relate with the pains of setting up business. They are businessmen that created wealth. If they wield presidential and executive powers, they are going to protect businesses, their fellow businesses, because they can relate. But if you have all these career politicians everywhere that does not know what it means to set up business, they will allow all these things to be happening.
Every window is a campaign for BRB. Every window.
Well, this can also fall for Atiku because he's a businessman too. But the point is, a businessman is needed. You know me, my philosophy will always enter anything I'm saying, and sadly, Obi always relates to my philosophy, so that's why he always enters. But the point is, we need to protect our local businesses. And one man, this is not the first time I said it in the platform. The last time, some months back, when we were talking about interventions and all that, we're talking about the Bank of Industry and all that. I had that conversation. I don't know what the Babati or Wutu, where I was talking about what they need to do with our Bank of Industry immediately. That Tinubu should stop flying around the country. Come back. There are businesses dying back here. Let's protect it first. Priority. Economy is about scale of preference, priority, needs assessments. Let's begin. Charity begins at home. Protect local businesses first, and you send the strongest signals that are stronger than jetting out. So Dangote, I expect the federal government, please, to immediately weigh in on this, exert his powers, know exactly the people putting spanners in the wheel, and this is where it's not rigging election. This is where we expect them to wield the executive power. Wield it here. Don't wield it against the citizens, no, or stop protests, no. This is where you have to wield it. This refinery, one man, is very important to us. You know it. It needs to work. It's not about prayer. This refinery must work. To the extent that this man is now saying, oh, if you guys want to have it and give me money. You know the kind of signal that sends? They need to do something immediately. One man, really, it's a really very bad one for business.
Are you surprised that the presidency has not taken that space on personally? And are you also surprised that a senior functionary or that guy, whoever he was that we saw in that clip, I can't recall his name. Yes, that he can come in front of the media and say those sort of things when the whole country is dependent. And he still has the job and he's not been sacked.
One man. Ah, goodness.
Because that's almost sabotage what he's doing.
It's,
Do you
it's
know that?
sabotage. In fact,
Do you know?
that's the treason.
Let me actually show you some. Do you know that Dangote actually had to go and commission a test of those
Yes,
of his
test of yes.
yes,
I saw
and
it. I was watching on channel.
it's an absolute lie what that guy said.
He said that what he has is one of the best.
Let me share. Can you see this on the screen? This is it says please find the test result of AGO samples were tested in the presence of His Highness Speaker and respected members of the House of Representatives Nigeria. So this they've actually gone to show that it's a categorical lie what this guy said, and he's still in a job.
And he's still in the. When we people start, how it goes? Well,
I suspect he might not be in that job for much longer anyway.
Well, let's wake up to it. I mean, these things go a long way. This is signaling. You're communicating. To a lot of people are sitting in their offices, they're nodding their head. Oh, okay, is that where we are heading to? If this is this, what is this going to be? People are making their calculations, and okay. We are the early hours of this government. Whatever signals you send in these early hours is going to last you for the rest of the administration. The signals Buhari sent in the early hours of his administration lasted him for the even entire 2 tenure. You know? So, I don't know. And for the government not to have moved, again, anyway, that's next election. I've been known a good businessman. Let me just end it with politics. I'm tired.
Yeah, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So never miss a moment to campaign. So thank you, Uptown. So thank you, Uptown. Let's go from Uptown to Kulata, who I think is ready to come into the conversation now. So Kulata.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Trump will then go. Yeah, well, you know the story.
Okay. No, I'm going to leave that for them, Prince Daddy and Jewel of Nashville. I've said American politics. Trump versus Biden, I wasn't interested in any of them. Trump versus perhaps Kamala Harris, I'm not interested. I think where I am is, let me just betray my feelings. I really want a Republican president, but I don't want Trump. And the reason I don't want Trump, he has extremely flawed character, terrible morals, not like I'm expecting piety or anything, but this guy is over the top. So it's going to ruin part of, I mean, he's turning American presidency into some version you will get in Africa. So I'm not enthusiastic about him. I never liked the guy. I still don't like the guy. But for the sake of the direction of the country, I want some of the progressive gains to be slowed down. I'm afraid the rate at which social
the country is becoming too woke.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. At some point in time, you won't be able to speak. So I want that slow down, but I don't want Trump. So if I don't want wokeness, automatically I don't want a Democrat. So at this point in time, I said I was going to sit the election out. I'm still going to sit it out. I'm only going to vote for my local elections here, my school board, state election, my county, school district. The rest, I don't care. I'm going to vote for Mickey Mouse. I'm going to do a write-in for the presidential.
Yeah, sorry. So
what do you think about the
essentially to continue to vote for the democratic policies? I mean, your county.
I'm not. My county. The way I vote in my county, I want to protect my kids. So I'm not going to I'm not going to do any vote that will sell my right out as a parent. If that doesn't speak something to you, I don't have to be explicit about it.
Well, and you're probably not going to be successful anyways, because we know what if I'm not mistaken, we know what your county stands for. And in case of Trump,
you don't even know my county. So
I
what are you
think I
talking
do know.
about?
I think I have a pretty good idea, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. But instead of going personal with Trump, okay, you can't have your cake and eat it. I'm not sure. Yeah, Trump is so flawed. You can't stand him, but you can stand maybe Biden, and who else you have in mind? Michelle
I
Obama.
don't have, I don't buy the, did I mean, you're just saying stuff from your ass, literally. I didn't say I wanted Michelle, and I didn't say I wanted Biden.
I
I
said
said,
that.
Well, don't cop out. Why don't you name names? No, we're
there's
not
no
talking
cop out.
esoterically. Name names.
I've been
Name
consistent.
names.
I've been consistent. I am not enthusiastic about the Democratic Party. I'm not going to vote Democratic Party, and I'm not going to vote the top Republican ticket because that man is disgusting.
Well, see, that's just personal talk. You have nothing to back it up anyway. That's just personal
I have
talk.
a lot to back it up. I have a shitload
Trust
to
me,
back it
you
up.
have zero.
I mean, we're
We
even
and I,
talking
we
about
banter
someone
behind the
that's
scene.
we're talking about an indicted person that's still going to face more court cases. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it is all fantasy. It's all fantasy, and it's for
Fantasy
people
that
like
they
you to relish
indicted him.
in.
Fantasy that indicted him. Fantasy that is just a gross human being.
Who did? Who indicted him?
All right, guys. Can you please read between the lines? The man is telling you he wants to protect his kids at the local level. It's gonna that means he votes Republican at that level.
I vote Republican at the local level.
But see, listen to me now. I said, what does a drop of water does to an ocean? That's my point. Even though in this country,
Praise Daddy, there's nothing you're going to say that's going to make Trump a decent human being, in my view. I've already judged Trump, and that's it.
No, that is fine.
You
can
forget Trump, as far as I'm concerned.
I understand, but I'm saying though,
guys,
to Babati, what would a drop of water do to?
Sorry, Prince, is this true? I never knew this. It says Kamala is her in-law or her sister. I thought she said, okay, sorry, carry on.
In-law.
It's true.
Oh, no,
It's true.
Babati, what would a drop of water do to an ocean? Say,
I don't care.
In order
It's my
placate,
vote, and I'm not giving Trump.
So why don't you go national? Why don't you go national and actually cast the votes where it counts instead of trying to cop out?
Trump is a vile human being. He's a disgusting, soulless. Soulless.
The way you talk, you sound like enigmatic, and you don't have a mind of your own.
I mean,
you have a mind of your own to analyze and assess it properly.
I have an ideology, and I'm not a person that was not even a Republican before. It wasn't conservative. He literally said that he's going to go pick the party with the dumbest set of people. It was a TV interview. If you think I'm lying, go and Google it. The dumbest people that request the dumbest people is not lying, but it doesn't mean
you have to put it in context.
Wait. You have to listen to me and hold yourself. So he literally said he's going to go and run for the dumbest set of followers, and it was right.
I know what you're talking about. It's nothing new.
Let me continue, and it was right. And you saw him in office bringing his kids. In his in-laws all sorts of rubbish, like even hotels.
That is not rubbish.
Kind of like
when Kennedy, a Democrat, was a president.
I'm going to talk. So no matter what you said, I'm still going to talk. And twisting people to stay in his hotel that perhaps is sold. And then the worst part was enabling people. It's true. So whatever you said, whatever you said. I know I've studied this guy.
It was an open bid contract. It was an open bid, and it won the bid to build the hotel in DC.
Like if that was not bad enough, he also kind of like encouraged wink people to go to the Capitol. That was disgusting.
Well, that itself is not true. That's absolutely wrong. That's false.
And so when you
watch too much CNN, and that's pathetic. You watch too much CNN, and it's not helping you.
I should be enthusiastic. I should be enthusiastic about this vile, disgusting character of a person. No way will I be enthusiastic about it.
You don't have to do it in the interest of your family and
No,
America.
it's
Don't be
not. Yeah,
enthusiastic about
I'm
it.
going to vote local. That's what I'm doing. I'm voting Mickey Mouse for
Yeah,
president.
your vote would not count because we know
It doesn't matter.
we know
It's
the
my
Fulton
vote.
County.
It,
Is it McCall
it,
County? Or nah, he's not gonna win.
is my vote, and I'm going to write Mickey Mouse in for the presidential. Mickey Mouse. I just can't take pictures, otherwise I've shown you that I've literally
Why don't
wrote
you
Mickey
satisfy
Mouse for
yourself and
president.
vote for Kamala? Kamala, I think she's a
No,
prominent black
Prince
person.
Daddy, you can continue trying all your passive aggressive, outrightly aggressive. Trump is vile in my books, and that is not ever going to change.
But see, and people like you that espouse moral superiority is
It
quite
doesn't
comical
matter
because
whatever you say.
Sorry,
I give
let me
zero fucks.
let me ask you a question. I think you want to go to the Dangote one. You are more interested in that, but
I'm more interested in Dangote one,
yeah,
but if Prince Daddy want me to poo-poo Trump, I'll continue poo-pooing it.
yeah. But before you go there, is it fait accompli that Kamala will be? Because that seems like somebody just taking a gun and pointing it at their own feet.
Well, I just saw that Joe Manchin. I just opened up a browser. You know, one of those stuff that comes with Microsoft. I saw something that Joe Manchin is considering re-registering as a Democrat, so he can contest with Kamala. But at this point in time, all of them are just going to rally around. They're just going to rally around Kamala.
Kolata, let me be honest with you. Let me shock Prince on this platform. You might not like what I'm about to say. If you give me Hillary Clinton, I will vote Hillary Clinton over Trump. Because Hillary Clinton to me is not a progressive. She's still liberal. She's the kind of Democrat I was years ago. So if you give me Hillary Clinton, I will vote for her.
But see, that's really a strange comment to have made. I mean, she's the worst of all, even worse than Joe Biden. I mean, I don't know what single thing you can mention about Hillary Clinton that will compel you to want to do that. It's a shame.
Prince Daddy, hear one thing and understand it. I know you adore Trump. Nobody has to say that. Like, I don't know whether it's from your church or whatever, you got this addiction to the guy. But a normal thinking person can see all the shenanigans surrounding Trump. Some people don't mind because at the end of the day, it's the policies that is going to come with that they care about. So they turn a blind eye.
To respond.
So they turn a blind eye to him. But for some of us that are discerning, come on, man, nothing is going to make me stomach this guy.
Well, that's okay. And let me respond quickly. And that is fine. See, I'm glad my position and that I've held all along. When I voted for Trump the first time around, trust me, every single person, including family members, were opposed to Trump. I was the only person that I know, that voted for Trump. And that was before he ever came out of the primary. So, see, the formation of Trump ideology or anything about him is what I conceived myself. Okay, nobody told me. I didn't have to watch CNN or Fox News to tell me. In fact, most of these people right now that were supporters, they're now reneging on Trump's support until recently, actually. So I didn't drink Trump's Kool-Aid. In fact, I knew a lot about Trump. The man.
But why did you vote for him? You didn't tell us that yet. Why did you pick him? Why did you choose him? Why do you believe in him? Why did you vote for him that first time?
Well, number one, okay, I said before here, I despise the Republicans. Okay, I never cared for them, and that's the reason why I was tricked the second time around to vote for what do you call this guy? Obama. Barack. Okay,
did you vote Barack?
The second time to vote for him, and the reason why I voted for Obama the first time was quite clear. Just like most people, we don't have to pretend. The man had no record. He had nothing to prove. He had no success, but because he was a Negro. That's the reason why I voted for him. Plain and simple. The second time around, the Republicans are just horrible. The Republicans are horrible. They had nothing to offer. They had nothing to offer. They had nothing to offer but to say that they wanted Barack Obama to be a one-term president. To me, that's not the policies. Therefore, the second time around, I voted for Barack Obama. And Barack Obama, being a snake, a viper that he is, he came around and redefined the definition of marriage. He brought about this all garbage woke thing into our system, into our school system, and destroyed America. Okay, so I'm not a party person. I don't care for the Democrats. Do I care for the Republicans? Okay, but I care for an individual. Just like I was never a Lakers supporter, but I was a big time Kobe Bryant fan. Therefore, I became a Lakers supporter. Now it appears that I'm supporting Republicans. That is fine because of Trump. Trump is just like any other person. He is flawed to the core. There's nothing you can accuse Trump of that I'm going to defend. Just like Tinubu, I don't defend Tinubu. I don't. So, but when people people like snakes, like Colata and Enigmatic and Prestige come around and try to pretend that they're so pious, and other candidates they're so great, they're so impeccable, and they're pious. It makes it so comical and ridiculous. Okay. It makes it comical and ridiculous. So Trump is just another human being. I'm not fixated on him. I just think that he's a man that can do the job, and he's done it before. We have a record of him.
That's a lie. If Trump has his tissue after he takes a poop, you're gonna clean his ass for him. The way you defend it.
By the way, one man, Kulata is a ghostwriter. He writes a lot of publication that doesn't put his name behind. He writes a lot of publication that doesn't put his name behind.
The secret is out. I had my suspicion. No, I think wants to come. Yeah, go on.
I have no chance with Prince.
Can you hold on a second, Prince Daddy? You've been each time you want to talk about your Trump or American politics, why do you always find it so comfortable to make me part of the conversation?
Okay, I love to hear your voice. That's why I'm waiting for you to hear your voice. I mean, you have something to say. I mean, after all, just last week, just past last week, you said Biden was going to win. You said Biden was going to win, and it's what we call the end writing on the wall. It's the end writing on the wall. Everybody knew that. So the notion that you were talking about Biden is going to win tells me that you know very little about American politics in its totality. I know you agree when it comes to Nigerian politics, but when it comes to American politics,
you wanted my voice. Now you have. You wanted my attention. Now you have it. Give me a second to give you my attention. Just a second.
Sure.
Look, I think Kulata basically answered that part, right? I'm gonna vote a rock, a stone, a dodo ball, right? Anything, any inanimate object before I even think about Trump. Trump is a felon, he's a convicted felon. Tell me anything bad in this world that you can describe. That is American politics for you. Of course, he does have his base. Some people in Africa believe when he becomes president, right, he's gonna give them what they want. Some people in Nigeria believe probably he's going to give them their Biafra. Some people like you believe in him for whatever you believe in him for, right? Some people believe in whatever, that is their right. But as it is now, right, as it is, whoever becomes the substantive nominee for for Democrat will still have my support if Trump is still the head of the ticket. Even if they change the ticket to someone else, a Republican, I will never vote for Republican. Their ideology is against mine. So it's not about what Republican represent. It's not about what Trump personally represents now. It's about my political ideology. 100 million years from now, right? I will never vote Republican. I will never vote a GOAT, right, for Republican. So that is just it. It's not about being hateful of Trump. Of course, I do not like Trump's personality. Your wife was pregnant. You were sleeping around with call girls. Tell me one thing that you can actually speak about this guy. He's probably the most litigated human in life in America as we speak. He had 34 count charges, felonies. He has reduced the seat of America's presidency, right? Is like is a piece of crap now because of Trump. America's politics was decent until he came onto the political landscape here. If you are in the military when Trump was president,
it was really decent. Yeah, when Bill Clinton was getting a blowjob, it was really decent. Yeah, continue. I got it.
Prince Daddy, let me interject the interjector. Enigmatic, can you give me just a few seconds?
All right, let Baba interject, and then Kulata take the floor back, give us Dangote, and then I'll bail out, hand over to Mike, and then the conversation carries on.
Enigmatic, which of the
Thomas.
two?
Yeah.
Enigmatic, which of the two evils you think is lesser? The people who is forcing change of sexual orientation on our children, on our good selves, or the other side, who are just basically racist? Which do you prefer?
They are both. They are. No, to me, in my world, right? There is no lesser evil. Evil is evil. It's like you've committed a crime. So definitely, when you are going to
That's the point, Enigmatic.
yeah.
So
So
you can't
when
just
you are
lean heavily on, because that's basically their ideology. You can't
okay,
heavily lean
okay.
on the Democrats.
In my world, that's why I do not see the meta syndrome syndrome in any politician. I rank all of them as one. So no lesser evil. They are all evil in my eyes. So if you want to close your mouth or probably block your nose, right, to vote for your own evil, that is good. But do not try to champion the cause of an evil person being a lesser or a higher evil. So let me conclude.
Why not be on the middle? Why not be in the middle of the road?
You can't be in the middle of the road when it is evil. Evil is evil. My brother, my daddy.
And that's taking no part in anyone.
You know, hold on. Just to conclude about this Trump and the Republican. I believe you are in America, and
There are certain sins that lead to death. Even the Bible tells it. You can distinguish between different kind of sins.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand your own point. First of all, right? Right? In Islam, there's one thing you call principle. When you have a certain principle, right? When you have a certain principle, you will never cross that principle. And that is why I do not celebrate or probably eulogize or probably over embellish any politician. That's why I always say all of them are the same. They are thieves. So choose your own thief cautiously and move on with it. Don't embellish. So now we have a situation in our hands in America for the first time. We had two octogenarians. One of them has dropped out now. Now we have another one. Now we have a potential prosecutor versus a felon. If Kamala Harris becomes the person for Democrats,
That's a joke. Prosecutor indeed. That's a joke.
Yeah, okay. Hold on now. Now we have Kamala Harris and now we have Trump, right? And like I told you again, go and bring the best of Republican. I would never vote for that best of the best of Republican.
Oh God, stop right there. So, you're going too far now.
Babati, that's my own ideology.
You cannot vote for Kamala Harris now. That's give me Larry or something. Give me somebody.
That's why you are Babati, right? That's why you are Babati, a prince. That's why I am who I am. Right?
What you're saying is enigmatic is that you will defenestrate logic and to your own detriment in order to satisfy your selfish idea.
Hold on. It's just like when you are talking Nigeria politics now. When you are talking Nigeria politics, right? Nothing will. It's just let's assume like you put somebody like let me say I know Atiku is a thief, right? Atiku is a thief, and Kwakwaso is equally a thief. Why do I say that? Because the two of them are politicians. And Peter Obi is equally a thief. The three of them, I would rather vote for a Kwakwaso than either of the two of them. Not that one of them is better, but I've actually blocked my nose now to move ahead with my own choice of the thief. So in this situation now, like I said again, right? Bring the Jesus Christ that they have in Republican. That Jesus Christ in Republican will never have my vote. And that's it. Oma, thank you.
I did mine for you.
All right, back to Kulata. I think Kulata wants to speak on that Dangote space. It's maddening the way we are in that country. A window of opportunity opens, and again, they're even saying they're going to blow the place up. There's rumors of that even.
Okay, by the way, to add to your, when you respond, can you add this? Should we feel sorry? No, hold on. Because did Nigeria just happen to Dangote? Should we feel sorry for him? Because I saw him Because I've been watching this guy for years. Me, Rico Bear, he looked defeated for the first time in a long time. I have never seen Dangote speak that way before. It's like, man,
His voice was quivering now, Babati. His voice
I'm like,
was quivering.
you know,
Yeah.
he was like, like he's giving up on Nigeria. The way the guy was talking, like, man, what is all
And it
this?
aged suddenly.
Do you guys know what hardball, brass knuckles negotiation? Have you ever seen one before? Okay, welcome to negotiation. Can you guys hear me? By the way, I don't know.
Clearly.
Okay, so all this, what is going on, in my opinion, they're negotiating because let's look at what's on ground. Dangote wants to be. First of all, I'm going to say Dangote is not a monopoly. Please do not call the man a monopoly. He's the first to do it. Doesn't mean it's a monopoly. NNPCs have their refineries. Bois is building their refineries. We have modular refinery without Walter Smith's refineries there. A lot of people have been getting refining license since God knows when, and they don't build refineries. So you cannot call competence monopoly because that's just not true. He has more capacity and he faced his work and he built it. Now, what are the facts on ground? The facts on ground is at some point in time, the man's whatever it was refining, diesel perhaps, had sulfur content of 600 ppm, and then the regulators had to relax it. So the regulators kind of like stopped at that, thinking, okay, we have a one-up over him, that we have to relax our laws for his diesel, thinking, okay, things are static. So what's the interest of the regulators? The regulators' interest is to maintain imports because that is where NNPC makes money through illegal subsidies. I keep saying one thing, that the local content that we have, a lot of they're still using it for crude swap. If you're swapping crude for refined fuel and then you're claiming subsidy upon that, that's a fraud. I mean, not every subsidy is, not every fuel that comes into the country is through swaps. But I mean, to the large extent, nobody can convince me that what's coming from swaps is what's it called? Is not subsidized. I mean, it should be subsidized. So those are the facts. NNPC wants to maintain status quo. Tinubu's government will want to try and negotiate with Dangote on what's the fairest. I mean, what's the price that he can sell fuel, because let's look at it. How much realistically can Dangote sell depending on where he gets his crude from? If he gets his crude from Nigeria, they can probably discount the crude for him, like sell below.
So can you please clarify? Are you saying that Tinubu is behind NNPC? Where is Tinubu on this? Because are you separating NNPC?
All I can say is nobody's going to tell me Tinubu is not aware of what's going on.
Okay, all right.
No, I think he's not aware.
But that sounded like
Baba, don't say that.
That sounded like a help me that we were hearing from Dangote in that. That sounds like a help me.
So
he's only just coming into the know, because what happened?
No, I don't think so.
Wait, what happened is this: that's 20% equity. Apart from the cash they paid, which resulted into 7.2. He was supposed to be given 250 million barrels to cover about 2.5 million equity. Unfortunately, in delaying the refinery, NNPC has committed to more borrowings from Exim Bank to pay with oil. So they don't even have the crude oil to give Dangote. That's stalemate. What do you say?
They can't meet their, yeah, you're right. They can't meet their part of that 20%. At some point in time, they said they were going to borrow for that 20%. And a lot of the emergency money needed to kind of like clear things up, backlog on whatever we're borrowing for. Maybe it's even NNC borrowing. Like, if you're not in the detail, you won't know. Came from leveraging the limited crude that we have. But at the same time, I mean, it's not, this is the most important project in Nigeria's lifetime at the critical juncture that we have. So you cannot tell me Tinubu is not aware or Wale Edun is not aware. Come on now, it's impossible.
I mean, how do I even put it? Okay, they are just knowing when they start slapping one another. If look at what Farouk said, look at what happened for us to
Yeah,
know
well,
that
I'm
that 4
going to
billion
go
in
there.
their books
I'm going to
since
go there. I'm going to tell you.
2022. That
I'm
thing
going to
is
go there.
okay. Good.
I see the stuff Farouk pulled. Like, if it's any normal legit government, Farouk should have been fired because
I think
I
he
mean,
will this week. He will this week.
look at the way. So here's the thing: the politics going on. Like, since the people that are still paying subsidy or still want subsidy, still want import. So unfortunately, they will have to land in a place where they will use the excuse of energy security to still allow imports at the same time Dangote can become a producer. So where we're headed is Dangote is not going to be the sole supplier to Nigeria. That's not going to happen, in my opinion. And the reason being, they will make the excuse of energy security because yes, you can make that excuse if someone bombs the hell out of Dangote refinery. Then a serious country should have alternative source. The alternative source, we should have the NNPC stuff running. The NNPC stuff is not running. Maybe it's never going to run. Who knows if they're really putting any legitimate stuff in there. So Dangote coming on now, first of all, threatens to expose the fake refinery that we have. Also threatens, wants to remove NNPC from their own corrupt practices of subsidy. So Tinubu will know, and I think Tinubu is probably playing politics in multiple ways. The first one, the people that may be benefiting may be stakeholders that are close to him that he doesn't want to rock the boat. Number one. Number two, who knows if he himself is making money from that regime, maybe to finance election. I don't think he passed any politicians. And if that goes away, then that goes away. So, will he want that to go away? And another part is, okay, let's say genuinely he wants to get rid of this subsidy, wants to get rid of this stuff. What are the lingering debt that is owed those that are supplying us those stuff we're still importing that NNPC cannot just turn around and get away from it because maybe they owe them money? Or what? Maybe they owe them money, or they owe them a commitment, because that area is very, very opaque. Some publications said we're owing some people $6 billion, right? We could pull out of whatever deal and still pay them, or maybe they need to use I don't know. So there's what I'm trying to get through is there's still some reason where they want to legitimately keep importation, whether fraudulently or given the excuse of energy security, and not give Dangote the sole distributor. Dangote wants to own all the leverage because he feels I've invested so much. So owning all the leverage, meaning NNPC, get rid of whatever, start importing from me alone. Then we can work. They will do if NNPC relies solely on with Dangote, gives them discounted crude, they can work out a price that will be roughly cheap, right? NNPC perhaps don't want to commit their crude to him that way. Look, the 20% they backed out from that. So if legitimately NNPC wants to kick their own refinery off, they too will want to use their own crude. So the point where we're going to land, if they want to do, assuming they want to do the right thing, they should fire that guy. They should allow Dangote to do the majority of the production, and we maintain a tiny amount of import. But where this may go, if we don't get a quick negotiation, is Dangote is just going to go rogue, collect crude from wherever he finds them, and start exporting. Nobody stops him from exporting. Start exporting. And if Nigeria, they want to buy from him, they buy from him. And if they don't buy from him, he exports to Ghana, exports to everywhere, and does all that stuff.
What I suspect is this: why Dangote is crying, I think he doesn't have the money to continuously purchase crude oil from abroad. It's cash and carry.
Because the deal was really based on that 20% to get
Exactly.
discounted. You know, we read it at some point on this platform. I brought it up
It doesn't
that
have,
it was
it
supposed to
doesn't have
get,
liquidity.
yeah,
No.
it's supposed to get that discounted 20%, I mean, discounted oil based on NNPC's 20% share. We read it here. Well, I sent too many articles to one man, so I can't go and find
No,
it
we've
anymore.
discussed it with Larry a couple of days
Uh,
ago, like 2 days, 3 days running.
Oh, this was even months back. So without having that, he has to buy. And I mean, I'm sure he may get other investors that may help him with his liquidity.
Sorry,
But
okay. Can he, if they have this on paper, like if they sign a deal, can he, and if you see that he's losing money, like Baba was saying, can he then sue the federal government for reneging
no,
on the deal?
nope. You are supposed, federal government committed that we're going to invest with you.
Right.
We're going to pay you with this mechanism. And
Mhm.
then they renege and they didn't invest in you. It's not a contract. It's like, okay, I'm going to.
I'm saying it's like a legally binding contract somewhere for them to supply him that amount of food.
If they had entered the deal,
Mhm.
then they will have to be giving him that
That's what I'm
discounted
asking.
crude.
So does he have legal standing to sue if there was a deal in
It
place?
was a gentleman's agreement about
It was an
Gentleman
agreement.
said, no, you can't.
No,
do
they
that.
ran out. I think it was time bound, and they didn't meet that date. That's when it
That's
now
my point.
eventually announced.
So if it's now losing money and they already had a deal in place that was signed and agreed to, does he have a legal standing to then sue them if it's
I
losing
don't think
money?
so. I don't think so.
Because it's complaining that what is important is $4 higher than the regular
Yeah, but
price.
that's what he's buying from Nigeria. But now you see, one man said he's talking to Libya. He's getting from Brazil. He'll get to West Texas. He'll get from West
But how does
Texas.
that even make sense? As a Nigerian government, so what that defeats the purpose of having a refinery in the first place. Now, if he's buying from abroad, if he cannot even buy from his own country, then it defeats the whole point of even investing in him in the first place.
You will think Nigeria is a sane country, right?
Even one man, I don't think one man is correct. He has not taken delivery of any Brazilian crude, but there is in the offing. And what I suspect in that deal, because he has a sugar cane factory in Brazil from which they extract ethanol with the bushes. Maybe he's going to use that to leverage and get crude oil on credit from the what's that Brazil something it's called now.
Petrobras.
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 Yes.
All that is possible, but when you look at the situation, it's not normal that you incentivize this guy to build this refinery, and then push now comes to shove, you're now reneging. But the reason they're reneging is a lot of people want to keep that sweet deal that they have for imports. And yes, the regulator is legitimate to say, okay, for energy security. I don't even think he said because of energy security. He made some stupid excuse that the quality was inferior, and Dangote has proven them wrong. So, but you can say for
you don't
energy
even have
security.
laboratory, so you are telling me my oil is inferior.
That was a very dangerous thing that it said. That
he demarketed him.
Yes, do you remember this guy Gerald Ratner? It reminded me of that Ratner sort of. It could damage that single comment could ruin a $20 billion investment.
I think Dangote should sue on that premise.
I think that's what upset him the most. I think that's where we had
You see, what pisses me off is if you brought foreign investors come and invest $20 billion, they no bond that guy, Papa, to make that kind of statement. Even if it was true at the point he made the statement, they no bond him, Papa. So that means they're discouraging local investors from investing because you are playing these hardball tactics with this guy. Like, come on, man, that's very, very, very discouraging. I mean, I don't think
he's giving up on the steel industry. So
no, that is just look. I mean, he's not an emotional guy now. That's still industry. You don't give up on investment that's going to make you money like that.
Exactly. After you must have signed the MOU somewhere.
I'm saying to your point that if they forget Dangote for a second, other people are watching. people that have money. You know, remember he said, why is it always
Yes.
that people that have more money than me in this country that you should go and ask to invest in stuff? That means
Okay.
they will be discouraged then if
They'll
this is
be
the way you're going to
discouraged.
be treating people.
Okay, look at. Do you see now why Nigeria is the way it is now? So people that have money that go out of their way to do this difficult decision to invest, you will now get this kind of pushback. Not even, I won't even call it pushback. This is sabotage. This kind of sabotage. So why won't you just take your money and go and put it in some blind trust somewhere, and then they're moving your money around? I mean, they're helping you play
That
stock
money can
market.
fetch him additional billions every two weeks or one week.
So that's just bad. But to say about the thing now is, if Dangote was Tinubu's guy at the moment, if things were kind of like groovy, Tinubu won't let this kind of thing happen to him now. He won't let this kind of thing happen to him. That's why I'm like, Tinubu is in the know, and they're using it to negotiate. It's a negotiation tactic, and I think at the end of the day, the concessions will be NNPC will still import because those guys are greedy and they still want to make their
But
money.
does it surprise you that the guys that are screwing up Dan Aliko are of the same stock with him?
Yeah, I mean, yes, now, but I mean, in terms of where they come from, Baba,
Forget skin folks.
The dollar is green because it's not black or red.
But okay, they have. I was watching this launch today. They're also launching some refineries close to that Dangote. You have some different ones coming up. Maybe not as big as it, like all these so-called modular refineries coming.
Modular refineries.
So if they keep approving all those things, at some point the hope will be we want to stop importing, right? That should be the end game.
That's what's always been the end game. But now you're now saying, no, I don't want to play monopoly, blah, 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 blah. What about your own refinery? Maybe you yourself suppose don't launch your own. Even NPC has functioning refinery. Is that a monopoly? NPC has refineries now. Is it because it's not working? So because of your incompetence, you now want to label some competent person, a monopolist. That's stupid.
And
Why
you
is
lie
building his
about
own?
it. You lie.
And you are now lying about quality. So I mean, I like the fact that I'm going to call them because when I first commented on it, I'm like, okay, if his quality is bad, then we should call it out because that's the work of a regulator. A regulator should not allow bad quality stuff. But then you now find out that they bought fuel from Total and they bought from maybe Matrix. You now find out that the quality of those ones is trash, especially the one from Total. Terrible ppm, whatever. I can't remember the number. So
let me tell you, from time immemorial, NNPC never had laboratory. Why do I know? All the tankers batting in Atlas Cove and at BOP Petroleum Port is behind Unilever at the naval base there. When the ship docks, they just bring any of the surveyors like SGS. They take with deep and they walk away. Rickety looking men. By the time they don't even come back because the ship will break bulk and started discharging within 1 hour of arrival. And it's just about a whole day and they've gone again. So you don't even see the results. So nobody cares. All of a sudden, from time in the 80s, they never had one laboratory. And we are coming forward now to say somebody's product is bad. Dangote should sue Farouk directly.
Well,
that's why I'm asking you that. Is there anything signed? You telling me, gentlemen?
No, from the 20% deal, they can't sue because it's. I mean, you didn't bring your money. The deal is to bring your money by a certain time. You didn't bring it, then we don't have a deal. There's nothing to sue there. But for this one, you can sue for your reputation. But then where is that going to go? Do you want to get into that kind of water, especially when you still need? Especially when you still need the government, because Dangote's businesses passes his own risk to the federal government. That's just the truth. That's why he's able to do.
What I'm saying is that it's not like they really want to split the profit where it can still import. They literally want to destroy this guy's refinery.
I won't say that. I think I won't say they want to destroy. They want
now. If
no.
he wants to if he wants to control that sector, like okay, you have me now. Okay, use me, and they're declining. That means
no. Baba T, let me tell you the main problem. The main problem is because we're still paying subsidy on petrol, and I'm going to explain why. Diesel that we're paying nothing, no subsidy in. Was there any problem with diesel? They allowed him to start selling because it is cheaper than what comes in from importation. That's straightforward. So if there was zero subsidy, zero subsidy, no shenanigans. Like, okay, Dangote is going to compete with import. So, you what am I import, Abi? Okay, I'm going to sell it less than your own. The same thing he did for diesel.
He himself, Journey. Why are you buying all the fuel stations around? Want to label them Dangote fuel stations. So nobody will eat again. That's one of the problems he's having now. Because he's buying up fuel stations Dangote, all over the place.
If he pulls this off, it's going to hold us by the balls. Literally by the balls. So the thing is, people want to keep subsidy from selfish interest. Tinubu perhaps wants to use the amount they're paying right now to see what concession can be negotiated from Dangote. Dangote wants to start paying back his loans and wants to be making the $20 million revenue per year. Is he projecting that he wants to start making that? So at the end of the day, they will have to talk. But what I really hate is the dishonesty, especially coming from the NNPC side. And Tinubu keeping quiet and allowing them to kind of like badmouth this guy. Whatever acrimony that's between both of you, you shouldn't like send an attack dog in form of a regulator to be making this kind of reckless statement. Because then local investor, why would you now tell me like, oh, Kulata, let's say I hit the lottery right now, I win billions of dollars, and I said, okay, I want to go and be refining gold in Elisha, and someone will say, oh, my gold is inferior. I mean, come on, you shouldn't do that. So it's their fight. Dangote is Dangote for a reason. They're going to settle at the end of the day. But I just know that some people want to keep the gravy train going in NNPC, and Dangote wants to keep his business going. But at this point in time, Dangote's interest is the country's interest. So if anybody really wants to riot or do anything, maybe you can riot on behalf of Dangote. But after some time, we need to have more refineries going in, because if Dangote corners all this market, then how will BUA kick off? Or how will NNPC refineries kick off? I mean, let's forget NNPC refineries.
But I think he will make adjustment to his business beliefs later. Because if he had known that Emefiele and all these who will not gang up, it will not be there forever, he will have at least gotten some concessions from the Nigerian government to have his own oil fields. So he will have been tapping from his own oil fields directly. But he wanted something cheap and direct and easy.
That will take a while. I mean, so you can kind of like...
No, I mean, right from the beginning.
If he had secured his own oil field and it was producing, and then it can be... Well, if it's producing like that, don't we still have laws about local content or whatever? But that doesn't matter because it's on a free trade zone, and it's just going to use his... he's going to sell his oil using his own trading company and sell to himself one way or the other. Yeah.
Kulata, give me 1 microsecond. Let me bail out hand over to Thomas. Mike is here as well, so you have the whole space is completely covered. Of course, you know who the mentions are. But Bosun starts it off, and then Ayo comes in elegantly to pick it up. Ganiu, I think that might well be his first intro into that space. Choma are fully back now and luxuriating in the super chart. So That's a series from Choma right there. Ayo carries on as per the tradition. That's Ayo still, as we know him for. Fossa, who seems to almost every day now. So that's Fossa. Still more room. Anyone that wants to join that gang, join that gang. Anybody that wants to join the gang on the screen, join the gang on the screen as well. Let me ease myself out as the conversation carries on, as what is happening to Dangote is being explained to you by the panel. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. So that's my own understanding. I think at the end of the day, we're going to land in a place where there's still going to be importation, and there'll be some compromise with Dangote, but he needs to kind of like sort himself in terms of crude supplies. Crude supplies in Nigeria cannot be guaranteed without that
Nigeria,
20%
Leo,
deal.
I don't think there are any type of other human being like Nigerians. It's not easy.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Nigeria.
Like if they can't give him that discounted crude supply, then he has to do a lot more exporting of his product, because whatever he buys from the international market is going to be based on what obtains the market, or if you can negotiate below.
That's why everyone should be careful about these people. If they can come after Dangote like this, imagine a lesser person. They will just smash you. Even shovel will not be able to scrap your skeleton from the road.
But they will land somewhere. They will get to a deal. But I think my own idea of what that deal is going to look like is what I just described. Because, I mean, one thing I don't know is if this will now force an NPC. Huh?
Is Dangote a naive businessman? I mean, because the thing is going through right now is looks kind of surprising to me. I'm saying so. Listen, NNPC, the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, is highly competitive, monopolized. It's the big boys that play there. Okay, we know that. Just like the mafia, before Dangote embarked on this large refinery and get into that field, shouldn't he have negotiated with the mafia families, the five families, so to speak, before getting in there? It sounds like he didn't do his due diligence in terms of the power structure in that industry before getting in. Yeah, that's what it's.
He did. He negotiated. That's the 20%.
No. That's a form of negotiation. I'm talking about like the mafia negotiation, the one you get into the back room and talk it out. Say, okay, who's controlling what? Who's controlling? I mean, and share the control of what is going on in the system. I don't think he did that. If he did that, it would not have come out and said, he wish he hadn't got into that business or built a refinery. That was almost kind of funny that he said that.
Okay, well, maybe because of power that changed hands, he doesn't have such favoritism. Because look, Dangote's business is based on government favoritism. Government bears a lot of this risk. Let's say the truth. So many people have been speculating that it's not in the best of relationship with Tinubu. I don't know that for a fact. I don't know. But if we're supposed to base if we're supposed to base that on, if we're supposed to speculate based on that, then I'm sure we can understand why the guy is going through this and he now has to come to the public. I mean, imagine Dangote coming to the public too. It's unheard of. So he must not have that sufficient or enough leverage that they'll be playing this kind of like brass, hard tactics on him.
Sorry, but I hear you. But I'd like to say also, at this very point in time, I think even Tinubu does not have any control or leverage in that industry. I think this is a legacy of Buhari, even before Buhari, the people in charge, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know much about that area, but I think even Tinubu himself is not in charge.
But Kolata, yeah, don't you think Tinubu is somewhere working against Dangote?
Thomas, by appearance, it looks like that. By appearance. Because, like I said, this is the most important investment we have in the country. I mean, if we're talking about real business that should decrease dollar value, this is it. like to improve our balance of trade. This is it. Import substitution. This is it. So I don't know. I mean, it's like our leaders don't care for us at all. But I don't want to get into that two Niger mode and be saying nonsense and faking indignation. But in the real sense, people want leverage. So if Tinubu cannot control the NNPC cabal, maybe that's what we're saying. If Tinubu is part of the NNPC cabal, then that is what we're saying too. So I don't know enough, but I just know that this situation is not good for the country. But at the same time, if you were faced with this decision, like hands off, for now, hands off your energy security to Dangote without options. It's a tough decision, but you now look at, okay, where are we financially? We're in a bad spot. So there's going to be some concessions. That's all I can say. We're not going to cut out imports. They're going to live side by side. I think that's what's going to happen eventually. So that's all. That's all I have. If someone else wants to take on the two topics.
Now, I need a couple of minutes, but again to the question, I don't think Tinubu is in charge of the NNPC or that area in that area, that economy in Nigeria. I don't think he is, because that place is too powerful. And just like you said, Dangote is not a street guy. It's not an ordinary guy that can be pushed around. So if he himself can be somewhat sidelined or complaining about what is going on, it shows that, again, he did not do a real evaluation or assessment of that industry to know the power players and whom to negotiate with. We're not talking about 20%. And by the way, my question is, if the government is not forking out the money for the percentage of the refinery, how come it doesn't sell that share to somebody else? What is preventing them?
The basis of the share is based on the discounted crude, which is kind of like honestly discounting his business with that 20%. But since that 20% did not happen, then he has to do real business based on market prices. And I think he wasn't anticipating that. So it's not, Dangote himself is not like clean. The deal, it was going to get away. If we did that 20% discounted crude, yeah, it's going to be good for Nigeria. But then Dangote can make stupid profits exporting.
At the long run, Dangote is a private business, which we all know. He has to find way to make his business thrive, despite Nigeria, because I don't get it. He has to make his business thrive anywhere, anyhow. He can't continue with this. I don't get it, because the purpose of the business is to make profit, isn't it?
Yes, he has to find a way. That's why you hear him going to Libya, seeking. I'm sorry, just seeking cheap crude anywhere he can find it. This crude should not have been his problem if he had that deal with NNPC.
Kulata, you guys should calm down. Jagaban must set to a life, right?
Wọ́n set to negotiation ní gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí.
Ó ní kankan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ behind the scene. Wọ́n fẹ́ Dangote, you know the way Asiwaju react to things like that. And then it's been a while that Dangote has been trying to. I'm not trying to say probably he's grumpy now, being grumpy, right? But the fact remains that he wanted a certain leverage that he's not actually getting, unlike in the past. So that aside, Number two, is there the possibility of the cabal fighting back? Absolutely, the cabals are fighting back in certain ways, but Dangote himself is not clean. When you come to equity with clean hands. Do not forget it's part of them in the system, and they understand the system within themselves. So he's having some running battles with a lot of folks like him in the industry. And then what he said today about the steel, whatever, that's just a bunkum. He's just trying to, at the appropriate time, Dangote will come out to speak the truth. At the appropriate time, the NNPC, they'll put them where they belong. And at the appropriate time, Tinubu said to her, he's just for you know, sometimes you let pigs, right? You let them fight it dirty, then you step in to see what the extent of whatever the issues is. He knows the issue already. Of course, they know what is happening. But Sammy Larry don't say to it, Babama said to it, by next week you will see some new things coming through. Maximum 3 weeks, you will see some few changes. And the guy that actually came to speak, Farouk or no Farouk, you know Farouk did not speak on his own volition. Anybody with senses should know that. And it's more or less like they're signaling something to Dangote himself. So things will be settled appropriately very soon. If you understand the space, Kulata, very well, you will know that Tinubu will not just keep quiet and allow things to fester in public space.
I know they're negotiating right now. All this is just public. They let the negotiation get to the public.
So
I don't think it's gonna be an easy settlement. To be honest,
no, it's Mike. Go ahead.
You know what I've always thought about this. From day one, when Dangote decided to build that refinery, the first thing that came to my mind is, okay, there's an existing market, and you're about to take that market. The people that are already in that market, they were already profiting, already control. So now you just want to take it from them, and would they let it just go without a fight? Because all those crews you want to be supplying, there are people that are already supplying it. There are companies that are already making, like, where that's their wealth. It's like you're about to hijack a market from your people. There's no way they will, without it. I even thought they were going to assassinate the guy at one point. I'm like, almost. This is a big market to be supplying the whole West Africa, Nigeria, all the money. Almost. It won't be easy. So those people are fighting back. Whoever those, I'm sure it's a bunch of foreign entities, and those foreign will have their government behind them. Whether it's British companies, Americans, they will have their government behind them, and they will find ways whether to use other Nigerians to sabotage the guy. So it's not going to be easy, man. Especially Igbo that love money. Hey, you black man just come in and hijack this. So something I've been controlling for decades. Where I'm the one supplying this area crude for decades. I mean, it's not crude. All this petroleum product for decades. Now you want to come in. I just hijack that market from me, and all my employees will be out of work. Oh Lord, it won't be easy, man.
Honestly, if not for Emefiele, it would have been difficult to finish that thing in 10 years. Emefiele really helped him.
Guys, did anybody know maybe Asiwaju had any good rapport with Dangote? Do anybody know?
Thomas, this is what is happening. Let me just make a brief comment on that. Forget about Asiwaju's rapport with any of them now. If you are talking about Asiwaju's, when it comes to things like that, most times, right, he looks at the bigger picture. If you are talking about who has the rapport with Asiwaju, it will be Bua, the other guy, Abdusamad Rabiu, right? But when it comes to this Dangote stuff, you should understand where you have to understand the history of it itself. You know, Dangote actually said his refinery got no incentives from the federal government. That's a very blatant lie.
That's a lie now. He lied too. Look at him lying like that.
That is truly not. It's actually
with all the dollars, discounted dollars they gave.
No, but even CBN gave him. This is a fact, Sekulata. CBN gave him 100 billion naira, right? And he got forex at subsidized rate below market value. That's number one. So, is there a possibility of anyone sabotaging Dangote as of now? The answer is no. But it's quite funny that people think it's a government agency or whatever that will sabotage Dangote. No. Dangote, the way it is now, the way he's going, and that's why you see, particularly, I don't want to say presidency now, because when I say presidency, I'll be generalizing it. Particularly, Asiwaju keeping quiet, and particularly Edu and the Minister of State for Petroleum. Dangote has gone fully political about this. He wants the sympathy of the general public. He has gotten the sympathy of the general public. So how it works well for him going forward is how he's going to navigate the situation now. So what is the real issue, gone the way that what are the problems with Dangote, and what is the problem? The germane issue now that we should actually focus on. Two issues, very simple one. The pricing, number one, and the local market share with NNPC. So the conditions for the PMS pricing, set by the FG that isn't quite favorable to Dangote is one thing that is giving him this grumpy attitude. And the FG on their own, from their own level now, they are trying to use importation via NNPCs. Of course, they cover the subsidiary costs as a bargaining power now, like you said, Kulata. So I'm trying to simplify everything now. So now the NNPC, also want to have the market share within the local supply of the PMS. So now they would rather keep their own crude oil share, right, for the local refinery that they sell to Dangote. So, and Dangote also wants other fiscal incentives. He wants tax break. That's what he used to get in the past easily, and that's what government may not, or probably is not willing to concede to him. That's
yeah, but he has existing tax break. Maybe he wants more concessions.
Yeah. So, but ultimately now, the fight between Dangote and the FG, right? On one hand, that's on one hand, and then Dangote, that's one side having its own issues with the FG. On the other hand, Dangote is having another issue with NNPC at the other end. So now, for the very first time now, as it is, Dangote is not actually getting his way, and he's not actually being able to dictate the terms of the landscape as he used to do. So this gets him frustrating. This gets him frustrated, right? Which is quite understandable. If you've been having your ways all these years, for years, and then for the first time, you are seeing some resistance or little or less of enthusiasm from the government to give you some rebate or probably to give you some leverages, of course you'll be grumpy. So, and then now nobody is actually sabotaging his refinery. I want you to understand that later. So the issue of sabotage is out of the equation now. He just
No, when I mean sabotage, sabotage, it's not like they're going to go destroy his refinery or anything.
Yeah.
At this point in time,
nobody will be stupid. Nobody will be stupid to say they want to destroy it. Yeah.
They're not destroying it. In terms of the kind of like concessions, the assumptions he built when building the refineries, that is what they're sabotaging. Like the cheap crude, it's supposed to be getting cheap crude, and then it's supposed to be our sole supplier. So
let me explain.
Let me
explain
don't they have
times?
Don't they have the terms and conditions of the contract?
No, what contract is that? You cannot have iron clad contract in that situation now. It's a different ball game. So the only thing that Dangote is too keen on the terms now, set by the federal government and the competition that is ensuing from NNPC. So now, federal government, Dangote, and NNPC, those three, let me say, quote and unquote, bodies now, they will have to have a sit down and concede and have a compromise, right, in order to proceed at a very understanding, position now. So what you are seeing from Dangote now, from me, conclusively, is that is glum, is gruff, is grumpy, is in a state of irritability now because it's not mopping the ground as it used to be. On a very good day, Dangote with body signal, with certain signal, right? The government, the FG, the players will be jotting around to give him any terms. He dictates the terms, he dictates the tone, he dictates the tempo of the landscape. So he's not getting that now. So now those
So
three
that
agents, those
he
three
has
bodies,
been getting away with Buhari.
you can't really say Buhari because if you say Buhari, you'll be basically stigmatizing Buhari now. He's been getting don't you know what he did to Ibeto Cement? So go and check the history of Ibeto Cement now and how he killed that industry. Go and look at the memo that Rabiu, the same Kano man from even in fact they have familial relationship. They live on the same street. Rabiu Samad. Go and look at what he wrote about Dangote and how he made several efforts, not once, to sabotage his businesses. That he had sabotaged his businesses in the past, and how he has actually made effort to sabotage even his own refinery that is building in Akwa Ibom State. So Dangote is brooding now, and he wants that, and people are getting into it because people who believe, who want to basically, let me say, lash onto the very minute issue to criticize the Ashwaju government. They will see Dangote's side, but they wouldn't really see the content, right? They wouldn't really see the nitty-gritty of what is actually going on. So they are not giving Dangote the red carpet he used to have. And that's why it's very gloomy now. And so they will have, at the end of the day, like I said, they will sit him down, NNPC will sit down, and the FD will sit down. They will have a compromise, they will draw a new shot, and they will move on. But all those red carpet treatment, he won't get it. He will never get it. So that's what they are letting him know now. And then in the past, that the regulatory agencies, right? He will have to control the regulatory agencies. Now they will have to do their job. That's why you see somebody like Farouk that came out. Who born Farouk where before to come out and challenge Dangote openly like that? He would have gone from that moment. He would have been gone. He would have gone. So it's like they are allowing the market to do what it's supposed to do. We are not talking about the monopolistic tendencies now. We are just basically talking about the dynamics that the new dynamics, that the new reality that Dangote is finding himself. And for you to actually adjust to that after long years of such, governmental patronage is going to be an uncomfortable reality for him. That's just the situation. That's just the brief summary of what is happening to Dangote and the NNPC and FG now.
But enigmatic, like we are novice now, people will think the government is trying to sabotage him. That's what people will be saying.
I did quite explain it to you that
I understand. Enigmatic, I understand. But you know your explanation. Everybody will not take your explanation with good kind and thinker. They will still think maybe they are after him.
Look, you always have the 50-50, right? You always have the catch-22 situation in your hands, especially in the political arena. You have the people who are who will speak the truth. You have the people who will hear the truth, but they will not believe the truth. But you have the people who will be delusionally, incubated into the level of their phantasmagorialism, so that they will never ever step out of that. We've seen the situation here, and that is the most dangerous part of situation you can find yourself, right? That for you to see reality and you want to have an alternative reality to the facts, right? So when we started this conversation today, we started from the political angle of when we had Uptown. Uptown actually said he did it up to now. There's still deniability of the election. He believed his candidate won, and then there was another guy on the platform, another obedient that believed his candidate won, right? You will never wake up somebody who is pretending to sleep. So those people, they're already stuck in that in that short past rigmarole. And for life, that is what will be. Even their grandchildren, 10 generations to come, when they will narrate the situation, they will narrate it the way they've actually concorded it in their mind. That this is what happened in 2023. This is the this is the reality, and they will always provide their own alternative reality. So you will never have a way to actually have a balanced ground or probably a compromise with people with that kind of a sentimental mindset. So you always find them in every society. You had Prince Daddy here now, right? Everybody knows everyone, at least not everyone now, the adequately rational minded people, right? Who are not hallucinating, right? And taking away the chicanery of any false alternative now, knows that Donald Trump is nothing but a kulak, a self, nothing good about him. You can't have that as an in-law. You can't introduce that as somebody that has the moral rectitude of to even be a dog catcher, being let alone being a president. But they will explain why they want to make him a messiah, right? Which is a fundamental right, which they do have their right, which they do have absolute that right to believe in whatever they want to believe in. But that is the way it is. Just like you believe in what you believe in, and somebody will believe on an alternative fact to that. So look, that is the dynamics of the world we live in, you know. So some people will believe in a certain cause, 100%, and some people will have an opposite opposite direction to that. So you can't change people's narrative about what they've been taken to believe. So what we can always do is that just have your own belief and let people live their own life. At the end of the day, we'll land somewhere, you know.
Oh yeah, thank you, Enigmatic. Yeah, who hasn't spoken at all? I don't. Yeah, let's hear from new voices. Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Prince,
yeah.
Prince, I know, Prince, you have your prescription. Calm down. We don't want to hear from you. Enough. Come on.
Yeah, I got lorazepam. I got it. I thought you were
But
trying to do surgery on me for a minute, but that's
no,
okay.
no,
Why
no.
do you allow Enigmatic to get away with that? Why? For a moment, I thought you were not around.
No, no,
Don't
no.
mind.
What did I
There
say
was
wrong?
much around me, so I didn't wanted to interfere with the show. Enigmatic said that. Listen, I know Enigmatic kind of is healed. You know, they don't accept reality or defeat, which is fine. It shows the A-type personality. It's okay. I got no problem with it. But when the truth is looking at you like directly in your eyeballs and you refuse to accept it, but to continue to perambulate and
Let me ask you a
actually
question, Prince Daddy. I want to test you today. Let me ask you a very simple question. And I'll mention maybe 3 individuals. I know you are a Republican. I don't know if you are a Republican, but I know you are sympathetic to the cause of Republican. At least, if not the entire Republican, the MAGA division of the Republican. Because now we
correct.
can be, we should be able to differentiate. There is the legacy Republican and there is the MAGA Republican, which belongs to Donald Trump. Now you have Tim Ryan. You have what's this guy? The ex speaker, that guy, right? It's not. It belongs to the legacy conservative Republican. Mitt Romney, legacy conservative Republican. the Bush father, Bush son, legacy conservative Republican, the dictionaries of this world, the OGs, the legacy groups, the legacy, the legacy founding members of the Republican. They are not actually within this MAGA court now. And as I'm speaking to you now, you can fact check me. And anyone who is sympathetic to the cause of Donald Trump and the MAGA world can fact check me. As I'm speaking right now, I understand that maybe 2 days ago or 3 days ago, this woman, this flip-flopper, what's her name? This female former governor of South Carolina,
Nikki Haley.
Yeah, Nikki Haley. He endorsed Trump. But as we are speaking now, the entire Nikki Haley pack and Nikki Haley base, they've thrown their weight behind Kamala Harris. Now, I want you to tell me.
You know why? Enigmatic. Nikki Haley is Indian. She's Indian.
Apart from being Indian, she's a flip-flopper. Go and see what she said about this Trump 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
It doesn't matter. It is politics. Don't go down that line.
Hold on. Please, let me ask my question now. Why is it that the legacy founding members, founding fathers, right, the core GOPs, why are they not with the MAGA Republicans? One, and why is Trump not trying enough, right, to get them to speak to those two words? He's not speaking to the independents. He's not speaking to the legacy GOPs. He's basically focusing on that MAGA. And then why is he not being presidential to say he wants to be the president of all instead of being the president of MAGA? Because if you actually want to be the president of all, at the convention, you wouldn't be campaigning to say mass deportation. Your wife, she's an immigrant.
Okay.
Hold on. You will have your floor. His wife, she's an immigrant. JD
legal immigrants.
Whatever you call it, an immigrant.
What do you mean whatever?
Do not forget when we are talking about this. Hold on. Do not forget when we are talking about this mass deportation. It's not going to be African mass deportation, no. He's talking about the Southern American mass deportation. Those people from Guatemala, from Colombia, from all those places. I don't believe an African is in America now who was able to cross the Red Sea to the US. They came to the US legally. So when we are talking illegal, the way you guys call it, invasion of America, it's not African. So always get it straight. So now, why do you think that Trump is basically campaigning and then not trying to expand his base beyond the MAGA Republican? Why is he doing that? Prince Daddy.
I'm here. See, okay. Thanks for the question. Nikki Haley and her supporters, I'm not sure what percentage of the voting bloc they constitute. I don't think they are consequential at all. They are.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm very serious. I am very serious. I'm not sure what you think about Nikki Haley. I'm not sure what political capital she has. She has none. Okay, she's inconsequential for the most part. And people who pander. People who pander.
Bush, not consequential. Dick Cheney, not consequential. All like three of your ex.
I'm not addressing those people. I'm talking about Nikki Haley first. I'll get to those people.
All these people that have been alienated.
I understand, and I'm trying to categorize them. I understand. I heard the question, enigmatic, and I'm trying to categorize them. And I'm saying Nikki Haley first because you mentioned Nikki Haley, and she, as supporters, showing the support for Kamala Harris. They're entirely irrelevant. Kamala is never, anything can happen. She could win Kamala, but I strongly doubt it. But the point here is that some people have sympathy towards her for whatever reason, not because she's qualified, she's any good, but I'm not even worried about Nikki Haley's faction at all. I wouldn't even call them a faction. To the second question about this other legacy Republican, Paul Ryan, Dick Cheney, Mitt Romney, Karl Rove, all those guys are
two ex-presidents, Bush, father, Bush, son.
Okay. I get you, enigmatic, but right now, based on the selection of of the vice president that Trump just chose, it's quite clear that we are cleaning house. It's quite clear. We are getting, and it should be new to you anyway. You should know that we're getting rid of the old legacy. The
You are
old
cleaning house
legacy,
with
the
JD Vance, with JD Vance.
JD Vance. JD Vance is the new face of MAGA Republican, and we are
Are you?
cleaning house. Yes,
Do
listen.
you actually get my question, Prince? That you are not getting my question, Prince. That do you actually understand my question? Do you?
Okay, please repeat again. I'm sorry.
In a second. Let me rephrase it for you. Now, Trump, we know, right? We know that come rain, come sunshine, right? If let Trump shoot any of their parents, right? They will vote for Trump. They will be there for Trump. Come rain, come sunshine. That is the MAGA base. That's the MAGA base, right? But Trump is not doing anything since at least almost more than 4 years now, and then they keep depleting that number of Republicans. As you speak now, do you take it that Trump has divided Republican? That is polarized. You have, like I said,
It's not polarized. You have to understand what is going on. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Dick Cheney, the Bushes, from W to his brother Jeb, they belong to the old legacy of the Republicans, and we're trying to flush them out of the system. You should get that. Those are the people we call rhinos. Those are the part of the Union Party. If you follow Republican politics, you should know that those people are being deliberately sidelined. They've been deliberately sidelined.
What's rhino?
Oh, rhino. Oh,
Republicans
those people
in name
only. Exactly.
Yeah, I understand now. But
yeah, they're exactly. They're rhinos, and those people. And I said, if you heard my submission earlier, I've always been anti-Republican, and that's why I supported Barack Obama the first time, and regrettably the second time, because of this rhino. They are useless.
Do you think this political strategy? Do you think is wise? Do you actually think this is wise?
It is absolutely.
Alienating people who do not agree with you. Do you think it's wise?
No, it's not. It's the way you're forming that narrative is duplicitous, because it's not. It's the other way around. Actually, those people are the ones that rejected Trump in the first place. They didn't think he has a place in their party. And from 2015, 2016, they were trying to sideline him. But guess what? He's a lion. He's a fighter. Fight, fight, fight. And
let me ask you another question. Why has Trump not been able? Because the question I asked you a very simple question. You are not answering me, Prince Daddy. No, but okay, now let's leave that aside. Now we believe that Trump only cares about the MAGA Republicans, the legacy Republicans. They can as well.
No, don't go that way. No, you separate the leadership of the MAGA Republic of the legacy voters. Keep in mind that the so-called MAGA are the typical standard Republican voters that are converting to MAGA. So it's not like MAGA has its own base per se.
Do you think Trump is conservative? Is Trump conservative? Yes or no?
Absolutely. That's why we had the reversal of the. That's why we had the reversal. That's why we have the reversal of Roe v. Wade. I mean,
typical. Now let me explain to you. I know you are MAGA, but I will explain to you now. A typical legacy Republican do not consider Trump and MAGA group conservative. That's why you see. Let me go to work. When you have two ex-presidents in the U.S., you have like three of your ex-speakers. Now you have the Vice President Dick Cheney and their group, Mitt Romney.
No,
and then you are still telling me that it's a good strategy. And then
and that's why the Republican convention was the most successful in a long time.
Number two, if you were in Trump's shoe, would you have chosen when you had listen to this carefully? When you had Marco Rubio, who is Latino, people
all establishments.
Hold on. People of color, right? Marco Rubio, Scott, black dude, people of color.
We don't play identity politics in the Republic. MAGA don't play identity politics.
I understand.
That's for you people.
Can I give you something?
Hold on,
Can I
That is
because
say
for
of
you
something?
people. We don't play identity politics.
hold,
Enigmatic.
We play politics based on merit.
oh really?
Enigmatic
Yes, yes.
and
We don't
Prince
play. We
Daddy.
gotta have a black woman. We gotta have a woke person. We don't do that. We go for the
Prince
qualified
Daddy.
candidate. Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes,
Yeah, let me
yes.
chip in
Right.
something. You see, Enigmatic, what Prince Daddy was saying was this. It wasn't as if the first term, it wasn't as if Trump rejected the traditional GOP. What happened was that they were the one that rejected him, and he went all out, and he won without them. And the target was to be an anti-establishment, to drain the swamp, and these people were part of the establishment. Now, even if you say, oh, your vice president, your former president, they couldn't stop him. Even in these primaries, they couldn't. So if they are relevant in the party and they have the power, they should have been able to stop him. So he doesn't really need them. That's the point.
Very good point, Patoski. You got it
Okay,
right. You understand. You understand.
let me get you there. One, the dynamic of 2016 is different. Now in 2020, why was it difficult for Trump to repeat the same thing? One, because now in 2016, you had an incumbent president moving out. Then Obama, quote and unquote, Obama, that kind of this thing. Either you like it or not, the identity politics affected Hillary Clinton. One, because the white folks, this is a fact. They couldn't believe that they had a black president for the first time, and then they are having another female president trying to break a certain jinx. Number two, and then in the mix of the whites,
It don't compare. No. Because Hillary
That
Clinton
doesn't
had
work
the
like
most
that.
popular
Yeah.
vote. She had the popular votes. Not true.
Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, right, had the same. They were competing within the same demographic. Now, the demographic of whites. So it will be very, very easy for them. That's why you see the white ladies. I mean, the white women and the white men. They easily went to Trump that time, and then Obama's incumbency.
No, you're just making up your imagination. Say if white people had not voted for Barack Obama, hold on. See, it was Barack Obama was going to win with 13% of black votes.
Why was it difficult? Hold on. In 2020, Trump couldn't win again. He lost the House. He lost the Senate.
That's all shenanigans.
He lost the House. He lost the Senate. All the elections after 2020, Trump has lost everything. Tell me the reason
Not
behind
true. Not true. See,
really?
I don't want to relitigate the massive fraud. I don't want to relitigate the massive fraud that occurred in the 2020 election. We don't have to go there. Everybody knows the election was stolen, and I refer you guys to watch the 2000 meals.
Forget those stolen nonsense.
It is true. You don't have to accept it. It is true. We have documentation and record about it.
In 2022 in Georgia, he couldn't even hold Georgia Senate. They lost.
That is okay. It was not a close one. Georgia, it was very close, and we know what county. Columbus County. Columbus County was the one that made the difference, and it was a razor thin election that they won.
2020, Trump lost the presidency. He lost the House. He lost the Senate. One. In 2022, they were supposed to be.
Why are you worried about the past? Now we are here. We are here.
Hold on now. There was supposed to be a red wave in 2022. What happened to the red wave? And then we had a slim majority of Republicans. They were supposed to have 22 or 23 majority. They had slim majority of 5. And then they couldn't even hold the House. As we speak right now, Republican leadership in the House of Rep, they've not done anything tangible for almost 2 years.
Like what do you want them to do? Like give more money to Ukraine? Is that what you want it for? Is that what you waiting for?
For the first time in the history of America's House of Rep legislative body, they've not been able to pass a single bill in the leadership of Republicans.
Because part of the reason you like to give information in a trickle way, like a trickle down economics kind of a thing. Because they tied most of those legislations to immigration, that is illegal immigration.
If that is, you are saying that now, because you are saying the legacy folks do not matter, right? But you guys have been losing elections since 2020. I mean, since 2016, you've not won anything. Now,
that is not true.
How do you say
that is not true?
Oh, really? Okay, tell me
it is not true.
Tell me the numbers.
Well, Well, it is not true.
Tell me the numbers now.
We've actually won big time, big league in many ways.
Where did you win big league? Tell me
You're not gonna account for that. But I tell you this. Um, See, the reason why a lot of things are not moving in legislation is because many of those bills are tied to illegal immigration,
you are not answering my
allowing
question.
illegal
You are not
immigrants to come into the country.
why I'm saying this is because you said this legacy group do not matter, but Trump has not been able to replicate that. You guys have won every election.
I beseech you to separate the old legacy Republican
But
and the followers. They're not the same thing.
Every election. What?
No, it's not the same thing. The reason why, part of the reason why we lost,
why is Trump using
part of the reason why we lost close election has to do with the same legacy Republicans, this rhino circumventing the efforts of MAGA. We know that, and one thing you have to give credit to, at least acknowledge that Ronald McDonald was the worst ever chairperson of the Republican or any party for that matter. She's awful. She's awful and she's horrible.
Won any election under Trump?
No. But that, I just highlighted the leadership. I just highlighted the leadership of the Republican Party. Ronald McDonald. She's horrible.
Who is the leader of the party? Who is the leader of Republican? Who?
No. Well, there's a leader, and they're the people that organize behind the scenes.
Who is Republican leader now? Since 2016, that Trump won the election. When he
Donald J. Trump. President J. Trump.
In 2022, you guys lost the Senate. You guys had.
You keep going back. You keep going back to the past. What about your man? What about your man that you just told us this recent past last week that Biden was going to win, and your man just resigned today. No, your man just resigned today, and now you want to put in a fake Indian. You want to put a fake Indian, or fake black person, a fake Indian to become the president. Look, enigmatic. It's quite clear. Enigmatic. It's quite clear you have your own leaning, and I don't fault you for that. And this is really rooted in lack of information and understanding the politics in America. MAGA politics is quite unique, and it's quite clear you don't understand MAGA politics. In MAGA, listen.
Why?
We are cleaning house. We're cleaning house, and the old legacy.
Let's hear you one by one. You are speaking over yourself.
Okay, thank you, Patoski. See, the reality is that, look, you don't understand what is going on. There's a massive seismic shift going on right now in the Republican Party. There's no doubt about that. And we are cleaning out. See, that's why you shouldn't be surprised that this past Republican convention was so successful, and none of those legacy gorillas were invited. They were not invited, and we didn't need them.
Trump bleeding Republican. Why is the leadership of Donald Trump bleeding Republican? You guys are. Do you know Texas? Texas now is no more red. It's not complete red again. It's purple now. Are you
well, it is. Well, okay. For once, be fair in your analysis. Tell us why.
You should be telling me. You are the MAGA guy.
Okay, I'll tell you. The same Gavin Newsom citizens of California that have migrated, okay, almost illegally, I would say, to Austin, Texas.
Can you say flawed reasons? Flawed reasons. You are shifting the responsibility away from the shambolic leadership of Donald Trump that has made you guys lose elections.
Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. I'm explaining to you why it appears that Texas may be purple or whatever.
Why do you have Mitt Romney and the ex-leaders of Republican
Mitt Romney is a loser. He's lost many times. Even the election could have won against Barack Hussein Obama. He lost.
Tell me how many times Donald Trump has lost election.
He has never lost. I mean, they stole an election, and he came back again as a fighter, fight, and he's coming back to take over the party or take over the presidency.
Special election in Georgia, he lost those 2 seats to Purdue and the other guy.
No, Georgia, Fulton County is the most corrupt, and in addition to Michigan, the most corrupt counties and cities in America when it comes to election malfeasance. They're absolutely the worst, and you know that. See, I'm I'm not here to relish. I'm not here to cry about the past challenges, but I'm here to tell you that MAGA is repositioned, and MAGA is strictly repositioned for winning. And we don't go around crying or trying to undercut our leaders like the way they just displaced your leader, Joe Biden, the fickle, weightless leader that you have, Joe Biden, that you were going to support last week. They just displaced the man. Just displaced the man. Listen, you have to understand mega politics. That we here for winning.
Politics. MAGA politics is abhorrent, is beguiling, is
Well, that is
irritating.
fine. That is just an express opinion, and it has no weight because you belong to the Democratic Party.
No, I will
You're
never,
not going to vote for.
I will never understand that type of chicanery. I will never understand that type of
I understand. I understand. I
no,
understand. But I'm telling you that
I
you should
will
understand.
never, I will never
Say,
understand that kind of grandiosity of a bunch of buffoons and vagabonds of insurrection.
see. One thing you should know also that MAGA don't call names. We don't tend to. We don't tend to call people names. We like to stay on issues. We like to stay on the issue and debate issues. The name for trying to debase people or mock people, we don't do that. Now let me tell you. See,
You are not shifting the goalposts. Now I'm telling you the numbers, but you are giving me reasons why Donald Trump has been losing election for the past 6 years or 7 years.
I didn't tell. I just told you I just told you the machination of the rhinos in the Republican Party trying to circumvent.
You
Trying to
take the time.
circumvent.
Hold on. Let me give you what you have just said to me now. Listen to me, Prince Daddy. Listen to me, Prince Daddy. Why have you been failing JAMB 7 times? You are failing JAMB because of machination of JAMB. Does it make any sense to anybody? 7 times. You failed JAMB 7 times because of the machination of JAMB.
No. That would be a good comparative analysis. No, that would not be.
How do you explain failure then?
See, politics is not a straight line. There are a lot of interests always at play. You know that it's not easy for. Hold on, enigmatic. Hold on, let me land. It's not easy for someone to come in and usurp. That is hijacked a grand party, a well-established party that's been around for so many years. This is not the Labour Party, by the way. That's a weak party. We're talking about one of the 2 major parties in the first country in the world, and there came a man by his own brilliance, ingenuity, and his smartness, and he took over the party. That is the person of Donald Trump, and dominated quite clearly. Why do you think people just hands up and giving the mantle? It doesn't work that way. And you know that very much. You know that very well. It doesn't work that way. He had to fight. He fought and he won. Fight. We're fighting and we're winning. And it pains people like you. It pains people like you because it.
With the state managed assassination, right? That
that is so, your favorite word. That's so abhorrent. That is so abhorrent. See, if you don't like somebody, that's okay, but do not make light or mock a serious event. It doesn't. It's shameful. It is shameful. It is shameful. Don't do that. If you don't like the man, that is fine. But don't. If life was literally on the line, millimeters away from blowing his brains away. Okay, and now you say it was a fake managed assassination. Don't do that.
Hold on.
Don't do that.
Have you seen the bullet of AR-15? Have you seen the bullet of AR-15? Have you seen it before? AR-15 bullet. Have you seen it? Have you seen AR-15 bullet? And the guy does not even have a stitch, according to doctors' document. Why is he hiding that?
And Matic, I know you believe in God, and I know I like to believe that you believe in divine providence.
Have you seen AR-15 bullet? Have you seen it before? AR-15 bullet. It will just pass through your ear, scratch your ear.
No matter how big. Listen, I don't get that logic. No matter how big an object is, that object can still graze a piece of thin paper. So I don't get that logic. So it doesn't matter how big the bullet on the AR-15 is, it can still graze somebody's ear and not kill the person. But the point here is that.
I'm done. Prince Adam,
but the point here is that maybe rather before you go, Eddie, you should take your time and apologize because a man almost lost his life, and there you are. Well, I understand. A man almost lost his life, and there you are saying the man was state managed an assassination. Who does that?
I'm
mean,
done. I'm done.
the fact that a family man was killed in the name of compulsory was killed. A
Really, you want to
firefighter
talk
did
about
that.
that? Okay, give me a second to speak about that, please. Give me a second about that. To the guy that was killed, my heart goes to the family. But let's look at the morality of Donald Trump, whose supporter who was on the ground was shot and killed supposedly. Now, who was shot and killed by his supposed assassination attempt? One, who was tell me the person 24 hours later that spoke with the family? Has Trump spoken to the family as we speak? Yes or no? That's one by the side. What has Donald Trump shown to show condolence or sympathy to this same family?
It's called about $6 million in donation to the man's family and the victims
When was
of
that?
that day.
When was that?
Okay, but it's quite clear that it was quite clear that he did not watch the Republican convention and he did not listen to his
When
speech.
was
It's quite
that?
clear. I know that. And by the way,
No, you are not asking me when.
it just happened. It has been donating. It's been. See, MAGA takes care of people. They take care of themselves. People have been donating.
Let's stay on point. I know for a fact that within the first 4 days, Trump was nowhere to be found. It was the White House through the
How
president.
do you know? How do you don't know that? That is not true. That is fake news from Jean Pierre. That is fake news from Jean Pierre.
Do I live in Burundi? Don't I live in America like you?
Yes, you do live in America, and you are susceptible to fake news. You are highly susceptible to fake news.
And look.
No, because Biden just did his job as a president by making a call. That's not a big deal. But let me tell you, Trump's the MAGA and Republican Trump's faction, they've reached out to the family. They've set up a donation. They've set up a donation for the family, and they're taking care of them. They're taking care of them.
Mitt Romney, inconsequential, right? The two ex-presidents,
highly inconsequential. He is a loser. He's highly inconsequential. Yes.
Okay. So, and then you guys, the MAGA Republican, you guys are the real Republicans. That's what you are telling me, right?
What I'm saying is that we've infiltrated the Republican Party, and we've established our dominance.
If you are not MAGA Republican, you are Rhino, right? Is that what you are telling me? If you are not MAGA Republican, you are Rhino. That is
in the no. Quote me right. In the leadership.
All right.
If you not
Prince Daddy, thank Godspeed.
Yeah. You too. But yeah. So I wish you well. I mean, I wish you well in your next failure because you guys are not going to succeed anyway. You have the worst candidate ever in American history. Even in the past election.
You say yeah. Let's deuces. Leave it alone. Godspeed.
Okay.
Oh my God. You are supposed to be an obedient. Why are you even an actual person?
My guy and obedient is not the same. They polar opposite.
Godspeed, no wahala. Godspeed. We will see that. We will see November, inshallah.
Anyway, Baba T there, I was there.
Yes, Daddy. The way you are so passionate about Trump, man. I feel like you'd be willing to take a bullet for that guy, man.
Hey, people like Enigmatic and Colata, they're dangerous. They try to undermine, what we stand for.
But Prince Daddy, have they eventually settled for Kamala as their candidate?
But Patoski, it's a game going on. Nobody likes Kamala. Nobody likes her.
Hillary is likely to. Hillary is even standing a better chance as far as I'm concerned.
Listen, I won't be surprised. Right now, it's up in the air. It is up in the air.
Yeah.
Kamala, nobody wants her. Nobody wants Kamala. Trust
I
me,
think
nobody wants her.
Hillary is the only person I can picture that can go against Trump and
Yeah,
do
Hillary
great.
is on the top
I can't think of any other
consideration.
Democrat. Yeah, I can't think of
Yeah,
any other Democrat.
you are right.
You see,
So this one, I
but Mike, here's the thing: if they sideline Kamala, all the black people in that party will revolt. That hey, the white people have taken over. They sideline the black woman. That's what's going to happen. So right now they are in the fix, a big time fix. They are.
I thought the
So
blacks are denying Kamala. They say she's Indian. She's not. She's not
no, no,
black.
no. It's the black women that the black men don't care for Kamala Harris. It's the black women that would jump on for her because she's a black woman. Or I think they claim that she's a black woman. I don't know what she is really. Nobody knows.
She's Jamaican and Indian. She's not black American.
She's not. She's not a black American. She's not a black American. She's not.
She's Jamaican.
Yeah, she's Jamaican, and I think she even grew up in Canada or something. But anyways, because she's just the de facto person to take over, and my understanding also that look, all the money that Joe Biden is all the donation that is gotten has to legally or illegally go to Kamala Harris. It can't go to anybody else, and that's why she's on there. But they know very well Kamala. She's horrible. She's not a good politician. She was never a politician. Uh, you know, she made she did a wiggle way to the top. She's not good. She can't listen. Even in the primaries when they chose Joe Biden, Kamala was less than 1% amongst the Democrats. I'm not saying in general politics. Amongst the Democrats, Kamala
Hey,
Harris was like 1%. Nobody wanted her,
you
even
know,
the black people.
at one point we need a female president here.
Oh, it's not going to be Kamala Harris. I mean, if Hillary could not get it, she was the best candidate to have come out to be a female president. Hillary right now, she's banging her head. She's like, she can't believe what is going on. I can guarantee you. She wishes she's in that position right now to have taken over from Biden and have an easy way to the presidency.
I
But
wonder how old Hillary is now. Is she still young?
Hillary's got to be 60 something. She's not young. What? If I were to get 65, 60, yeah, 66.
So the last time she ran, she was like what? In her 50s?
Hillary should be in her 70s, though,
She's been in her
not
70s right
69.
now.
70s.
Hillary
Okay.
should be.
They are all old, man. They need new generation of politicians, man. All of them, they are getting old, man.
But
Biden, Hillary.
Hillary is
it's
76.
human nature now. Hillary should be doing just like do you know the first time Joe Biden ran to be president? 1988. I think it was probably in his freaking 30s or early 40s.
Prince Daddy, who is the oldest senator now in America? Do you know?
Who is the oldest what?
Is that Bernie Sanders still there? I don't know. It's Bernie Sanders.
No,
Enigmatic, let me say some. Yeah.
Chuck Grassley from Utah,
Prince Daddy.
Republican state, is 91 years old or 90 years
What's
old.
his name?
Chuck Grassley from
Oh, Chuck Grassley. Okay, actually, I
Chuck
think I know
Grassley, is
that.
he still in the Senate?
Can you
Wow,
guys hear me?
90 years
I,
old.
I got his book. Actually, he's a very fine Republican. He's a very fine
We
Republican.
complain about Nigerian politicians, but American politicians, man,
Those people are old, though. There's this lady,
those people,
Maxine
they are
Waters.
there for their whole life.
Maxine Waters,
exactly.
Maxine
Even,
Waters is 87. Senate. What's his name? This Republican leader. What's his name again?
McConnell.
McConnell.
Even that black guy, the guy that died there, even John McCain died there too. They all
Clyburn has been there for almost 40 years. Biden was there for over 40 years. Sean Grassley has been there for over 50 years. Maxine Waters has been there for over 35 years. Pelosi has been there for over 32 years. What's his name? McConnell, the one you just called, has been there for over 40 years.
Mitch McConnell.
There's this lady that just died in Texas. What's her name?
Sheila Jackson.
Barbara
Sheila Jackson.
Sheila Jackson, she was there for.
Sheila Jackson died?
Yeah, she died 2
She
days or
died?
3 days ago. She's been there
at 74.
for 33 years,
that lady,
over 33 years. That's why in
man,
Nigeria, when
she's been there
they are
forever.
talking about our old politicians, I just laugh. I laugh at them. They should come to US and see. I see me two sellers in
But see, I used to have like a well, I don't know if I had a gripe with old politicians, but here's the thing: all these people that you mentioned, when did they get into politics? It's not like they came in at their 50s or 60s. They started much younger. I mean, so people love to hold on to power. So it's not about the age. It's just like Achiwaju also. He started in his 30s. I mean, they all worked their way to the top.
This like Pelosi, these guys started. Okay, they started in their 30s or 20s. Like Joe Biden became a U.S. senator at maybe 29, and he okay, go and look at McConnell's age when he got to the Senate. He was a judge. He was actually a judge before he came to the Senate. Go and look at Shaw Grassley. Go and look at the age. So these are what's his name now? There's one other senator that is very likely to stay very old in the Senate if all things being equal. Any senator or member of House of Rep from New York, from California, from New York, from any very solid blue state or very solid red state, it is guaranteed that they will stay long in the Senate and House of Rep. Any of those. But when you see people from those purple states like maybe Arizona or Georgia,
yeah,
they probably
those
will
one
not stay
they
long
can replace
because
you.
there's every possibility they'll flip their seat anytime. But when you look at
They'll
Kentucky,
do what? They'll do what?
You know, Republican they have one thing. They have the high. Let me say they prey on the less educated or the most illiterate, right? Especially in the countryside. What's fun when you go to Tennessee or you go to Kentucky, all those countryside, all those
They prey on those hillbillies
Mississippi, you go to the deep south, the racist deep south.
That is discrimination. That is discrimination.
Alabama. When you go to Alabama, all those neighborhoods, you will see Republican coming all like 700 years. You can never fill those seats.
You guys are discriminated. You're discriminated.
The Democrat, those are just prey on the blacks.
So like in Texas now, and Prince Daddy, in Texas, if things continue the way it does now in Texas, in the next 3 electoral cycles in Texas, it's going to be different. Like this guy, Cruz, Ted Cruz, is having a very big re-election now. Very difficult re-election, and it's there's every possibility that seat is going to flip. That Ted Cruz. So particularly in Harris County, right? So Texas is changing by the day because a lot of people moving from California, from New York.
That's a conundrum. All those blue people from California, they move to a red state and trying to change it.
Because
isn't that a conundrum? Why would if where you're coming from is so great, it's so nice, why go to another person's space and want to change it? I mean,
that's why America. Hold on, listen. This is the reason. It's just like you are moving from a state like Lagos or ABJ, moving to maybe like maybe Osun, Ekiti, Abia, Anambra, Bayelsa, all those states that you can actually live. You can actually live lesser. The standard of living is quite lower than all those places. Like in California now, right? When you see a home of $2 million in California, right? That would be like it would be like a toilet. It's like a toilet in Texas. A home of like $700,000 is probably like $2 million in California and New York.
Correct.
So so why would you want to waste your time?
So in other words, you're telling me that the leadership in California, they are building a bad economy that's allowing people to be displaced.
Don't go political now.
No, it doesn't
It
mean they're
depends
building
on
bad economy. It doesn't mean they're building bad
no, you are
economy.
not. You are going political now. Why Texas is different?
Explain, Patoski. Explain.
Okay, look at even in Texas. Do you know there are cheaper homes in Houston than Dallas? Do you know
Than
that?
Dallas, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Don't you know? So
yeah.
you say,
Uh-huh.
and it's
And
and it's
and
almost
and,
it's
and,
almost
and you
100%,
Austin too.
and it's almost 100. And then Austin is quite expensive.
Austin is
Well,
more expensive than all of them.
thanks to the Californians.
And
Thanks to
Dallas.
Californians like Colata. Yes.
So and then when you look at Georgia, for instance, right? Georgia, they have almost similar home. Let me say Dallas and Georgia probably they have the same, the same market when you look at Dallas and Georgia, but it's quite a little bit cheaper in Georgia than Dallas. So and then those are two Republican states.
Enigmatic, not again.
Eh.
Atlanta has the number one fastest growing home prices in the country right now.
So I can okay. So
Georgia is no longer a discount anymore. Atlanta area, maybe other parts in Georgia.
Okay,
You have to go to Alpharetta or Savannah.
The home you buy in a prime Buckhead in Atlanta now, right? That home is what
enigmatic. Oh, sorry, you doing it. 1 second. We're not talking about home prices. We're talking about how come the demographic of those places are changing. Explain that. Explain the economy, the economics or the politics of it.
It's quite very easy. Let me explain to you. When you make like $200, 200K annually in New York, right? When you make like 200K in New York annually, and then you live as if you are making like 90K, and then you are within the same US, what is the sense of you living in New York or living in California not because of anybody's leadership now, but because of the peculiarity of that neighborhood? It's just like
it's because of the way they have managed the economy of the two different places.
Yeah, it's not the economy.
Okay, you say it's not about economics, Patoski. You just said it's not about economics.
Hold on, Patoski. Would you say because of the management of Lagos state economy is why Lagos is more expensive than some other states in Nigeria? No, you can't say that. It's because of the type of life those neighborhoods affords you, and because of certain metrics and indices. The companies, the industries that actually thrive in those neighborhoods, they do not. For instance, in Texas, right? Texas should be expensive by every standard because they have most of the oil production in the US. They have most of the refineries in here. But when you compare Texas, then take North Dakota, for instance, they have abundance of oil and refineries there too. But when you compare the minimum wage and the life expectancy and the standard of living, you still compare that Texas is still cheaper than North Dakota. But look at the population of those two states. Texas is like 100 times, almost 7 million or thereabout in population, as against North Dakota that has maybe 750 or less than a million, right? So when you look at those numbers, or probably when you look at those indices, you can't really say it's because of the leadership. It's because of the topography and the demographic nature of that place. But when you move forward, when you look at the next state to Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Arkansas, go and look at their economy and go and look at their performance. Very cheap, most of countryside. And then when you go to North Dakota, you go to Montana, you go to Nebraska, all those neighborhoods too. You still see the difference. That is the dynamism of America's society, and that is why America is different from every other country.
Well, okay, enigmatic. Okay, we hear that part, but you see, if Californians now pack their bags and go to a place in Oklahoma, maybe Tulsa or wherever, and they settle there, it's guaranteed that area will become more expensive, not necessarily the entire state. So, in America, it could be a city, it could be a county that's expensive, and the rest of the state may not be. Okay. So, again, why are these people leaving that blue state, that so-called beautiful blue state, and moving to red state? I'll tell you.
Praise Daddy. The reason they're leaving is their dollars can get them further in the cheaper states. the economy of the blue state is so high that things are so expensive that a person making 200K is the bottom. I mean, is part of the bottom of the pack. And for states like California, their taxes. I mean, their taxes are increasing. So
Okay, okay.
they go because they can get better. They can get more value for their money.
And that is a point to poor leadership. Gavin Newsom has been a horrible
It's not
governor.
about poor leadership. When
It is poor leadership. And
wait,
also,
when this guy was there, when Arnold Schwarzenegger was there, he ran into a crisis when he was trying to cut taxes and do all that stuff. He ran into a crisis. He
well,
was a Republican
because the
governor.
blue state, because the blue
It's
state, it
not
was
because of
came in
blue
as a
state. It's the richest state in the country.
no.
California
Okay,
is the richest state in the country by a mile.
yes, yes.
The
I'm the
economy of
sixth richest.
California is more than the economy of the United Kingdom.
I know that, but let's not deny the bad policy. Also, just recently, we know what happened when they made minimum wage $20 in California. Businesses started closing down. We heard what happened. So there are bad policies that are contributing to the max exodus of people from California and places as such. Don't deny that. They have bad policies. And in addition to bad policies, you go to San Francisco, for example, I mean, it's horrendous. What is going on in the homelessness is like a forced homelessness that doesn't need to exist. They have bad policies. And that's why people act. So if people are making $500,000, 200,000 a year,
Prince Daddy,
are leaving, how much
Prince
more people
Daddy,
at the bottom?
do you live in a blue state?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Oh, yeah. I do. Which is,
Because of economic opportunity.
Do you enjoy living there, Prince Daddy? Are you comfortable there?
Mike, it's about everything, Mike. Mike, it's about every day. No, Mike, it's a battle every day. I'm telling you. See, it's not so much the economic part of it, but the moral degradation that happens is a nightmare.
You just basically defeated your own argument now. Basically.
No. See, I'm not talking. See, I wasn't talking in absolutism. You know that. Don't go there.
I warned you. I warned you. Don't make it political. Let's
no. See, because I'm living.
Hold on. Prince Daddy, if you speak to the policies or the economic factors or maybe some other variables, that could be understandable. But when
no. See, let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you about my blue state. Let me tell you. Okay, it's horrendous. I'm telling you. Mike has a good question.
Before you go to your blue state, have you taken time to look at some very poor, very, very poor red states now that are still coming up with some draconian policies that wouldn't even make anybody move? First of all, nobody in their rational senses will move there except maybe your job takes you there.
States like Mississippi, Alabama,
Mississippi.
I was told it's on the shape.
There's a common factor in this. There's a common factor in this so-called poor state, and you guys know the answer. It's a particular race that brings it down.
Oh, so it's because of black people, Abi.
You are so unimaginable.
So all the rednecks that live in the Appalachian Mountains, who are they? Are they black?
They are farmers. They are hunters. They are farmers, hunters, and they pick their own cars.
Let me give you another example. What would you say about West Virginia? What would you say about West Virginia?
Now black white people they live there, Abi. Now white people wear black. This brings that your long maga. What if you maga shake me from
that maga? Whoever swear for you with that maga, that person go.
I'm standing. Listen, where do you have the high? Where I live, 6% or so black people. I mean, it's very low. But those places are called the so-called poor states. They have a high percentage of black people. There's no doubt about it. Now, Houston is unique. Atlanta is unique in that regard. and because of the huge immigrant population that makes up the composition of black people in those places. You got to say the fact.
Lie. That's a lie, and I'll prove you wrong. Let me hold on a second. You know what? Let me tell you why I know most of these states. I'm not going to tell you, but let me just tell you one thing that you are not really understanding. Look at for the past, and this is a fact. Anybody can Google, anybody can fact check me, right? I used a key an operative word, draconian, right? For instance, in Texas, why you still see a lot of people moving to Texas, regardless of the draconian policies, right, of the Abbott administration, the complete redneck Republican policies. Why you see people moving here is because of the difference that they have with all other poor states. And I gave you examples, right? Go and do your findings about Kentucky. Do your findings about Louisiana. Do your findings about Oklahoma. Do your findings about Mississippi, about Tennessee, about West Virginia, go and look at the top 10 poorest states in the US. Tell me the governors, tell me the leadership in those states versus the top 10 leading economists in the US. Tell me the leadership in those states and tell me the party who is ruling in that state. And
Enigmatic.
Yes.
Even in Texas, concept, all the big cities, the rich cities, who leads those cities?
God bless you, Kulata. That's where I'm going. Go and look at the big neighborhood, the big counties in Texas.
City of Dallas, Democrat. City of Houston, Democrat. City of Austin, Democrat. San Antonio, Democrat. El Paso, City of El Paso.
They are so scared of their whiteness that they just come up with some.
Enigmatic, can you hear me? Enigmatic. Prince Daddy is the example of obedience in US.
Mistake me, Prince Daddy. Finish tell bad mistake me.
I told you why are you following? You should have been the headmaster of obedience in Nigeria now. The way you are championing this thing. Look, Prince Daddy, like the problem you have is that you are not talking to somebody who resides in Nigeria. You are talking to all of us that are living in the US and some of us that are really vast, right? Not just talking about, I know that a lot of us or some of us, right? We've worked in certain cities, we've worked in certain states, we have interest in certain states in the US, and we can tell you, and anybody who is listening now, go and Google the top 10, the poorest states in the US, and look at their policies for the past 5 years.
Well, the so-called poor state at one point in time, they had a booming economy when they had cotton and they had other things going on. They had a booming.
You always have
a booming economy.
Which booming economy was in West Virginia or Kentucky?
Can you guys do
during slavery?
There you go, Mike. Tell them.
No, this.
Oh, Arkansas.
Slavery. Come on, man. But Prince, can you please stop calling black people Negroes, please? Stop doing that. It's kind of like a right-wing kind of talking point.
If Prince Daddy is in front of his mirror, is white. His name is Jack. So when he's in front of the mirror,
he calls black people Negro. Like he's doing that. It's not.
I'm a Negro too. What's the big deal? I am a Negro.
I'm not a Negro. Please, I don't like this. Come on, man.
Babati, you're not doing a Negro job, bro. You're not doing a Negro job. Trump said the illegal immigrants take over black jobs. So somehow you're lucky you're not doing one of those black jobs.
Man, Prince, I'm still comfortable with this. If you talk about America, but it's when it gets to this Israel thing that I loses with, like Israel and all this. So, but even on his local politics stuff, he's kind of extreme on that too. So, I don't know. Like I said earlier, I'm still comfortable with a Hillary president. If Hillary runs for office, like I said, I will vote for her. But that's the kind of Democrat I will vote for.
Hillary is not running, so focus on the ones that are.
So
Babati, have you ordered for your Ashwebi for our President Trump winning? I'll be
President
there for you.
kí ni Thomas ń sọ àbí wọ́n ṣèpè gbogbo ẹ̀yin pípù wọ̀nyí ṣé kí ló ń
I
ṣẹlẹ̀?
am MAGA.
Wait,
I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA
Ekiti,
for
there
you.
is a question.
There you go, Thomas.
Is there a rich Republican city? You know, all the rich cities that we live in, they're democratically run. Is there any rich Republican one? I'm sure there may be, but who knows? Who knows?
Kalata, so you have to follow the trend in America. See, this so-called
Is a question Labiri now?
before they became this so-called blue, just like right now.
Question Labiri.
I
Say
understand.
which one? What? Just say the name.
Yeah, there are plenty. There are plenty.
Like what? Like what? Give me 5.
Go to places, you find them.
Say go to places that pray lower. If you answer that in jam, to score 0 now.
Baba,
why
are you commenting me now?
You can go. There are cities in Idaho.
I need 5. Just 5.
There are cities in Idaho. Okay, there are cities in Idaho.
I would say they are good with
now for your friends that Idaho ilu potato.
No, they are good with like if you go to like if you go to like your Bristol, Tennessee, like those small towns, suburb kind of
No, Baba T. I'm not saying small. I'm talking about rich cities, the cities that drive this country.
I mean, we all American.
I mean, okay, look, we say okay, Chicago, Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Atlanta, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, what's it called? San Francisco, Seattle. When you just start mentioning all these big cities, the economic engines of this country, because the Republican will come back now. I'm asking, like,
you don't mention Maryland.
I mean, DC. The woodlands in Texas, does it count? The woodlands.
Woodlands.
That's how I was going. The rich and the white in America, they usually live in the outskirts. They don't like living in the inner cities. It's usually they come there to work and run their businesses, but they don't reside there. They reside like in a suburb and the outskirts. You understand?
Okay. They live in the ranch.
A very good point, Mike.
Exactly. So,
but the cities is where the money is.
You make it sound. Listen, you make it sound like it's only.
Let me give him one.
I'm actually almost supporting your argument, Prince, that in a sense, because
I know.
I know. The city is kind of where workers live. You understand? So most workers are usually people of the minority.
But Mike, at the end of the day, if we say give me a rich city, you won't tell me this suburb, that suburb now.
And let me give you one now.
But what I'm saying is voters in the city, most of the voters within cities are usually the poor people and the minorities.
But a rich city is rich city. When they do statistics, they will say Austin, Texas.
Hold on. Majority of people that live in cities are not the rich people.
Now, we're not talking about people living. We're talking about the economic activities of cities. Which ones? Give me 5.
They're being run by Republicans.
Give me 5 that are Republican run.
Let me give you one now.
Wait, Babati, hold on. Let me tackle Kulata. Kulata, you know that rich Americans are usually all Republicans. Business owner, company owners.
The Republicans, the Democrats, they're all over the place.
No. Almost every rich person you meet will be a Republican.
No, I don't agree.
Once you become a rich man, you're likely going to switch to Republican because
a rich man will benefit from either parties now.
No, they benefit more from Republicans.
Both of them. Our Democrats, they benefit from them too.
The Democrat owns the rich. They own them.
That is the narrative. That's a fake narrative, by the way. That's a narrative. Irony. They give them, if they say they're going to tax, at the end of the day, middle class, they're taxing. The rich don't pay anything.
I think the point is like the policy. Even the Democrats, they tend to be conservative when it comes to businesses. They can, Mike, it's more of like a twin, like just to feed your base that red meat. So you will say, tax the rich, but behind the scenes, you don't. Nobody
hold on. Let me tell you what Democrats do. they are really, that's why they call it the party of the poor, right? They usually want to create policies for companies. They make like they go after companies to favor like the poor, the working people, all those kind of things, which is good for the poor people. You understand? So companies don't like that, but when Republicans come in, they ease all those policies. So they make it easier for those rich, the CEOs, where they don't have to do this and do that just to cater for their
Mike is
employees
a
and all those kind of things.
gimmick. Is a gimmick.
Well,
How is how is going after companies good for poor people? It's actually bad for poor
Is
people,
a
right?
gimmick.
It's actually
I
bad
just
for
know
them.
that the rich believe that
But
Republicans
at
are
the
their
end of the
people.
day, I don't want to change the subject though. You have to
Let me
give
give you
me
one now. Let me give you an example.
5.
Okay. Oklahoma is.
Oklahoma wo nìyẹn?
You
Kí ni
said
wọ́n ṣe ń
I'm
bẹ̀?
trying to give you. I'm trying
Ṣé
to
Red Indians á wá ni?
help me here. Help me here. Jackson, Mississippi.
Are you serious about Oklahoma of all places? Canada Dragon that Oklahoma law.
Come on, now. Oklahoma.
You see as Prince Daddy gentle báyìí. You see.
Areti Pale, abi.
Ààrẹ ti palẹ̀.
Waco, Texas.
Waco. Honestly, it's hard. It's hard. El Paso gone no be. I don't think say na Republican. Maybe you get to go Tennessee or something.
Bristol, Tennessee is a very conservative, very rich city.
Very rich city, like the big economy.
I doubt if there's any Republican state that will be on the top 10 list of economically viable. Don't run.
State. Come on. No. Stop right there. If you sit in
No, at the state level, you see Republicans. It's the city level.
No, I'm talking state level.
Texas.
Texas now. Texas.
Oh, Texas. I'm not really seeing Texas as a core red Republican.
Forget the city. Forget the cities.
Okay, we don't give you that.
Mostly, I used to live in Gainesville, Texas. I used to live in all those counties.
Like Texas and Florida now. Like you can call them Republican.
Once you leave the city in Texas, it's all red though. Forget the.
Florida.
No. In Texas, once you leave the city.
Oh, I lived in Texas before. Now, I mean, once you leave the cities, it's all. I mean, of course, it's all red.
Yeah, that's just where it is. So, on the state level,
all those inner city of Texas, all those places. Forget to. If you see the way they don't even campaign there, if you are Democrats.
All the Texas Panhandle, all those.
My time in Gainesville, trust me. If a Democrat don't even run for office, what there? There's no point. It's a shoe-in Republican. Don't forget. Don't even bother to run for office in those areas. It's all conservative. It's all red. That's just the way they vote. So. So that's just what the way Texas is. So.
Let them bring let those people go and wake up Idi Amin and put Babangida and everything. It's just that they vote party line. They don't care if it's a goat or a chicken.
To me, is one of the greatest African leaders, man. The way they demonize that man, it's not good at all.
Who?
When I really saw,
Idi Amin Dada.
They just. Dada, the guy is probably one of the greatest African leaders. I'm telling you. The guy, even Ugandans will tell you that all.
Mike, so sure.
I'm telling you, go and do your research about that man.
The guy, as soon as he drove out all those Indians away, his economy crashed. Though he was giving shops. You know the way Africans do. They chase Oyinbo.
He was a man of,
and he was giving black people.
Bad, but that policy to him was bad, but the man was the man of his people. But what was the intention of that policy? Was it not for the Ugandans?
But why is it every time that you hand over? Okay, why is it every time that you hand over stores, businesses that Oyinbos or foreigners were running? You give them to black, whether it's in Zimbabwe or it's in Uganda, they run it down.
Now, I just agree with you. But well, black people are only we know our people.
Because you don't have the because the skill set now.
Wait, Mimbona. He's not.
Mike, your connection. I will pick Robert Mugabe over Idi Amin. I'm sorry. I can't. Mike, your mic is sorry. I said Mike, your mic.
I think the leader I will pick is the Botswana leader. I can't remember his name. He managed not to F it up.
That's a problem right there. If you cannot even remember his name, I don't think that.
No, Botswana is a tiny country now from a population standpoint.
Yeah, but of course, no, I'm not picking Botswana. I saw a documentary in Botswana. It's a beautiful city, country though. But
yeah, it's beautiful, but it's empty.
So is it me or do you agree with me that I don't? This might be considered blasphemy, but to me, this guy that what did you say?
Yeah,
I
can hear you now. Yeah.
I'm driving to all these woods, so I'll be having bad network. What I'm trying to say is that Idi Amin, I'm not saying he was a guy country and do a good job, but the guy was not that thing that he tried to be, man.
Wow, it dropped off. So where what would be your top 5 for good African leaders if you had to rank them, like your top 5 all time?
Have I ever sat down to think about it?
Like, first. No, that led the whole country. You wouldn't say some kind of
led the whole country.
Like a national. I know Awolowo was a national figure, of course, but like that was a president or a prime minister that led the whole country in the whole of Africa. Who would be your top 5?
Okay, that Botswana guy that I can't remember his name.
Just Botswana. What is the Botswana guy?
That guy, I don't know who the hell his name is. Rwanda. The current Rwanda president.
All time.
All time. Yes. Current Rwanda president.
That current Rwanda president, that guy is becoming a dictator.
He's a dictator, but at least he's making his country good.
Did you see the last election?
99%.
One love, Goni. One love,
they won election. They came to that. So what will people say when somebody won election 99%?
I can't think of African leaders. Wow.
Seriously, Enigmatic, can you go first? Top 5, your top 5 all-time African leaders of all time. While K tries to figure out the boss.
My number 1 is Peter Obi.
Come on, be serious.
I don't get any African leader. I don't even send all those African.
We don't get it out for Africa, my brother. I don't think so.
Wow. Guys, I'm sure you guys are struggling with this. So I mean, seriously.
To be honest, 0 on my list. 0.
Wow. Thomas,
Babati. It's already for 40 years. So you guys don't
have any top 5 of all time. You guys don't have.
There is none.
I don't have top 1.
Wow.
Wait, except you want to be saying people that they killed that we didn't test their potential.
That counts too now. That counts. That means
like Thomas Sankara.
Okay. Was he okay?
Yeah, but they didn't test him now because it's just like this current military guy. We don't know what it's going to end up being.
Was it not like East leaning, more like a communist kind of socialist?
It was a communist guy.
Yeah.
So, but honestly, the current president of Rwanda, Kozari Sheowe, and the Botswana one, and I don't know his name.
So Nelson Mandela, there's no Nelson Mandela or
waiting Nelson Mandela one here. It's like you're releasing Namdekan one. You don't say he's a hero.
Nkrumah is not there.
Kwame Nkrumah. I know my uncle talks about him, but what did he do?
I don't even know because I know during the time of Nigeria they used to.
Nkrumah was just the Pan-African.
It's just the Pan-African nonsense now, like.
The No, Mike, the issue I had with him was
okay. Gaddafi.
Okay.
Gaddafi.
Mike, your thing is really bad.
Mike, go and pay for your internet bill.
But man, Africa, why are we so F?
I am really disappointed. You can't even give me 5. If we gonna struggle, to be honest with you.
More struggle, man.
There's no fight.
So yeah, we kò ní dá fún Africa nìyẹn now. If you can't remember power like that.
Èwo lè pè báyìí.
Kì í ṣe pé now. When all of us are racking our heads, we even think the entire Nigeria or the entire Africa.
Oh my God. No. I think maybe Koloda, maybe they don't swear for us. I don't know.
Not true. Maybe. They don't swear for us.
But this guy from Ethiopia, Selassie.
Selassie. What do you know about El Selassie apart from reggae people sing about him?
I know it was like the issue he had with England, that 1941.
What of the one in Ghana? In Ghana,
Jelly Rollins, really.
Jelly Rollins.
Oh, but this guy now, this crazy guy, Mobutu Sese Seko.
Mobutu Sese Seko. Look at his country right now. This is a disgrace. Out of 56 countries.
Okay, let's even break it down. Let's just say Nigeria. Top 5 in Nigeria. Let's leave Africa alone. Nigeria all time. Top 5.
How many don't get
any level, any governor or president, anybody. Top 5.
Obafemi Awolowo.
Okay, 1.
Number 1. Grudgingly. Obasanjo.
Grudgingly.
Ola is not here to back that up, but that's fine.
And it go be like say I be tribalist though, because I too Yoruba people.
You know they call tribalist now.
Who they again? No.
Why are you struggling with this now? So
Muritala.
You're a bigot. Bigotry.
I'm a bigot. I'm a big hot.
You are a maggot. What of Muritala?
Muritala died now.
Do you know what I will add to that list? I will add Onabanjo to that list.
Okay. Well, since you said they're not necessarily president.
Yeah, that's a president.
But what about Polata, you mentioned Awolowo. How long did he rule? For how long did he rule?
Well, from the Western region.
Western region for how many years? Just tell me.
Like 4 years or something, but he called the shots.
It's not up to 4 years. He left. You remember that he left.
But it was governing by proxy now. It was calling the shots.
The problem, he left by 1963 to go and contest. And so maybe probably he just ruled for 2 years. I'm very sorry to say that I think most of the accolades that we give to that man actually does not belong to him. But we have
Akintola, number 3. Akintola.
We have this I don't know. I think it's yes.
Hold on
Simba,
now. Let
me say this. Simba, I think you hate Awolowo.
No, it's not that. Can you let me finish?
No, Simba ni Mombagu. Simba.
Hold on now. Let the man.
Let me see. Okay, Michael Okpara.
What did he do?
He tried to grow the economy of the Eastern region.
So why didn't you give that one to Nnamdi Azikiwe?
He tried.
Forget Zik now. Zik didn't do anything. Zik was just chasing power in the center. Okpara.
That was the same thing. That was the same thing Awolowo was doing.
Awolowo was doing, yeah.
No, Awolowo at some point in time he played opposition. He just focused on Western region. But there's nothing you can tell me about Awolowo. Is our deity. So forget. Don't even try to convince me. Because it work.
Okay.
It's like a god.
I think that is the problem.
Simba, if you ask me, Okpara was the real leader of the Southeast.
Okpara is the real leader in the Southeast.
Nnamdi Azikiwe didn't do shit, man. That guy, I can't even think of anything Nnamdi Azikiwe did in Nigeria except just rubbish, destruction, deceitful. The guy was like a crook, man.
And there's
Everything was
someone in
very,
the
very
Midwest.
crooked.
What's his name? The guy that was
Ambrose
planting
Ali.
rubber
Ambrose Ali.
and trade.
Ambrose Ali.
Ambrose Ali.
I think Azikwe number one is the smarter leader. I mean smarter version of Peter Obi.
The guy's a crook.
It's a very
Azikwe created that template that is still being used today.
You know, Azikiwe deputy actually is a Southwesterner.
Yeah, but Azikwe got power from the Southwest.
I mean, the chairman of his party. Is this Adenero Ogunsoya now?
It's the Lagos. See, what is happening today is not different from what happened before.
Donyo Kupe was the chairman of
It's the Lagos Island Yoruba people that were working with Azikwe, and they got that through Abat Macaulay. Abat Macaulay handed the party to Azikwe. The people following Abat Macaulay were the Lagos Island people, all these returnees.
He handed over the party to Azikwe when he was on the sick bed in 1945.
The man was poisoned now.
The likes of Chinedu and then...
And so the likes of Chinedu were the same ones that were doing Odale back then. Go and check now. I'm not even sure.
This is your top 5 that you are even...
Yoruba have always have those people now, those characters. What about this last election? Afenifere, people that were their mandate was to stand for the interest of the Yorubas, and they went to
Mike, they are Afenifere.
But the truth is, it's a sign of an advanced society, though, to have strong opposing voices.
Yeah, it is, but some people are ridiculous now. It's like working against your own people. It's like that's more opposition. That's more.
And it has always been like that, even pre-independent. It has always been like that in the Southwest.
Isn't that what happened in the
self-hate people? Like, I mean, God, Lord have mercy. Self-hate.
So did you? Are you done with the top 5?
I'm done with Nigerian top 5 now. Ambrose Ali, Okpara, Awolowo,
Kulata, everybody that you mentioned except Okpara are Awoist.
He said he's a tribalist. Didn't you hear what he said?
They said I have a big heart, so I have a big heart. You hear me now? No, not necessarily. I'm not a big heart. Those are the people I'm familiar with, honestly. I can't be speaking about northern leaders. I don't know them.
If you look at those people that you mentioned, can you now say that maybe because he surrounded himself, that's still a quality of a good leadership.
But you know what? Give us your own top 5. Give us your own 5.
Yeah, even those people that are mentioning is because
give us your own top 5.
We have this tendency of mentioning old people because we can't reckon with the present one.
Babati.
Yes.
Simba, if you are giving your 5, Awolowo is not there. You better go back to bed. Go back to bed.
I know you want them to stone me this morning. Eh? I will not mention anybody. They will stone me. I will not mention Awolowo.
I let Prince go there since you don't want. Prince, can you give us your top 5?
What Awolowo did, I think you or Colada said maybe I shouldn't be part of it, but what Awolowo did back in his days, and in the 50s or in the 60s, whenever he was in charge of the Western region, it was equal to being.
When was he in charge of the Western region? That is the question.
Well,
when was he?
His politics, his leadership cannot be sidelined. And for that reason, I think I would choose.
The question I'm asking you, Prince Daddy, when was he in charge of the Western region? When?
Wait, in charge versus in control, because they're two different things. Like he was in control since the 40s, but the time he was in the office was a shorter time.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go with that. It was never it was never a president, but
so
again,
it was like it was using godfatherism. It was using godfatherism.
Simba, do you know Aaron
Yes,
Smith?
you can say that.
Simba, do you know Aaron Smith? This British man.
No.
You guys know Aaron Smith, the guy that just he was colonial officer during the colonial time. He's still alive today. He did an interview.
Really?
I don't know. I'm surprised you guys haven't heard it. Where he was talking about the leaders of back then. It was the guy that really exposed Zik now. The guy described Olowo as a very noble man. I'm sorry. If I wasn't driving, I would have played that. Thomas, have you seen that Rosnivin interview? Is Thomas there? Thomas.
You mean the one that they did when he was released from prison? The first interview that
No. Oh man, I'm surprised you guys haven't heard it. The guy he exposed Azikwe. He was the one that spoke about how the British Azikwe went to the north. He was a white man, the British man. The guy exposed he was telling us about the leaders. He said
Yeah.
Awolowo and he talked very great about Awolowo and this guy, Antonio Nauro. He said those are the only two great Nigerian leaders back then. They were not willing to sell Nigeria out to the British. Well, this guy, Azikwe, as a guy that was literally working with the British, like.
But they caught Zeke with fraud in ACB Bank or something like that.
Yeah, they said the British use it. They leverage that to use him now.
They now leveraged it against him.
Against him, yeah. So they say because they were training him that okay, you go to prison. So they now used him to sabotage Nigeria. You know, so that interview you guys need to watch. If you haven't seen it, you gotta watch it. But they describe Olowo as a guy that it was impossible to make shady deals with. The British finally, that's why they beat him.
I was an upright citizen.
He was
Absolutely.
a very upright man, man.
In fact, I have an article. Funny enough, was recommended by Adewale grandson. That guy. That I searched for the article and I was able to find it. It was written. I can't remember the Times of London or whatever. And it talked about the negotiation that occurred before the independence and how Awo was noble. I mean, he had all the praises, not for the other guys. But anyway, to my five leaders in Africa, no doubt, Kwame Nkrumah. I know you don't know much about Kwame Nkrumah, but Kwame Nkrumah was a form, apart from being a Pan-Africanist, what he did in Ghana, actually, with the little they had, he did great. They had less resources.
Can we push back on that?
Can we stop this Pan-African bullshit? What did he get us?
No. I just said it. I'm not talking. I said apart from Pan-Africanism.
But President, you know that Kwame Nkrumah was actually against it was against Zik. They were not in the same camp. I think he was in the Casablanca group where the Zik were in is it Morovia group? You know, there were two groups.
Guys, there's no single African leader that did anything for Africa, unless I'm mistaken. I'm talking individually in their own country.
Even you guys should not be fixated. Okay, if you extend it to the world now, can you say these are the greatest world leaders?
Yes, now we can.
Who?
What did they contribute to the world?
Lee Kuan Yew. I mean, you can say
you are
really
talking about it only in his country. What does
I mean, you say the world now. I mean, we can talk about FDR in the US. We can talk about that fat guy in the UK.
No, we talk about African leaders. After we just talk about African leaders.
If we talk about African leaders, I need
someone to help. You could mention the Nkrumahs. You can mention Julius Nyerere. You can mention somebody like Arap Moi in Kenya.
Kwame,
Even Kenneth Kaunda in Zambia did greatly for his people.
Like what?
So you want to compare those one with the riffraff that we have these days?
But what did they do? What did they do?
That's what I'm asking. Kwame Nkrumah transformed Ghana. He did actually. Remember,
apart from Pan Africa, he did nothing in Ghana. In fact, the economy of Ghana was in a mess.
Not true. Kwame Nkrumah was.
It was overthrown. It was overthrown.
Exactly.
It was overthrown
because his ideology.
The same time, you know what, President? Let me tell you this. The same time the military coup took place in Nigeria, that was the same time it took place in Ghana. And it was the same guys.
It was all planned and orchestrated. But let me tell you. Okay, let me name it.
It was not. It's by the orchestrated. But the issue there is this: the same guys, because the guy that took over in Ghana and the guys that took over in Nigeria were actually together in training in Britain. They are the same classmates. You understand? They were classmates. They just all of them just came back and took over in their country.
You know, the coup
And
happened
so
within months, within like weeks.
Okay,
exactly.
and what is the role of the British behind it? You know, none of those things could happen without the British being or the French being behind it. But okay, let me just name my five quickly. I'll say Kwame Nkrumah, and I'll say Awolowo for sure. Then I will go with
But
I have to
Awolowo
go
was
with
not known in Africa. It was not that known in Africa.
well, trust me, Awo for Africa. Trust me,
It's
that guy
because you
did
are
a lot.
Yoruba man. That's why you are picking Awo.
No, no,
Awo is a
No, it
local.
is
It's
Sick of
just a
Africa,
local.
not Awo. Awo is
Is a
local.
Awo is a local champion. In fact, even in Nigeria, it's
it's a local
limited to the
champion.
Man, I'm
southwest.
starting to suspect that Simba is MPN.
Kini problem, boy, go long. What's your problem?
Simba must be MPN.
Yes, no. My father was MPN. My
Uh-huh.
surname. Yes.
Okay,
So
now that
I got
explains it.
my father. My father actually put all this thing in my brain.
Okay, there you go. So Kwame Nkrumah, Awolowo. Then I would like to say Gaddafi. Then this guy, Kigami of Rwanda. Then I have to
Sorry,
put this
why is
guy.
Nelson not popular
N-
on your house list? Why is Nelson
yeah,
Mandela not
number five, Nelson Mandela. That's my five.
What did he do? What did Nelson
I'm only
Mandela do
asking the
apart from get
question.
out
I'm
of
only
jail?
asking the question. I'm not saying. I'm just asking.
He fought for his people. That it was the only thing he fought for his people, for the emancipation of his people.
So he's a
That's all. He
Sowore
was not
of
a
South
good. He was
Africa.
not a good president. He wasn't a good president at all.
Is that you?
He's a
You know,
Sowore
Simba. Me
or
too.
Kanu.
I give this guy a hard time, Mandela. But at the end of the day, you have to cut him a slack, give him a break. You have to give him a break under the circumstances in which he became the
What
president.
did
You
he
know,
do? What did he do? He wasn't the
he
only one
didn't
in
do
prison.
much.
Don't give me that
I
prison thing,
know,
man. It was a bunch
That's
of
what I'm
them
saying.
that took the prison. I was the only one
I
that
was
showed that
hard
He
on
was
him.
just a freedom fighter. The guy was just a freedom fighter.
it
That's
was
all.
not even freedom
I
fighter.
was hard on
It
him
was a
too.
freedom. It was a freedom killer because the whites they were in the last. They were the apartheid government. Their back were against the war. They were done because the Soviets they already led the revolution in Zimbabwe. And the South African ANC rebels were already receiving all their training in Zimbabwe. They already got weapons. It's just time to start civil war in South Africa between black and white. We were equal. The white realized they were done. The last resort was to go to prison and find one out. It wasn't they went to prison. And when the deal was favor the whites 100%. I'm like, dude, these people were in a weak position, and you kind of give them all these things. And then that's why they started celebrating him, started selling him to all Africa. Oh, he's the African hero. Hey, when they say when a white man, they tell you say black man is a hero. Trust me, it's not your hero, it's their hero. That black man, the woman is celebrating for you. It's not because he's good for the blacks, it's good for them. That's why.
Okay,
Mandela is not
a
someone that can
Malcolm X
regard
kind
as
of thing, really. Like a
I
Malcolm X.
think number one, please that I should mention, number one should be Gaddafi.
Yeah, I can agree on Gaddafi for sure.
Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa.
Africa now, Africa now.
Man, we're going to like you don't have anybody down there, man. Well,
No, we can take Jerry Rawlings. Rawlings did well for Ghana. He actually revamped their economy.
wow. Huh?
Because when he
I
came in,
disagree, Simba.
the economy
I
of Ghana
disagree.
was in a mess. He revamped the economy, and look at what happened when he left. It became a shambles again.
No, Simba, wrong. No, that's wrong. This
If you
guy,
ask me, man,
Rollins.
I will still say the greatest African leader is Gaddafi because the guy, when the guy became president, the country was very poor. The guy even said, he told his citizens, he said, he will be homeless. He will be living inside tents until every single Libya is a house. And that's exactly what he did. When he became president, he was living in a tent. He didn't have a house. He said until every Libya is not is living in a house. You understand? Before you, and then the entire time, every Libyan were living fine. Man. They had the highest standard of living. The guy did great for
No,
these people.
it wasn't only Libyans. Most of the North African people actually moved to Libya. I have met
Yeah,
like 3 or 4 people that work in Libya before, and
I don't
they
even
told
know
me
what
that
that revolution was
what they were even earning in Libya, they are not earning it in the Gulf countries where they are living now.
Libya were doing fantastic. They wouldn't travel out.
Could
They,
you believe
all of
that even up till now that we are still that they are still fighting in Libya. Nigerians are still moving to Libya to go and live in Libya.
the guy took every citizen were collecting pictures, stipend. I mean, like they were all doing free education, free. I
And
mean, like
even not
oh my
only
god,
he actually did well for Africa also. It was the
yeah.
one that actually led to the creation of AU. Even OAU that metamorphosized to AU. It was part of the people behind it. Is the guy, in fact, apart is the only Arab guy that I've seen that believe in Pan African.
They used to make fun of is it Nkrumah, whatever. They go on. I was listening to some audio. It's like it's like this guy from Nkrumah thinks that Ghana is the capital of Africa. The way they mock him about that Pan Africanism thing. I was listening to all these audio things from this. It's for quite interesting. You guys should go check it out. The way they used to mock him, like, who is this guy? I think he is. He
The
wants to
guy's trying to
control.
be he's trying to be
He
a
wants to
dog
control everybody
Nazi.
from Ghana. Like he thinks he's the head of African countries. Nobody was buying what he was selling, even though he really maybe he believed in what he was saying.
No,
But
the guy was in America now, so he was arguing with the black Americans, and they
oh,
sold him
okay.
with this racism. And I'm like, dude, you can't go against this white man; they will kill you, man. Just not the time. You need to wait. We get the idea. Yeah, we want to challenge whites, but get some power first. Become powerful before you start. That's the problem with this Pan African. You are a weak ass motherfucker. You don't have no power. You don't have power to fight, but you want to be challenging. Come on, man. Like the guy was just doing that thing at the wrong time. And at the end of the day, they will just take you out, and that's it. They will overthrow your ass.
But Prince Daddy there.
I believe it should be somewhere.
Prince Daddy. Okay, because he said that that 1966 coup was actually orchestrated by the British. That's
Wait,
what
say
I want
again?
you to explain. You said that the 1966
I
coup
believe
was
so too.
orchestrated by the British.
Oh, no. I
Why
didn't say that. I said they for sure had a hand in it.
why do
I
you think
believe
so?
so. Well, come on. Back then, they had more leverage than they probably do now. So how much more? Such a high level thing going on in the country that the British would be unaware. So I don't believe that. It's like intelligence. They have more
What could have
intelligence.
been
They
the
have more
reason?
resources.
They just handed over to all these countries. So what could have been the reason for putting up militaries? Do you think that they believe that they will have more control over the military than the civilians?
Well, see, what is happening
Simba, let me give you
then
my
is
theory.
what's been going on to today. It's always the interest of the leaders. If there's somebody coming to power that they think is not going to be serving their own interest, they try to get rid of the person, just like America is doing today. Yeah, just like what happened in Ukraine. Yanukovych for this guy Zelensky. It's always about interest. So I mean, I wouldn't, I would not believe that the British had nothing to do with it back then, especially way back then when they had more leverage.
Prince Daddy, let me give you my theory. So, the British, right, when they were doing their colonial stuff, they created two group of people. They created the military. Remember, our soldiers were all trained in sandals. They were in fact before independence, they were considered part of the British Army and the French Army, all those kind of people, right? Those general, all of them, you don't see, they were all British army under British. Now they also created a class of people called the politicians because they trained them too, right? So what I thought was during that after independence, when those politicians began to talk about body, began to become some of them started trying to feel really independent. And they felt like okay, the only other people they have in the continent to use to serve their interests that they can control, that they have direct link to were the soldiers, the military. And a lot of those soldiers, they know them. Most their former commanders were British men. So the people that trained them knew them. They knew every one of them, know their personalities. They know the one that can do what and what. So it was easy to now use them. because most of them, majority of their military career, they were under the British, their colonial command. You understand? So the new founded country that just got independent in the 60s, they are just transiting to become the military of this new country. So their loyalty will still be to their former colonial, you understand now? Master that trained them to be soldiers. So that's why I kind of believe that they find it easier to use those soldiers. And also, remember during the Cold War, a lot of those African leaders, the Soviets were approaching the African politicians, trying to get them to side with them against the West. Some of them were beginning to lean towards the Soviets, some of those politicians, because they, and the soldiers were just the last resort the British and the French could use to
But
just.
even the one that or we want to talk about the colonial generally, not only British, because even in Congo, I mean, it was Belgium that you remember what happened to Lubumba.
It was the same thing now. It was the military now. They have to. They knew all those soldiers. They know that okay, this guy named Mobutu. We know him. We know his personality. He's the kind of guy we can use. So it was a part of the Belgians. It was about the Congolese army, but they were all under the Belgium before, so they knew all of them. They were the one that trained them. They were the one that raised them. They were the one that taught them everything. So they are still their masters. So they know each of them with their personality. So they know the right one to go to use to carry out coup. So what civilian guy. So
So
that's what I thought was
we
going on
cannot
right there. I
attribute
thought
our own what happened in Nigeria to the political unrest that we had in the country then. We couldn't have
no.
attributed that.
Go and watch Tafa Balewa interview at the United Nations not too long before the coup. I think the guy made a speech that was making it clear. He announced to the whole world, like we Nigeria, we're going to be neutral in this Cold War that's going on. That's why Buhari trying to make similar speech and say we are for nobody and we are for everybody. That statement is a death sentence. You are telling the British that you also want to deal with the Soviets. That message to me was a coup, was a call for coup. I'm sorry, was a call for overthrow, because the West, you either with us or you are gone, because they don't want the Soviets in the continent at all. And he made that speech in the United Nations. Go and watch his speech on YouTube. Tafa Balewa. He was assassinated not so long after that. And who did they use? The Nigerian army now. So, and those soldiers, I mean, the British had direct command over them now because they were all under the British. I just think those Ironsi and all those guys, it's all good. Their tribalistic mentality is what landed them, their tribe into trouble. Because that coup, they just did in a very tribalistic manner where you kill everybody's leader except your own. Though they also had their own tribal agenda. So unfortunately, those guys are just stupid. How can you do a coup like that? You're gonna land your people in a mess now. You do a coup in a very obvious.
So can we now conclude? Mike? Can we now conclude that okay, it's not as if we don't have great leaders, but the West are the ones that actually prevented us from having great leaders in Africa?
I don't like to blame outside of our problem because our so-called
Okay,
leaders
we
can
made
have
mention of
wisdom.
Gaddafi. No, just
Exactly.
hold on.
Yeah.
We made mention of Gaddafi, and we know how he ended up. He was killed. So most of our so-called great leaders were killed.
You're right. You're right. So, well, we never learned from all those things. At least with the Gaddafi own, they had to come and invade them. But with our own, they don't even have to invade us now. They don't even have to show up. We don't even have to show face. They just snap a finger and one of us will take our own leader out, Look at Sankara now. Look at Thomas Sankara. He was his own deputy, his best friend that killed him. So
Empowering.
exactly. So how can I blame Oyinbo? We black people, we are just, I don't know. So
Mike, sorry, Mike. Do you know why I did not respond? Because when you ask all those questions, I've been thinking about it. Which leader should I pick? But at the end of the day, I cannot pick anyone. First, they didn't allow them to work, or our people don't allow them to work very well. We are impatient. We are being controlled remotely. And then the fusion of all this as a country, the fusion of, for example, if you look at Nigeria as a whole, the fusion of Nigerians together. We are totally different tribe in terms of thinking, in terms of doing everything. It's like they deliberately do this thing. And when you see some pocket of leader that want to do one that they are trying, they are caught back. It's either by the people themselves or in connivance with the whatever that is controlling them. So, and when you look at the dispensation for the last 40 years, I'm talking about we are in 2024. When we look at the last 50 years, if I look at it very well, I can only pinpoint Gaddafi. That's all. And they cut him down. And when you look at West Africa and Nigeria, you just look about the leaders that have tried their best in Nigeria. Some of the colonials were the freedom fighters. I mean, like Zik and Awolowo, especially Awolowo. That one really tries best. Whatever you can say, Simba is one of the greatest leaders of Yoruba land. But unfortunately, just like normal, our people also cut him down. They betrayed him.
Awolowo is the greatest leader of Yoruba land, not one, the greatest.
Is the greatest, but our people is our downfall.
Hey, okay, can we look at it? Okay, that okay, right from independence, when we seem to have maybe somebody that's meant well, that wanted to do well, they are always cut short. Muritala is an example. Even when Buhari came in, that though some people might not actually agree with that, they did not also last because their policy was against the West.
Yeah, you
So
are right.
can we conclude? Can we conclude that Africa is doomed?
Africa is not doomed. To me, here's the deal, Simba. I think it's the lack of enough wisdom of those guys that's making them fall. You understand? They're not doing their calculation well. That's what I think. If you want to stand against the West, in fact, the easiest people to stand against the West are the Africans. Because all you have to worry about is your own people. Your sabos are among you. You don't have to worry about the Oyibo man. The Oyibo man will never fly in to come and take you out on his own. So it's very easy. They can't fly in to come and bomb you and take you out on their own. You understand? Or invade your country. Their skin is different. It can't be. That's how they couldn't do with the Chinese and the Asian, because all the Chinese people had to tell their population, if you see a white man, call the police. If you see, you understand? Or if you see a Igbo person in your country, jump. So it's a very easy thing. It's a matter of just organizing yourself, making secret, knowing the monster
Hey,
you're dealing with.
how easy is that? Do you think that one is possible?
It's very easy. It's very easy.
It's not very easy. What you are saying is not, because we are not homogeneous. We can never come together.
And that's the problem. And that we are not homogeneous. One of the problems is that you don't want to acknowledge that you are not homogeneous. You are forcing yourself to be homogeneous. When you say you want to eliminate ethnic group, you don't acknowledge that you have ethnic groups, and then you wonder why you have ethnic problems. So your internal things is something you're supposed to deal with first. These things, address it. Acknowledge that you have ethnic groups, and these ethnic differences will be eliminated. It's not a problem. You understand? It's easy.
But Mike, I want to ask you a question. Like a lot of people are craving for what you are talking about. Is you are talking about probably going back to ethnic or regionalism or something like that. Don't you think
Don't bring us up to Nigeria level. We are talking generally now, because the same problem we have all over Africa.
Don't you think that Africa is being used as an experiment? Because you live this kind of democracy, and the next one you jump to the American system or federal system, and then before you know it, you copy the British system, which is more prime. So
The question I want to ask you guys: can you tell me one African country now that is doing well?
Maybe South Africa, but I won't say anyone is doing
South Africa is not doing well though. Forget about it.
If you see their
you can never do it until you start producing. That's the only thing. To me, you guys can talk about this and that.
The majority of the tribe with their black, you will pity them. My God, it's appalling, man. If you see them, if you what is going
So you don't. That's what. So you people cannot mention one.
I tend to pick Rwanda recently because of what has happened in that.
Reggie, forget about that guy. What the guy? The guy is a dictator. No, just hold on. Is using the resources of the is the one causing problem. They are the Western world are using it to cause chaos
Yeah,
in
to cause
surrounding
chaos.
countries, and
To me,
they are using him to siphon the resources of Congo, and that's why you people are looking at the guy as if he's doing
and
well.
that's what I told you.
To
The
me, is
Oyinbo.
the guy supposed to be hanged? Is one of the problem of Africa.
Then we're in deep trouble, man. Because if out of all of this country we cannot pinpoint only one that is doing fine, or even not the North African countries, the West and South, none of them is doing fine. We're in deep problem. Sometimes when
I think the solution to African problem is so easy. I'm telling you, man, it's very easy. Man.
So you know what? When you look at the a black man mindset, you will also laugh because look at Nigeria with all these great potentials. Why can't we, as people, forget where we come from and work together?
Can you describe that potential so I can understand it? Because Nigeria, we can't use all
in terms of human resource, Nigeria have in abundance.
Okay, can you describe this human resource that is not producing anything?
What I'm trying to say is that if we harness our human resources in every facet of human endeavor, it's going to help us.
Really? So who are we using our human endeavor? Is it foreigners?
No. I'm not talking about foreigners. I'm talking about
I'm saying the people we are using. You say are they not the so-called human resources? The people running Nigeria, are they not the same human resources you are talking about?
That leads me to another point, which is our orientation. The orientation is terrible.
Exactly. So we don't have good human resources. We don't have the human resources we're talking about.
So we do have, but the orientation is terrible because
we are talking about quantity. We are not talking about quality. So what is the issue there?
Oh God! So we are doing again. So what is because
okay, let me give you the only two stable economically viable country that we have in Africa now is Morocco and Nigeria, and they are not practicing the kind of they are not practicing the kind of democracy. They are not practicing the kind of democracy that other African countries are practicing. So can we say that the kind of democracy that we are practicing is also a problem? Morocco is a monarch, probably Algeria too. So I don't think
Algeria
and it's working.
I think Algeria is practicing constitutional democracy, but they are not like Nigeria, different tribe like that. So don't you think it also favors them? They are not like we have.
The other Arab countries are not doing well. Tunisia is not doing well. Egypt is not doing well. Libya is not doing well.
Egypt, they are the architect. So sometimes let me ask you a question, Simba. I remember during that what do you call it? They are calling for the protest in Egypt, the Arab Spring, when everybody is talking about them. Down the line, how many years from now, and you see that country now?
Yeah, what's off? I remember that time they used to gather at Tahrir Square in Cairo.
They chased out their Mubarak or that guy that was there that time.
Yeah, Hosni Mubarak.
And it's just from another evil to a worse evil. I just don't get it sometimes. The people they thought that is going to liberate them is now the architect of their trouble. That country, their trouble is even more than Nigeria. So sometimes when you say you want to go for something, you want to change something, I just laugh because it is all about interest. Are you so sure that the person you want to push in there will be better?
You know, Remy, whatever we want to do, we don't touch it. We do normally, touch it through before we actually act. All those Arab Spring, it was just like what Nigerians are trying to do now, because they are protesting in Kenya. Oh, then we should protest in Nigeria, and that was what they did. All of them did, and it did not favor all of them.
Copy and
paste. Copy and paste.
Nigerian is not all the
do it. The way these young Nigerians talk these days, I'm just like, are you guys dumb?
Do you know that somebody was making mockery of them recently? Do you know that
the score is 140. For God's sake, 140. You are
Sorry,
breaking.
man.
You are breaking. Simba, do you know the Jan
Yes,
cutoff mark for university?
I saw it. They brought it down to 140.
It's terrible, man. I don't think so.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Mike.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say,
cannot believe.
Simba. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. Finish. Okay. So what I was going to say, remember when? Remember, and just like you were saying about this Kenya. Remember when they were those African countries doing coup d'etat? Remember how Nigerian people were saying, "Oh, look at the nonsense Nigerian, young Nigerian soldiers are dumb. Their mates are doing coup in
Burkina Faso in Mali.
Yeah, they're saying young Nigerian soldiers are idiots. They are dumb. They should go and do coup too. I'm like, what do you guys believe this copy and paste? The same thing now. The young Kenyans are burning down their country without any direct headway. And the Nigerian youth are like, look, well, how can we? Yeah, I won't say the Nigerian, I'll say the Obidiots. It's not even Nigerian youth, the Obidiots. They say, look at Kenya.
Big goat.
Yeah, they say, shame on we Nigerians. I'm like, okay, what is it that this thing you are telling us to aspire to inspire us? What are they achieving? Have they achieved something of a milestone for you to tell me that, okay, that's what we should copy next? This copy and paste, and it's not only you're copying and pasting, you're copying and pasting senseless things. You want to do what's going on in Kenya, see what they have done in Kenya has turned Kenya around.
Have they seen the result of what happened in Kenya? That they wanted to, before you say you want to copy something, you see that, this thing actually works.
Exactly. I'm just like, these guys, man. Oh my God. Very retarded. That's why when I'm say we have human resources, I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. These same retarded people are
Do you know, Simba, sorry, Mike, do you know that the same person they push out, the minister they don't want, all the things they don't want, the president has started reversing it back again. Nobody is not telling Nigerians that all those ministers they kick out, they are back on their posts. Nobody is telling Nigerians that the president of that country have instituted that there's no more protest anymore. Military and police are all over the country. Nobody is telling Nigerians that. So you can say, at the end of the day, that Kaiso came here, I asked him a very important question. The motive behind the process, did they get it? The guy said emphatically no, they didn't get nothing. So, and you destroy your country, and then about more than 30 people died because on the cost of these people. Those people that are instigating.
Remy, if they can inflict that kind of destruction on their country, the Kenyans that are more patriotic than the Nigerians, they are not as divided as we are divided, though. You can imagine the level of destruction that will happen in Nigeria if we do such a thing.
I bet it. If they have opportunity, they will burn that Dangote refinery. If they have the opportunity,
one place I know they will bomb for sure. They will target. Is that new? All those things on Olu just built. Those new rail line. That new rail station.
Not only that one. They will start burning your airport and your Dangote refinery. They will burn it down out of envy. They will burn everything down. They don't care. They will, because an average Nigerian mindset is that it is government that provide everything. An average Nigerian mindset is that if he is not getting a job, if his life is not better, it's that government or that rich man that is making his life to be miserable. So that is an average mindset in Nigeria. An average mindset in Nigeria is that anybody that holds a political post in Nigeria is already a thief, is already corrupt. An average mindset that if you're a chairman, you should share the money with the local community. It's my boy, I must get something in return. So the orientation and the mindset of an average black person, if you look at it, it's not good. It's not all about let's work together to make the community better. And those ones that are trying hard to make your community better, at the end of the day, you people will gang against them and make sure that you are looking for their downfall almost every time. What kind of people are these? So that is why the white people, they were able to diagnose you that this is your problem. And they can find an easy inroad into you. You are easy to be divided. Just throw some dollars in front of you. You'll be dancing balongo. And before you know it, they start talking rubbish. I will tell you something that will shock you. I make a presentation about Dangote refinery, and my lecturer, after hearing me, they quickly rush out. I don't know why they rush out. And I think they have already, there is also a kind of external influence on against Dangote about that refinery. I don't know, and because our people are not patriotic enough. If we are patriotic enough, we can at least, this is our refinery, whether private or public, is for the good for everybody. But a lot of Nigerians will be telling you it's a monopoly. He is the one monopolizing everything. But he is not the only one they give license to. They give license to a lot of them in terms of cement and everything. Some of them they kept on importing.
Dangote refinery is not the first private refinery in Nigeria.
Now you can, at the end of the day, apart from all these regulators and just Kaba playing their game, even the major competitor that they have small modular refinery, it's all out of envy and jealousy. Sometimes we can work together as a team. Everybody will smile at the end of the day. Win-win situation. Everything must be settled on the table instead of watching your dirty line outside every time. So sometimes when this Africa is June, you yourself, even when we sit down, you start talking about Nigerian issue every day. Even
we talk about the Indian. Don't let us even go to the West. We talk about the Asians that at least they were liberating themselves and they're doing well. India, at least they are coming up, though their per capita GDP is still very low. We have some countries like China is already up there. South Korea is there. We have even there are some other countries like Singapore, Thailand, and they were doing well. The issue here, the Africans, when I look at our situation, I just look at this like I can't even fathom what is the problem. Because as you said, Remy, any little if they want to destabilize what they just need to dangle some few dollars to some people, they will start working against ourselves.
Simba, would you
Yes.
would you be surprised if you find out that even this so-called protest is being sponsored by some foreign entities? Would that surprise you? Like
I
just
won't be surprised. I won't be surprised.
okay. So
I
it's
won't.
not. But when did Nigeria start following other African countries? I thought we were supposed to lead other African countries. Why are we now waiting for them to start something? But
Is it Nigeria following them or is it
that is not the Nigerian spirit. I'm sorry. That is not us. We lead, they follow, not the other way. When do we start following them? I don't know when that changed. I don't know when we start following them.
I don't know what's going on. I know, like we normally, the past 10 years, something has changed about our image. Like I'm sorry. It sound like I think this new mentality that's going on, this way we are right now, it start with the. I think it's the problem with Southeasterners. I'm sorry because the moment they started this their behavior, this their movements and everything. Although there's always been kind of like this, but now it's just been amplified to the point where it's like they are a cancer to that country. I'm sorry, with the way they do things, man.
To me, no matter what happens.
Prior to 2015, before they started the IPOD thing, I thought tribalism was dead in Nigeria. Like literally, Nigeria were becoming a country. We started Afro. Started doing Nollywood. We're being known. We're being second to. We're like, you guys notice, like everybody was talking about us. I'm like, whoa. And then young Nigerians, we started like kind of seeing that we're coming together. All of a sudden, we just got to where we are right now. We become these people that are just talking about secession, trying to play. And I'm like, how do we get to this point? Like, yo, what the heck? By 2014, man, I'm thinking like, God.
But my thing is this. What that means, we don't have the mind of our own. We are waiting for them to make the first move, then we piggyback on it. That's not the Nigerian spirit. That's not the Nigerian way of doing things. I have never in the history of living that country for a second looked at the federal and said, "Oh, I'm waiting for Kenya to lead us in this direction." That is not the Nigerian way. I've never seen that before. We don't do that. So I don't know what changed, Remy. Maybe I'm wrong.
You are not wrong. Nigerian, we don't do like that. An average Kenya is very shy. He cannot even look straight directly into your eye like this. Most Kenyans, at least I saw some of them here, they can't. They are not outspoken as Nigeria, and they are not as forthright as Nigeria. Nigerian can go anywhere, do whatever he wants to. I'm not talking about illegal something. Compete very well. Most East Africans, they don't compete like Nigerians. But when you look at when we entered this from 1999, that is why no matter what anybody tell me, Obasanjo is the architect of our problem. Because after he ruled for 8 years with his ego and doing nothing, paying off 4 billion or 40 billion of our SNAC, paid off, and we are lucky things were getting better. He didn't invest in people. He didn't bring the country together. It's like when he wants to give power, he give it to somebody he can control. He knows they are not good enough. That is not the best for Nigeria at that particular moment. If you have looked for another, even El Rufai and Udili as vice president, that would have been better. Those people will work, but he wants somebody he wants to control. And since that time, he never left. He still wants to be in charge. He still wants to control. And when Buhari also came, unfortunately, it's already old. He also continued to fight because when he sees what is going on, how can you be a president and somebody continue to judge, some region continue to bash you day in, day out? And that is why, and those people, put together, his inner circle, they also started to promote their own ideology. And that is why they favor their own people more. So when you look at it at the end of the day, what can solve this problem? You see that I foresee two things. The first thing is that we go to resource control by state, or the second thing, which is people will not like to hear, is everybody go their own way. That will be the end of it at the end of the day. So anybody that is thinking you are trying to protest and then Nigeria
you think that is a solution in Nigeria, but you remember that we have some even smaller countries that we can even say that somehow they are somehow homogeneous. We have countries that have broken away, and if you look at those examples, were they really doing well? Benin Republic is there, Togo is there. We have so many, even all those Rwanda that we talk about, all those small, they are just countries of less than 10 million population. South Sudan is there today, broke away from Sudan. They are not doing well. It's one problem after the other.
This is what I believe. Here's what I believe here. They want to break away. I think you have to just bring them to the table and discuss it rather than just dismissing them. To me, that's what I believe. Because ever since I've been born, the Southeastern have always been saying they want to break away. And they always use that to do some blackmailing, to get things out of Nigeria, or to just create some. To me, if a group of people are saying you need to have that conversation with them. You need to sit down and say, okay,
Mike, let me ask you.
You can't keep this attitude of
Mike, let me ask you a question. Mike, let me ask you a question. You said they have been agitating, want to go away. But can I ask you a very good question? I want you to answer it honestly. What can you do to make this region happy?
No, what he's saying, he said they should just sit and.
I know he's saying that they should call them for a round table. I know.
The question that you're asking, just like asking somebody, what can you do to make a woman happy?
You know why I asked him that question? The reason why I asked him that question is that we can see that they have been agitated, they want to go away. But the last election clearly shows that they also want to be president of the country.
Hold on, before you move, let me answer your question before you move. Hold on, can you hear me? First of all, it's not anybody's responsibility to make another person happy. That's number one. You understand? So that question of what can you do to make them happy? No, it's not your job to go and make someone happy. No, it's your job to know what they're asking and what's your own. If oh shit, I almost killed this animal. If a group of a region in a country are telling you they want to leave, and then you sit down with them and address how legitimate you address it. You just don't dismiss them, and it's kind of like a just
so
like people
Mike,
always say, like you have
so
a
Mike,
wife.
if I
Hold
understand
on.
you very well, Mike, if I
What I'm
understand
saying,
you very okay,
yeah, go
continue.
ahead.
Uh, what you are trying to
Keep
say is that
you can't keep. Just go ahead, doctor. Right.
okay. What you are trying to say is that you want to call them to a round table, and if they insist that they want to go away, you want to have a peaceful break away from the country. Or what are you trying to say? Mike, you can go ahead, answer the question.
I didn't hear the last. I didn't hear your last
saying
statement.
that they should be called.
My last statement. My last
Hold
statement
on,
is
hold on.
that.
I didn't
My
hear
last
statement. Go ahead, say it again.
My last statement is that. Are you trying to say, okay, if you guys want to break away, you want a peaceful break away from Nigeria? Is that what you want to call them for a round table for, or what?
Or what are you going to discuss in the round table?
No, hesitate. No. This is what I think. First of all, let me tell you what Nigerian state is doing wrong. Okay, a region, a group of people they're always agitating. You have to have conversation about what they are talking about, and you have to call all their leadership, whether it's political leadership, socio-cultural leadership, and bring to the table and debate what this is all about. And at the end of the day, a superior argument will win, rather than just dismissing and just ignoring. And then I'm like, what is this? Does this make any sense? It's like you're not addressing your problem.
But are you sure Nigeria is ignoring it though?
Yeah. Please, Tunaja, for the past 8 years now, it's even got to the point where they've even created an armed group. When has Nigerian state government sat down with whether it's Ohanese or their political leader or their social, whoever their leadership are, and say, what is going on? Can you explain your position to us? When have they done that?
I think they did that with Ojukwu now. By the time Ojukwu returned to Nigeria, they were settling, stuff, isn't it?
First of all, that one is one retarded move. That's another topic. But before I even go to it, let's deal with the one that's going on today. We are talking about today leadership. We have IPOB in our hands. We have this constant crying about let us go our separate ways, and they are becoming nuisance and just tribal, creating a bunch of tribal problems within them and other ethnic groups. That's a problem. Dividing country. So you have to call and say, okay, what is this all about? Address your problem. And that's what, and this is not only in this area, it's almost in every area of our life in Africa. We don't address our problems. We just ignore it and just be dealing with it like that. You have to address it now.
But see, I agree with you that you need to call them, and I will go on to ask you what you would do if you call them over. Because like in the UK now, you have the Scottish and the Irish that is very, very anti-English to an extent, but they still manage to remain together, even if maybe this is the nature of nations.
I'm not saying now you're saying something different. You're not telling me that I'm telling them to go or anything. I'm telling you that you bring their leaders, who's their Ohanese, their traditional king, whoever rule their region, head of their region, who the people see as who has their mandate of their ethnic group. You bring them on national TV, the same way Obasanjo did their Obuta panel, I won't do like Obuta panel. You bring them on there and we talk about what is our problem. What is the issue?
I think you may be onto something there.
Hold on. Wait, Tunaja.
Yeah, go ahead.
At the end of the day, I can guarantee you that their leaders will conclude that they want to stay in Nigeria. So from there on, we can now look at their people and say, come, if you want to leave Nigeria, go and address your leaders. Stop addressing the rest of us. We cannot see that. Because right now, wait, hold on. Let me say this. Tunaja, if you see the game their leaders are playing in the Southeast, they are playing a game of, so leave Nigeria is not our hands. It's a Nigerian state that it's almost like they are giving sign to their people that we are not the one keeping in Nigeria. Whereas they are collecting money from Nigeria, collecting allocation, collecting everything, but they will ignore him. They kind of doing Biafra. They won't tell him that, oh, we want to stay in Nigeria, right?
So, Mike, let me ask you one question.
They'll say they are marginalizing the Southeast, so they are keeping us.
Let me ask you.
The Yoruba also are keeping us in Nigeria, but their leaders have not declared what their position is.
Mike, can you answer this question? Who is really controlling them? Is it Nnamdi Kanu and Ekpa, or their or Anize, or their governor? Who is in charge in the Southeast?
And that's why it's so important to have that conversation. The reason why you can't answer that question because
the people that are in charge is the one you are going to talk to. The Anize and their governors are not in charge.
That's why you need hold on. That's why I'm telling you that when you begin to address your problem, all these things will begin to reveal. Because the moment the Nigerian state call whoever is supposed to be their leaders, the Ohanese, all these people on the round table to discuss Biafra publicly, the moment Ohanese begin to talk against the interests of the people will come out and start speaking like, no, Ohanese, hold on. Wait, let me land. Thank you. Just give me a second. Pay attention to what I'm telling you. Right now, Ohanese and all these so-called leaders, they are playing politics as if, I'm in the room, they will tell the Nigerian government, we are one Nigeria, or even in interview, say, we are better. And then, on the other hand, they will give a sign to their people that, we are with you, we are saying free Kano. So now, they don't really they are kind of playing that game. So now, if we say, okay, we want to discuss this issue, who is identifying their leader legally? Is Ohanese, is senators, whatever, you bring all of them now, you now discuss what are you guys stand as the leaders. Do you want Biafra or do you want Nigeria? Now, if their leaders say Nigeria, now we can now tell their people, like, listen, your leaders are the ones saying keeping you Nigeria. It's not us, it's not anybody else. We cannot declare that. At least we know where we stand from there.
I think you do have you may be touching on something there, because generationally, when you have people that tend to agitate now and again, you want to address that problem generationally, that issue generational, not like a problem. Because like you can every 10, 20 years when you have this movement come up, you want to say, okay, this is the status of your relationship with the state that you are in. Because you see that happen in the UK now and again, 20, 30 years, you got these Scottish people or Irish people agitating for one thing or the other. So maybe there's a conversation to be had. But the danger of that is when you start doing that with one group, another group will come up with their own, another group will come up with their own, and the circle will never end. So
that's the deal. No, that's the deal. No. When I'm not saying every time a group is talking like the Yoruba Nation one, for example, there's no need to be calling those ones to the table because that's not a serious agitation. But we are talking about people that consistently agitate for decades, and to the point where it gets to a level of the causing instability and the even creating armed group, is you have to address it. Addressing it doesn't mean you are giving them what they want. You have to come and debate this conversation. For example, you see a whole lot of propaganda going on, right? Brainwashing even the next generation. In fact, most of them that are doing agitating, most of them are youth. A lot of them, they are not educated enough that they don't really know the truth. They are agitating on the basis of propaganda told to them.
Do you know how to end it?
Hold
know how to end
Wait now. Tunaja, hold on. Tunaja, give me a second. A lot of Southeasterners, they are doing, they are following whoever, follow EPA or Kanu. Most of their conscious thinking is based on propaganda that they've been fed all their life. Now, the reason why I'm saying when you address your issues is during the addressing of your issue, you get the opportunity to expose propagandas. But if you are ignoring, like for example, Kanu and Ekpa will speak a bunch of propagandas, even on your show, you will see someone like CM Konde speak propaganda. And there will be some illiterate Igbo person that will hear it and believe it. And they will start acting on that propaganda. But what I'm telling you, if the leaders of the country will do a public conversation with their own leadership and address every point of debate, it doesn't have to even be the government. We just have to delegate some agency in the government to just address any issue, whatever. The truth will now be laid out. Their own people can now hear the facts, and then they can decide like, so this people have no favor me. You understand? So this propaganda where this guy they tell me. So now this is what this guy tell me no be even true self. So now he say this thing where he tell me say na lie. That's when you begin to expose lies and propaganda. But if you're a government, you keep quiet, you allow some propagandists to keep on spilling propaganda, and then you brainwash generation. Guy, you are just, oh my God, you are ignoring, you are letting a problem build up and build up and build up until you get to a point where you just explode.
Yeah, see, the point I was making was that there are ways to completely almost reduce this thing by 60-70%. One of the ways is to have this thing like a Southeasterner become president, because if you look at in the southern region, like when you have the South person has been a president, you have a Southwesterner has been a president.
I didn't even hear you, man. Sorry, I kind of lost you for a second.
Yeah,
I didn't hear what you said last 20 seconds.
What I mean, what I was trying to say was that I think part of the alienation that the Southeast feels is that they feel like if they've not had a president in the country, it shows that they are still being marginalized. So if they produce a president, generally that will reduce that instinct or that feeling of being marginalized so much, because you can hear it in when.
So I stop that bull crap, man. Southeasterners have been agitating for Biafra. Oh Lord, stop it. Okay, go ahead, finish.
Let me talk now. So, like when because you hear it when they are talking, they say, "Oh, you see, because they don't want us, because they hate us, and that's why they don't want us to rule."
But that's propaganda now. That's the problem with you guys. You react to them.
Let me finish. You asked me to let you finish. So the point I'm making there is that when you there's so much noise. I can't hear. What's all that noise? Where's it coming from? I think it's Mike, isn't it? Or Simba. So my take is that if you have them produce a president, because I remember in the South, before they had this Jonathan, I believe that if they hadn't had Jonathan, maybe they too would be agitating right now too. They'll be feeling like, we produce oil, we did everything, and all this will just keep governing. We are just looking at you all, do everything you like. Maybe they too will be agitating. So you can see why, because almost every region in the world has produced, in Nigeria has produced a president other than the Southeast. So maybe if they did, it will reduce it by 20-30%, and that might be enough for normal functioning of a nation. That's my point.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, about.
Hold on, let me, George, please give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. First of all,
nobody give a shit about pleasing anybody. You understand? That's
true. No Igbo person has told you that the reason we agitate for Biafra is because of presidency. And if all of them, they will tell the reason they are producing Biafra because they want to restore Biafra, a country they had. And you and I know for a fact the reason Southeastern want Biafra is because of the oil in Niger Delta. That's it. So this crap you are telling me about because of presidency, are you kidding me? We all know that they haven't gotten over losing that war. After losing that war, their leaders that fought the war, or out of the foolishness of the Nigerian state, the people that they defeated, they broke them and made them the leaders of their own people. So those ones that lost the war does not end on the battle, it ends in the mind. The people that fought the war, you like some of the Ojukus and the generals on the Biafra, you make them continue to pump the war, the battle, they feed it into the next generation. Biafra, I still don't know. Hey, you still don't know. Don't give up. We still restore Biafra. It's not, the war is not over. We want revenge. So it's been like that since the end of the Civil War. So what are you talking about presidency? Even during the election, you could see some their co-agitators are saying they are not interested in presidency. All they want is Biafra. So what is Tunaja telling you about if you give them presidency? They are not interested in presidency.
You just see, you are listening to what people say, not what they mean. When they say marginalized,
who gives a shit?
Can you just calm down, Mike? You are not trying to be civil here.
Can I make my own contribution?
Okay, go ahead.
First and foremost, if you are talking about marginalization, every region will talk about marginalization. And if you are talking about the Southeast, they have held all the top political office in Nigeria, from the presidency of Atiku to the first head of state, to Senate president, to House of Rep, to ministers, even more than the South and Southwest. So it's not about
that marginalization. It's emotional blackmail now. Emotional blackmail.
So it's not, if they want the presidency, they need to play the national politics. Nobody play regional politics and then you become the president of a country. It's never done. It is only in the northern part of the country that they play national politics, and every now and then they will find their people in good position. They'll find their people in good position. So if they want the president, they know what they have to do. You play that national politics. Why is Obi going to meet Atiku and the rest in the north? Why is Atiku having alliance with some people in the south? Why is Tinubu going to the north to form alliance and meet a lot of northern big going all over the country? That is the way you win the presidency. Nobody is going to give you power just free of charge. Come and take it. It's yours. It's not going to happen that way. So when I asked Mike,
no, I'm not saying they should just hand power.
So they cannot, and at the same time, this is another problem. When that 2023 election, they are agitated, they present somebody, but at the same time, some of them are also saying they want to get away from Nigeria. So for an average Nigeria, it's a confused state. What exactly do you want? Actually, to me, I suspect if they really want to go away, we can just, even if the country want to break, we can break away peacefully without firing a gun.
Remy, listen to me, man. Let me tell you this. Remy, this is what I told you for the Nigerian government to engage them, right? Let me tell you what I would do if I'm the president of Nigeria. I would say, okay, fine, let's talk Biafra. What is the number one question is define Biafra, define the territory of Biafra, and they would define a territory, which of course, include where Tunaja come from, the whole South. And I will not say, okay,
Mike.
That's another problem.
Mike, do you know what? I'll be willing to give his place to them. For that, we can go with them. I will really give them.
You guys are.
I join them. We will let you go.
Look at Mike that was sounding like, I'm being so understanding of Southeasterners. Let's call them and have a talk. The moment we say let them become president, like, no, how dare you? How dare they allow to be president?
You're not going to divert me. I know where you are. I'm
about to divert you.
You want to derail what I'm trying to say. Hold on. This game, the problem in Nigeria is this. We don't like to be straight, honest with ourselves. We don't like to talk to the core of our issue. That's why the issue always remain and always remain anyway. But here's the deal. I will go to the core of it. I will say, okay, define Biafra. What is Biafra? Obviously, we all know what the Eagles are calling Biafra, including the whole South. We know that. Now, what I will do is I will invite all the leaders of the Eagles and all the leaders of the South, and I will have them decide on national TV whether they are all Biafrans or not. We'll get that out of the way. That's where the Biafran agitation will end. That's the day when they all decide whether they are Biafrans in front of the whole Nigeria. That's the day the agitation will end, because that's the day you find out that the South people will make it clear to them that they are not Biafran. But what we have going on is the South people, they are playing this double-faced game where they will give the Igbo sign that, hey, we are with you. But then they are really telling Nigeria that we are not with them. You understand? For example, you see some of the agitation, you see a couple of South people joining them doing, yeah, Biafra, Soko Biafra, all that bullshit. Now, if this Nigerian state bring them, like, all their leadership, bring them to the table, like, okay, what do we stand? What is this? Where are we going? Are you all Biafrans or not? Agree among yourselves in front of everybody right now. That's when you find out that they will iron it out. At the end of the day, you will decide whether, now, let's say, hypothetically, they both agree that they are all Biafra. They are all agitating. Now, we'll not get on the same page. Like, okay, now we know what Biafra is. We know the territory. Now, we want all the tribes to be represented, all the Biafra tribes, whether Tunaja's tribe, all of them, and the Igbos, all of them. We'll not bring them on the table. We'll not discuss which way.
Ah,
You understand?
so
So you address it straight up, man. So instead of all this bullshit, we keep going, just agitating your marginalized, trying to use 419, using emotional blackmail. We need to address it, tackle it, and get it over with. That's it.
Mike, you really do have issues, you know. You have serious issues. You are the one saying they should be called and let's have a discussion. Can you let me talk? Can you let me talk?
Okay,
it shows you have issues. For once, you were sounding a little bit more like kind of trying to be understanding. Let's call them for a discussion. And then when they tell you what they want, how dare you ask for this? You should never ask for it. You have to face the reality. If some people feel like they are not part of a group, then maybe there are actions you can take to make them feel like part of the group. Most of all this is based on feelings, not because they really want to be
Tonight, it's not my responsibility to make you feel part of anything. What the hell are you talking?
Then why are you trying to call them for discussions then?
Why am I what?
Why are you trying to call them for discussions?
Why am I what?
Why are you trying to call them to have
It's not my responsibility. No. I'm not calling for discussion. I'm calling you to decide what the hell you're talking about. That's all I'm doing.
What is that? What does that mean?
What the hell are you talking about? Because no. Here's the deal.
Talk about what this is they want. What is that?
Come and tell me what you are talking about. Not what I don't give a shit what you want. What are you talking about? Let me understand what you are talking about, because there's no understanding in anything we are doing in Nigeria or any agitation. There's no clear understanding on this whole thing. Just like Remy say, one day you want presidency, the next day you want succession, the third day you want.
You're not interested in what the outcome. You're just interested in what you already know, that what they've been saying since you were young, as you acknowledged.
But what I'm saying is not clear. It's not. No, what I'm saying has not been clear.
It's not clear to you, eh? Okay.
It's not. Is it clear to you, Tunanja?
It's clear.
Okay, tell me what Biafra is.
I've spoken to somebody that was calling Nigeria.
No, you say it's clear to you, Tunanja. Tell me what it is. No, Tunanja, answer my question.
I want to tell you what it is.
If it's clear, you shouldn't have to give me an example. Just tell me what Biafra is, Tunanja. Tunanja, are you a Biafra?
See, what Biafra movement represents to most of the people is a dysfunctional state that seems to marginalize them. That's what it represents to.
That's a lie. Tonight, no. Okay. Biafra is a new country. Tunanja, stop this bullshit, man. Come on. And that's why, and this is why the leaders need to call you guys to the table, so you don't bullshit. You put you there and you debate your issue. There's the deal. You guys like playing games. That's the problem with Nigerian. You play games. Is it Tunanja here is talking as if what the Igbos are asking, what the Biafra is justified, it makes sense, it's sympathetical. But if you ask Tunanja here, okay, they're asking that Biafra include your territory, Tunanja. Are you a Biafra? Tunanja will not answer the question.
Why would
so if you can't answer the question, then what they're agitating for does not make sense. So what are you, if it doesn't make sense, so why are you telling me to now be caring for them? How should I care for someone that's not making sense?
Tunanja, I want you to have these two questions and then put it together to your response to Mike. My first question is this. In the event of, because everything is on the table now, in the event of Nigeria splitting to several countries, which part of the region would your state belong to? That is one.
I don't know.
The second question is this. I guess you are from Delta, if I'm correct.
You don't know. I don't know.
Okay, I just want to ask you about Anuma State because you are from that region.
It's from South Side.
You don't know where I'm from. You don't know.
It's from somewhere in the South Side.
I'm from Ibadan. How do you know? You
look at your map. Ibadan. Even the Ibadan.
even Tunanja cannot even tell the Biafrans where he's from. And he's there coming agitating for them.
You guys
it is rubbish they do.
I may have just been born in Ibadan and I left. You don't know. You have a clue.
So, Tunanja, my second question is that if you are from South, I think you'll be conversant with South, just like we from the Southwest. And they are talking about Anuma State, and they are trying to take some part of Delta State to join the anticipated state, which they call Anuma. So what is your reaction to these two scenarios? The first one,
if they allow them to create the state, it's up to them. That's not my issue, isn't it?
So you are comfortable with that, right?
if they create a state for in the south, that's it's
yeah, that means they are going to take part of your Delta state at its president.
What has that got to do with me?
No, I just asked you a question, just your reaction.
I don't care. State is a state.
Okay, fine. So what about if we are going now? Listen carefully. If we are not going to split the country, okay, everybody go to their region. Does it concern you that part of your data again will go to the eastern part as a country?
That has nothing to do with anything. I don't care.
Let me don't ask him a relevant question, man. Just
I just care about this.
He's trying to dodge it, okay? He's
going to dodge it now. That's the game they play. This South people, they're the real problem of the Southeast.
There's no game. What I don't like is where we make it, where we pretend as if we don't know the problem of the people. The moment I mention what maybe
you yourself, you're not telling us the problem. You are hiding from. We are trying to do the problem from you, but you're hiding it.
He's being dishonest. He was saying that he was willing to talk. The moment they mention something that he doesn't like, no,
you've been disingenuous now.
That's not honest discussion.
We're trying to know the problem from you to define the problem, and you can't define it. Or you start giving us all these fallacies.
Neutralize the movement, and you are here saying, "How dare they ask for it?" No, you have to know that I told you these people are feeling alienated. Maybe if they produce a president, that will make them feel like part of the family again.
Tunaja, we're asking you agitation. What does it mean? You are telling us if they feel this one. Who give a fuck how they feel? We trying to understand.
They are agitating.
Tunaja, I don't give a shit how anybody feels. Do you care how I feel? Do you care how Yoruba people feel?
But that's what it means.
So what should the Yoruba man care how Igbo man feel or anybody feel? Am I your father? Am I born them?
Then fine. Then don't complain that you have been hearing this since you were born.
No, we're not. We are telling you to define what the fuck you're talking about. You're telling me to care how you feel. I don't care how you feel.
You see, your brain is incapable of correct.
No, your brain is dull. You can't a simple goddamn conversation you can't have. We are asking you to define what you are talking about so that makes sense. And you are telling me about how they feel. Who gives a shit how they feel?
Gentlemen, hold on. Simba, sorry. Please, let's calm down.
If you feel alienated and get the fuck out of the country, tell us what you want and we'll let you go. Dummy.
Mike, now calm down. Guys, let's pipe it down a little bit, please. Let's not start using. Please, Ejo, please continue, but let's not go that route.
I just told him now. I'm trying to clear to him that the stuff he's talking about in terms of what they mean. I tell him what they mean, and he doesn't like it. I don't know how you when they tell you that they feel alienated, this is marginalized. You think that term is for nothing. That term is not they want to break away. That term is we feel marginalized. That's why we want to break away.
Okay, Tunaja, I will because let's make it come back. You said they feel marginalized. Can you tell me in which area they are marginalized?
In terms of the presidency, they feel marginalized.
Hold on. Before you continue. The first president of Nigeria, where does it come from? Which region does it come from?
He was from the southeast, but he's not the.
No. Just he was from the southeast, and you cannot tell me he was just a ceremonial president.
He was not the head of state, you know that.
No. He was the president, and
but not the head of state.
We understand, but the first president of Nigeria came from southeast. Yes or no? That is one. Another question I will ask you is: during the military era, the first group of Nigeria, where does Aguiyi Ironsi came from?
Aguiyi Ironsi is from the southeast too.
Where does Ekweme come from? It came from, sorry.
Ekweme is from the southeast.
Where do all those Senate president, even the one of Ekweme,
even Babagida's vice president from the southeast.
You see how arrogant you people are. Such arrogance.
No, how many Yoruba man has been president? Answer that question.
Let's take
Obasanjo for 2 terms, and you produce Obasanjo as a military leader, and you produce this in Tinubu right now. They are saying whether it's real or not, this is the feeling they have.
How many South people have been president, and how many Northeastern person has been president, and how many Hausa man has been president? 0 Hausa man. Hausa the largest ethnic group.
President. A lot of Northerners have been president.
No. A lot of Southerners. No. Tunaja, don't give me North. North is not a tribe. North is not a tribe. Tunaja, don't do that. I ask you a simple question: how many Hausa man has been president of Nigeria? How many Hausa man has been president of Nigeria from Hausa tribe?
Hausa presidents are the president of Nigeria. It's only one from Abu
Who?
Salam Abubakar.
No, Abu Salam is Gwari. He's not Hausa.
Abu Salam is Hausa.
He's Gwari. He's from the Abuja area. He's a Gwari man. He's not Hausa.
Oh my
We've never
God.
had a Hausa president in Nigeria. In Nigerian history, we've never had an Hausa president in Nigerian history.
Hausa.
Huh?
Like it on the Abu Salam Abubakar is Hausa.
He's not. Okay, let's just dash you that. Let's say we dash you that, for example. Okay, who else?
Yeah, no one else apart
Okay,
from
no one else. Okay, Abu Salam Abubakar. Wait. Abu Salam Abubakar, was he a president or was he an interim?
I don't like this idea of over talking people. It's very.
I'm not over talking you now. I'm just asking you a question on your answer now.
I want to give you clear idea of what I'm talking about here. Like in the South, where they produce a president, it's not only job people in the South, but they accepted it. In the North, they produce a lot of head of state and presidents. So it doesn't.
You can't say the North. The North is not a tribe. Why don't you say the South? When you talk, okay, why do you do this? Why do we do this?
The same thing applies to the South too.
Sunaja, why do we do this? When we want to talk about the South, we break it down to different tribes. Yoruba, Igbo, Yasa. When we talk about the North, we just say the North. I see they are one single tribe.
Okay. Now let's go to region by region in the North. If we want to go that way, if you look at, there are different regions that produce head of states in Nigeria from the different regions of the North. So, but you don't have that in the South.
What do you mean different regions?
Different regions. Now you have Northeastern region, you have North Central, you have Northwestern.
Okay, name them. No one. I don't think anyone from the Northeast. Who from the Northeast? Who from the Northeast have become president?
What's his name? Abacha. He's from is he not Kanuri or this thing? So Abacha is Kanuri. Gowon is Central. Buhari is Northwest. So they produce different presidents in the all parts of the North.
Okay. One guy Kanuri, Abacha. Only Abacha from the Northeast. Okay, Igbo Southeast. Okay, Southeast. You produce Azikwe. You produce Ironsi.
Oh my God. That is during the coup. This thing.
This argument doesn't. Okay. Now this argument, you saying the production of this president
has been a head of state.
Tunaja,
Mike and Tunaja.
Simba, just give me a second. I need to debunk. Simba, just be quiet a little bit now. Let me and him just go a little bit. Tunaja, here's the ultimate point. The production of presidency in Nigeria, is this something that is given, or is it something that is deliberately like being done? Like, is it that they're coming together and picking president in Nigeria, or is it all this president? How were they getting there? Is it not either through a military coup or some kind of campaigning and election? So when you're saying they're not giving you presidency, was it that they gave it to somebody or are they giving? Is this something that given to people? Maybe Obasanjo they gave, I don't know. But is this something that they are handing to anyone else? So what is this? They're marginalizing me.
Exactly. See, the point is that if they feel like they make a reasonable proportion of a nation and they don't seem to end up somehow at the top, then they feel marginalized. It's not, doesn't mean whether it's real. It's just a feeling.
Is this justified? Is it justified?
I stay there every day making arguments that it's not necessarily justified because Buhari ran for 3 times failed just because we were
is it justified or not? You answer it in your own view.
See, I don't see to an extent you can.
You have to have a stand. Yeah, that's the problem. You have to have a stand to engage someone in any this. You have to have a stand. If you don't have a stand, there's no point. We are not having.
See, Mike, life is not that simple. Both can be true. They can be marginalized.
No, life is that simple. You have to have a stand. You can't be floating and that's why we don't solve any problem in Nigeria because we don't know what the hell we are doing, what we stand for.
Do you know why I say both can be true?
We shift goalposts. We constantly shift. We present a claim on that shifting goalpost.
You are not listening. Sometimes some of them are discriminated against, and other times they are not. So you can't always say they are marginalized. I tell them all the time that I don't think necessarily that you are being marginalized.
What kind of discrimination are you talking about in their country? Because when you said discriminated against,
if you look at most regions have 6 states and all that, it's only the Southeast that has 5 states.
Okay, so thank you. Let me ask you a question. If you are looking at it that way, I will ask you some questions, and I want you to honestly tell me the truth. Niger State alone.
You call that an argument?
Their landmass alone is bigger than the whole 5 states of the Southeast. It's just only 1 state. And if you look at Bayelsa, it only have about 9 local government compared to Kano with 44 local government compared to Oyo State, 33 local government, only one state. And if you look at most of the Southeast states, I think their local government is between 15 to 22 or 25 or 22 local government. So when you look at it in everything, you will discover that this is fairness at the end of the day. You cannot tell me a state that is bigger than the whole of Southeast. They only have one state. They did not divide them into 3, 4, 5. So when you look at it, I'm not saying they cannot crave for one more state. They can. But if they agitate for one more state, the other region will also agitate for another state. Because you cannot see a state like Niger or Oyo that is very big. And then you now say a state like from the Southeast, they are trying to pick some local government from all the 5 states. So you can see that if they agitate, others will also agitate. Because
as the last question I want to ask Sunaja. Sunaja, let me ask you this: the Southeast as a that their land, their territory, and their people, do they give more to Nigeria than one? Do they give who get more? Do they contribute more to Nigeria than Nigeria give to them?
No, I wouldn't say that. They are all just like every people. They contribute their own.
They contribute the least. More allocation goes to their region than comes out of their. More resources go to them than comes out of them.
Mike,
are you kidding me?
That is completely wrong. You cannot say Zamfara's.
No, tell me how much Southeast contributes to Nigeria. Tell me how much the allocation it gets.
You know there are states with
these people
oil,
they are scamming us, man.
Mike, you know there are states with oil right now in the Southeast. So
I look at the production. Yes. What they listen. Ondo and Lagos produce way more oil than the Southeast. 99. Hold on.
You are wrong.
Wait. 99% of the oil produced in Nigeria is from the South. Ishekiri, Ijo, and precisely the one is it. I always mistake Cross River and Akwa Ibom. I think it's Akwa Ibom. Yeah, those are the land that produce 90, top 9 about 90% of the oil. Now, less than 1% of the oil, or I would say about 1% of the rest that is produced is from Southwest and Southeast, and there's more produced from the Southwest and the Southeast. So they produce tiny thing, and the allocation that goes to them. In fact, they get more allocation than even most of these states that produce more than them. These Delta states produce. Hold on. The allocation that goes to Delta states is not up to the allocation that goes to the entire Southeast combined. Like these people are ripping us off, man. Like they collecting everything in Nigeria. It's like bad way. They say they are marginalized. They just want to collect something else. 419. That's what the Southeast are doing to the rest of you guys, man. That's not like some of these states are falling for this rubbish.
You don't even have data to back what you are saying up. You're just saying.
And this thing got to stop, man. And the way they be frustrating with Southwesterners, she got to stop because we don't benefit anything from the Southeast at all. But they come and constitute nuisance in our territory.
Mike, calm down.
That is not necessarily true. You need to watch your language. You are saying stuff that is not necessarily true.
Mike,
very wrong what you are doing.
Mike, to Nigeria, one thing I know is that Nigeria gives opportunity to all. And for the Southeastern brothers, they were given opportunity to go anywhere in Nigeria to reside, do their business, and make fortune. If you just oppose it with all Nigerians that move around, they are the only tribe that move around Nigeria to live, build house, and do their business or whatever what they want to do there. Nobody ever said that you are not welcome here. So there's no discrimination in that aspect. Because if you look around you in Delta, in Oyo, in Kano, in Kaduna, Zamfara, everywhere, they are there. And I don't think the local indigene of that place are telling them you are not welcome here. If you want to I want to say something because you talk about discrimination. I'm trying to tell you that there is no discrimination against any region in Nigeria. But when you talk about
let me tell you discrimination. Let me give you one classic example of discrimination of Southwest people. Do you know that there are Yorubas that live in the Southeast that they are not allowed to come out on Mondays? They have to sit at home.
If you want to look
are we Yorubas complaining about that?
Southeast.
Sunaja, can you let Sunaja explain that to me? Sunaja, please. Are the Yorubas living in the Southeast being forced to sit at home every Monday? Are they being marginalized?
Really,
Did they force Yorubas to sit at home?
If they come out, they kill them now. Yeah, you don't know they will fight you if you come out in the Southeast. Yeah.
They also fight their own people now. So why do you, who you are not from their tribe? You
So
don't
soon as you telling me the Southwestern are living in the Southeast. If they are not the sit at home is not, they are not subject to that sit at home.
I think at the end of the day,
No,
what
I mean, imagine salon now. This is a very important one. Let him explain that one to us now. Explain that about those Yorubas in the Southeast. They are forced to sit at home every Monday. Sunaja, please tell me.
Those ones they are protesting, there's something they are protesting now, and they might feel like for some reason they have their reason for protesting. So it may not have anything to do with marginalization.
Hold on now.
They're arguing for something that is happening locally to them. So I don't know what.
Sunaja, the Yoruba people, they are forced to sit at home every Monday in the Southeast. Because you guys have conversation about Lagos, and this one, can you tell me any?
Only to Yoruba people.
Wait now, no. Do they consider? Wait. Can the Yoruba person in the Southeast, when they say sit at home, don't come out? Can they come out?
They cannot come out because they are doing it to everybody.
Okay, so are they being marginal? What do you mean that do they consider that those Yoruba is not their business? They have a right to. Are they tumbling on? Are they stepping on their rights? Yes or no?
They are stepping on their rights, just as they are stepping on the rights of their own people too.
Bro. Tunaja, if I decide to punish myself and I punish you along, does it justify for me to be saying, "Oh, Tunaja, now why should you complain about me punishing you? I'm punishing myself too now." What kind of argument are you presenting here, Tunaja? You are punishing other people, and you are telling me because you are punishing yourself, so it's justified. It's justifiable to punish my people. You are punishing my people living in your region, and you are telling me that it's okay for you.
Discrimination.
No, Tunaja, are they punishing my people in their region?
They are punishing your people too. They are punishing their own people too.
I don't care about what they do to their people. I'm telling you, I care about my people. Are they punishing my people? Yes or no? Okay, they are punishing my people. So talk about that. So why do you guys spend all day talking about what Yorubas are doing in Lagos, and most of it is propaganda, but you don't talk about what they're doing to my own people in their own region?
No, your own is you are separating your own people and targeting them. That's different. Don't you understand that?
The fuck is this guy talking about, man?
I'm saying on one side, they are targeting everybody.
So
on your side, you are separating one group and targeting only one group.
Okay, explain to me how we are separating and targeting in Lagos, please. Tell me.
That is the argument in Lagos. That's
what in the Southwest. In the Southwest. Tell me how Southwesterners.
Oh my God, Mike, stop.
Sorry, Mike. To Niger, listen carefully. What causes that one is when some of them are trying to say that Lagos belongs to everybody. Lagos is no man's land. That is where the reaction came from the Yoruba people. It's not that listen. They have been living with them for a long time. They have intermarried. A lot of them have their business there. A lot of their children go to school there. In fact, some of them can even speak better Yoruba than me. So, but when some element, I don't know, maybe from others, they started telling that Lagos is no man's land, that blah 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 like that. That is the reaction that they got from that one. For example, let me ask you a question: can I, as a Yoruba boy, go to your south and be telling them this is no man's land, or I go to southeast and tell them this land belongs to everybody? What do you think will happen? So any action will probably a reaction will come away from it.
I agree with you on that. That is not even a debate at all. The main topic was about whether
So that is just the reason for that. That is just the reason.
I've also said that the feeling of alienation doesn't have to be objectively true. It just has to be a strong feeling. And because they link it to leadership of the country, that is how it comes across. Even if every other matrix doesn't show it, that they are marginalized. It's not like they are not them alone.
They are not going after leadership. They are going after ethnic groups. And they are targeting my ethnic group. And that's where I have problems. Because if all they've been doing is going after leadership of Nigeria, I don't think anybody will have a problem with them, because we all go after the leadership of Nigeria. Everyone does it.
Mike, if that is your fear, forget it. That's not true.
What? They are
not coming after the Southwesterners. They are definitely not coming after.
So all these attack online, all these their groups. What is that about?
That is politics.
No, me, I'm not talking about physical because they don't bond them well. Me, I'm talking about this propaganda and bigotry they spirit against my people. They've been doing for how long?
Look like somebody that will take 2 sponges and he will be breathing. He can't start again. He say, "Yeah, I'm not afraid."
Right.
Don't even go there, my guy. Oh, I'm not afraid.
Bring your tell iPods to come to the southwest now. You go find out. You say that physical. Yeah.
Why do you want them to come to the
Tunaja, I want to ask you a question, please, and I want you to answer me honestly. From 2011 to 2015, where we have people like Okonje Iweala and a lot of Easterner in government, do we have this kind of agitation or complaint from them?
No.
Thank you. From 2015 to 2023, when Buhari was the president of Nigeria, what do we have?
You had some issues.
No. What kind of issue? From the Eastern, I mean from now.
I think you are linking what I
want to tell you is this. It's very simple. When they were in government and most of their children or their sons and daughters were in government, they did not see everything that went wrong with Jonathan government. Till today, some of them will still continue to tell you that Jonathan government was better, and why do you have to change it and put Buhari there? They put the blame on the Southwest. And when Buhari was president for 8 years, he was castigated day in, day out for 8 years. Now they lost another election to the Southwest now. And I think we are ready for it. For the next 8 years or 4 years, they will do the same thing. Until if they do not find themselves in position after if you go back to the north, the same thing will happen. So it's not all about marginalization, my friend. It's all about being in power, and we want also to be up there.
I know that is the truth. That's what I'm trying to tell you now. They feel like
nobody marginalized. Nobody marginalized them at all. Nobody.
It's a feeling. If you want to kill that feeling, that's what I said. That if they produce a president, I'm not saying they should be handed presidency. But I'm saying if they produce a president, that person will go down.
Last election, their son came third. He came third. Nobody disturbed him from not contesting. He contested and he came third. And he even got a lot of votes. 6 million votes is not a chicken vote. If I were him, let them re-strategize. Another 2 or 3 years, there's going to be another election.
I think somebody else wanted to come in. Let that person come. Let him come in.
Yes. Tunanja was talking about their feeling being marginalized. I believe everybody in Nigeria is being marginalized. So when you say somebody is feeling being marginalized, I don't really understand. Like my own tribe now, we have never been president. So whether you like it or not, if you want to say because somebody is being marginalized, that they feel being marginalized, then because of that, then let the country calm down. It doesn't really make sense. To me, what I feel is that when you are not close to power, then you get agitated. That is the simple thing that is happening. Because I could remember all through Obasanjo period, Jonathan period, there wasn't anything like this now. Everything was going fine. But immediately Buhari comes into power, then all this agitation of we are being marginalized, nobody likes us, all those things came up. It doesn't really make sense. And no matter how you feel, nobody will look your feeling to give you president. They don't give president, they don't dash it out. It's not for free.
I agree with you. See, the thing is, when those people were in office that they didn't react, it may just be the timing. Because like when Boko Haram showed up, everything happens at a specific time. It doesn't matter who is in office. Because Boko Haram didn't care whether it was Obasanjo or whether Buhari was in office. They were still acting the way they are trying to act. So I don't think it's necessarily linked to whether Okonjo Iweala was in office. Okonjo Iweala is not the president. I think
that guy gave a very good example. During Obasanjo era, Obasanjo is a Yoruba man.
Exactly.
But most of the people that are close to him are from the southeast, and the Yoruba did not agitate like this. They never said, okay, this is our guy, and then Obasanjo never look at Yoruba.
Why would the Yorubas agitate when they have their man in office? What are you talking
about?
No.
Listen to me carefully. Obasanjo was there, but Yoruba people don't like him, and he himself taught us a good lesson. Never do any special thing for us. He doesn't care. So I will never agitate. And when the Southern Star, our brothers were there with him, they gained a lot. And when Jonathan was there, in fact, they have more people than South people in the government.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody here win, nobody here nothing. Why is it that you are no more in power? Then you started thinking about you want to go out of Nigeria, you don't like this person. Why? So let's be truthful to ourselves.
I hear what you are saying, but I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that your.
No, I don't think I want you to.
What you are doing, you are trying to hold on. The idea that because we don't like Obasanjo, it was still he was still a southwestern president. Make no mistake. And what I'm trying to say here that it seems to be very difficult for some to understand is that Southeastern I just feel like something is in the air. They feel marginalized. It's not a very strong feeling, by the way, but I feel like that feeling. If they have a producing president, 20 to 50% of all this agitation for this thing will go away. Then
I don't think.
Hold on. Then the focus will be on the things that affect every other Nigerian. I've spoken to people that are like ardent this in Biafrans. Then when you ask them what is it they want, what is it going to take for them to think that they are part of Nigeria? When the guy listed all the things, I was like, this is exactly what all Nigerians are fighting for. So that one, it didn't even include presidency. I said, this is all Nigerians are fighting for too. So if they have a country that is functional, most of all this agitation would die. At least 20-30% of them would die. They produce a president that too would die. So if you look at it, they are even.
I'm sorry to say this. Remy, I would disagree with all of you. Maybe you guys. Give me a second. What's that noise?
If they become the president, they have opportunity to become the president, immediately they step outside and they are no more there. They will agitate again. They will agitate.
Remy, give me. Remy, I will tell you.
Remy, when they produce a president, I think that agitation this thing will die. It will die for the long.
No, that's the lie. First of all,
I almost guarantee it.
Tunaja, first of all, let me disagree with all of you that the reason this agitation just started, and when this president or that president said lie, or maybe you guys haven't paying attention. Maybe the internet just kind of amplify it now. The Southeasterners have always been looking to get Biafra since the end of the war. They've never accepted Nigeria since that war ended. From when that war began, their mind has been fixed on that Biafran thing. So let's stop this.
Because Nigeria has
even when Nigeria was doing great, fantastically great, they were still looking towards that Biafra. That war never ended in their mind. So that's the root of it.
Nigeria has not fully.
So let's stop all
Nigeria
this.
has not fully embraced them. So that's how it is. Stop acting.
Nigeria has not what?
To them, Nigeria has not fully embraced them.
Who's Nigeria? Who's that Nigeria? I need to embrace them. Me?
You now, you with your Yoruba supremacist mindset. You've not embraced them. You keep calling them.
So I have to travel to their region to go and embrace them, have you?
Yes, Mike, especially.
So wait. Which other Nigeria is being embraced by? Which other Nigeria is being embraced by another Nigeria?
How would you see how?
You're from.
How would you see the brother of?
Tell me the other Nigeria is embracing you from. Yeah. They need to come and hug you and be painting your face.
How would you see the brother of Tinubu? His brother is embracing him to the 10th point that when he falls down. Come on, man. Tinubu is embracing everybody apart from the Southeasterners. So point is that if you ask the question, I've given the answer to it. Digest it, take your time, you find that is true.
You are smoking rats, man. Tunaja, you don't know what you're talking. Remy just gave you all this example of. First of all, there's no one tribe ruling Nigeria. Nigeria is no. Everybody's just out there doing his own thing. I mean, like, I don't even see how anyone is like in anybody's way. if there's anyone that's really in other people's way, it's them, because nobody can really go to their own region and do anything, to be honest. They will not sell land to you. I just give you an example. In the southeast right now, my southwest people cannot even move freely. They have to sit at home on Mondays. They don't embrace other people. So what are you talking about? When has anyone ever embraced anyone in Nigeria? Well, that's not a good excuse, man. Find something else.
See, I just feel if Nigeria starts functioning better, that too will reduce.
Get the hell out of here, man.
What is wrong with you? I'm telling you, if Nigeria starts functioning better, that will reduce the Biafra movement. The thing is that the Biafra movement is not all pervasive. It's not like it's extremely strong in the southeast. They support it, but come on.
No, I don't even care about the Biafra movement. Tunaja, I think you're missing the whole point. If all they are doing is say, I want Biafra, I don't think it's someone like me that have problem. My problem is their bigotry and their hatred towards Yoruba people and Fulanis. I don't get it. What is this all about? That's my own problem.
Yeah, okay.
So Niger,
Yeah.
when you, always you say if Nigeria start working well, won't Nigeria start working from the state or from the local government level?
It doesn't matter where. It's going to start working well. Maybe from Lagos, maybe from Abuja. I think now that they've given more powers to local government, that is going to be very interesting. Let's watch this space. And I don't know whether you guys are interested. Maybe we should start looking to take over some local governments. Make sure we take over, put somebody there, and they are getting money now from the center, and we can now help develop the local areas and see what our vision looks like. Then maybe we'll be able to evaluate whether we are actually objective in trying to help that country grow. Because imagine if you take over a local government and you advise on things that they do, and by the end of 3 years, you start seeing that, oh my God, you are just as bad as the others. Then maybe we should start evaluating. It might give us cause to start thinking maybe we need to do better, So, but we'll watch this space anyway. But this local government power that they have right now and ability to generate electricity and all that stuff, it could be significant. It could make a significant difference in the country. I don't know what you guys think. Let me see. Mike doesn't have anything to say apart from when he's talking about Igbo people, isn't it? When you have something to say about Igbo people, suddenly you have a lot of voice. When you talk about
you're dumb, man. That's because I'm driving, I'm looking at my GPS.
No,
I'm looking at my GPS, I can't see anything.
Before you don't care about GPS, you are willing to crash into anything just because of Igbo people. Now suddenly you're looking at GPS, you are being more careful. You see attitude here. What minute you are shouting?
So you're one of the dumbest human beings I've ever met online. I'm serious.
I just put you red-handed. I put you red-handed. It's going to be dumb.
You're so dumb. I don't know.
When you're talking about Igbo, you don't care about checking GPS and all the rest. But when we're talking about development, let me look at my GPS now. I'm not interested. So it's all right anyway. Let me get on with it. I've got other things to sort out. This week is going to be an interesting week with all the candidates resigning from American elections and all the rest. Let's see how everything is going to shake out.
Wait, are y'all still on, or did you? Okay, see what's going on. Where is Tunanja? Did he leave?
Tunanja, maybe probably left. Any ask question, nobody answer him.
Oh, he asked. No, because I was doing something in the background. So they were arguing. I want to get into that territory. I just listened. So that's it. Yeah. By the way, Simba, I I added you on Clubhouse, but I don't see. I see you there. I I can't. Don't let me put your name in. Mention your name, but it's something. I can something 5, right? That's your handle.
Yeah, yes, yes. My surname started with some AK.
Yeah. So yeah, you're only. Yeah, I'm your friend. Are you on the app now?
Let me go there now. Let me go there now.
I see you on. I see first name M, right? M. I see a picture on there. You have like 3 names, right? Yeah. MAA. Check the private. Shit. Yeah, you're on there, but I don't know why.
Hello,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mitzi.
Yeah, you see
I've already
your.
opened the app.
Yeah, so do you see? You should. I left you like a voice note on there.
Let me check it.
If you see like a voice note, just to check to see. Because I was trying to add you to the medical thing, but hold on, let me see if I can do it now. Mm. You have to accept the friend request.
Okay, you send a friend request to me.
Yes, like if I add you, it will show that you're my friend on there, but you also have to do it on your side.
Okay.
Let's see. You have. Oh, yeah. I sent. So you have something like I can type. So you have somebody as friend like Kwazim and Daria as friends, right? They are your 2 friends on there, but I cannot add you for some reason. Hmm. Maybe did you open like multiple accounts? Because I see a picture, so I know it's you. The one but I don't know. Uh,
What are you guys talking about?
is that Mike?
Yeah.
I thought I was listening to you argue with the. Did you drop off or something?
I don't know. He ran away. I'm
Uh,
okay.
One of these is he needs to come out. He needs to tell us where he's from because I don't. You said Delta, right? It's Delta, right?
The guys on Agbo, man. It's one of those
Is
Anyama people.
it's the Anyama State people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to align with the. You know, those one they are divided. They don't. They are confusing people. Man. Some of them will say they are Southeasterners. Some will say they are not. So it's one of those one that I would say is not. You know. So it's not. He will say it's not Southeast, but then his entire view, his alignment is completely with the Southeast.
Yeah, we agree. They can just add into that. At least we know it's from there. You know. Yeah, but Mike, this is my thing. I don't at this point. I used to like care about their politics and how things should be done for their own benefit. But if somebody keeps telling you what will work for you and you don't listen, I'm just indifferent at this point. So I don't. If they want to keep playing the same politics, then and it's not going to work clearly. And if that's what they want, the kind of play they want to play, then so be it. It is not my job to tell them what to do the right thing.
I think the problem is my Southwest people. They cater to them too much, and that's just annoying. I do leave these people alone. Now you focus on your own goddamn. I don't know they continue to come after you guys.
BT, I didn't see your request though.
Like, what do you see on your? Can you update your club? Because I think when you open it, it was just update it or something on your Play Store or something.
Okay, let me update it now.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be like a new format. So that's that's where I am. Because this is the thing. You, like you said, the Civil War thing. I think it's still there somewhere. Like they're still yet to heal from that. Now I cannot question a group of people how they should. I can't really. I can't question or I can't go inside the heart or dive into their mindset to how they should deal with trauma.
But then Yoruba people are the one that are doing therapy for them. And I'm like, what? And then it's like when you play the role of a therapist, the patient will begin to act out on the therapist. You understand? Dump his issues on the therapist. I'm like, why are you Yorubas doing this? I mean, what the heck, man? I mean, what the heck? They don't frustrate other tribes. It's only you guys that go after. Like in the South, they don't go and frustrate the Ijaws and the Benin because those in fact, if you go on that war, most of the people battling them on the battlefield were South people. They were hardly Yorubas in the battlefield. They were just few. Majority of the people doing the battling were the South. And then even some of them were trying to claim that Awolowo was the finance was a minister in Gowon's cabinet. And now Awolowo was also a minister, information minister. He was even the one doing the propaganda for the federal government. So the South people were involved in the war too. The North, everyone. I mean, so why is it only Yorubas that they always come out? And then these South people even team up with them against Yorubas. I'm like, what? And then Yoruba will playing the role of therapist. They want to make everything right for everybody. They pandering for every. I mean, dude, you guys are annoying with that stuff, man.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes when people just type. Plus, sorry, but Mike, don't. Give me a second. Chris said your fault. Please, can you send him a link to come up and defend? Because sometimes people just type things in the comment section. Please send him a link and you can come. Please come explain to us what you mean, because we've gone over this seaport in this east thing. I don't know why, for some reason, some of you from that part of the country you can forget the government for a second. Where will a shipping line prefer? Lagos? I don't know why you keep, and the functional airport thing. I don't know.
You know why they always do that? Because they know you will respond to them, and that's the problem. You don't need that. Listen, that's why they keep doing it. They're doing it to get at you. That's it's called emotional blackmailing. When somebody is doing emotional blackmailing, what you do is either you don't respond or you just curse him out. You don't need to start trying to plead and trying to prove to him that no, it's not true. It's like, okay, here's the deal. It's like somebody come out to you, he accused you of being a thief, right? He knows you're not a thief, and you know you didn't steal, but if he accuses you of being a thief, it's gonna make you feel bad, and then it's gonna make you trying to prove to him that you're not a thief, and then in the process of you trying to, that's what they do. It's called emotional blackmailing, and they know Southwesterners will always respond and trying to prove to them that it's not
have
true.
a logical conversation with you. Like if you go back and building a nation, it's saying opening up Abuja to Lagos International carriers. They are already open to international carriers.
If the thing is, you don't need to explain to them that this. You just tell them fuck off and go and build your shit. If you know that's the attitude you're supposed to give them, because that's the attitude a South person will give them, or in Northerner. But the Southwest, we're always trying to plead and trying to prove that no, we are not doing you wrong. Oh, who gives a shit? Are they doing you right? Okay, for example, I just spoke to Nanja and asked him about the South West people in the Southeast, right, that are being forced to sit at home. The two Nanja even plead that no, or he's almost the attitude he gave me is like so. Like, he didn't give a shit about those people. That's the attitude they will give. That their response will be like, okay, who gives a shit about your people? You understand? That's the attitude they will give you.
So
or they will dismiss you. But to them, when they are trying to tell you that, okay, you are marginalizing us in Lagos, in your region, and we'll be trying to say, no, we are not doing that. No, look, we give you this. How are you doing that? If we say we are marginalizing, someone like me, we have responded, I will say, get the fuck out of Lagos and go back to your region then.
Mike, you remember, even during the war and after the war, when they were leaving, during the war, when they were leaving to the southeast, some of them left their children. And the Yorubas took care of their children. They collected rent for them. When they came back, all this one that they are talking about is everybody built with 20 pounds. It's a lie. Most of their properties in Yoruba land were handed over to them. Everything that they have in Yoruba land, they handed everything over to them.
Babati, I want to ask you
They collected rent. All the rent they collected during the war. When they came back, they gave them their money.
Babati, you know their argument is always
crazy. I think Yorubas are foolish for doing that, to be honest.
Okay.
And what have you guys learned? What have we learned from that? We still doing the they don't respect good, nice people. That's the thing about Southeasterners. Okay, think about it. Okay, you just okay, hold on. Let me say this. Okay, you just said okay, everybody knows they're fine. Yorubas give them their property, give them all those things. The Southern people and the North, everywhere else, they took their property and they try to get lost. But who do they respect more? Who do they disrespect the most? Is it not Yorubas?
Mikey, that's what I wanted to say now.
So
what we are talking about yesterday.
So why do you guys keep doing this pandering? So we and today we still giving the same attitude, pandering. I'm like, dude, this still don't give a shit. They don't.
It's changing. It's not like that anymore. It's changing.
It's the same thing.
It's not changing. It's not changing. No, it's not changing, Remy.
See how very they are campaigning for Obi. You see all these Yoruba liberals.
I want to ask you a question. And the question is very simple. Now, let's look at Lagos. We have red and blue line now. And Lagos is about to start building another airport at Ekpe. And there are all this mega project that is going on in Lagos. Are they going to be telling me it's also federal government that is giving them the money to do that? Or what is happening in Borno that is constructing new schools and new a lot of commission, a lot of projects. So sometimes, because the excuses they always give is that they have seaports in Lagos. It's like Southwest is cornering everything. But your state, they don't have a sea, they don't have an ocean to construct a seaport. The nearest seaport to you, we have Calabar and Port Harcourt. You can also use them. And nobody is forcing anybody to come to Lagos to come and live or make fortune there. You can make fortune in your homeland. It's like, so if you come to somebody's homeland, you must respect the culture and tradition of that homeland. You cannot come there and try to enforce or force people to behave or do what you want, because nobody can do that in your homeland. So you must also respect the people that you are, and if you are talking that you are buying their land, you are making your fortune there. Who are the people buying what you are selling in that place? Who are the people patronizing you? If they are so poor and they are the one making you buying all those kind of stuff.
Bro, Remy, what you need to do is stop all this talk that we talk here. I'm doing good. I'm patronizing you. Dude. That's not the response you be giving them when they come and start talking about you're marginalizing me. The response you be giving them is you shouldn't be trying to explain why you are good. Hold on, this to respond to your go phone. If you don't like Lagos, pack your shit and go back to your fucking state. That's the response you give them. They won't come back. They won't come back to you and be telling you other stuff. They will never come back to you and be accusing you of marginalization because they know you don't give a fuck. That's the attitude Yoruba should start having. I'm telling you. What is there? Come on, someone pay. Look, I'm patronizing you.
We are just discussing. I want to while some of them that are in this comment section. Some of them are very insultive, and the platform for everybody. The link is there. You are not a little man. Sometimes you also click on the link and join the panelists.
Yes, Mike, can you send this a GeoForward link? Let him come up here and defend. So we can.
So if you come on board instead of
send him a link. A GeoForward, please.
Stop pinning you.
Come up here and defend your position. Just don't sit down
come
there
on board and talk to people.
Let's hear what you have to say. I mean,
instead of typing, I cannot type for like 2 or 3 hours.
Because you're not making any sense.
And at the end of the day,
you draw the first blood. You will be tribal when somebody responds. You not say that person is tribal. You are the one that is tribal.
Yes.
Okay? So I don't know exactly what.
If they don't say something like that, they will insult you, they will abuse you, they will call you a fool. I have never seen a grown-up man calling another man a fool. I don't understand.
So the reality is, Remy, we're not going. I don't think we're going to have any president from the Southeast anytime soon, and it's not because Nigerians hate the Southeast. It's self-inflicted wounds. You are the one. It's because of the way you play politics. You want me to vote? Okay, even the one that they said they gave you the bus in 1999, there was political investment, right? They made deals with other tribes. They made deals with other regions. So ask yourself, your top politicians in those areas. I mean, your Peter Obi is the top number one right now. Has he made enough political investment in other regions? Has he made enough friends in that political space that will give him the vote? The answer is no. It's not done enough. So that's what you need to invest. You must invest in other people's interests. If you want me to vote for you, you must cater to my needs. You must ask me for what I want, what I need. Then we can make a deal. Okay, if you get there, you get A, B, C, D. Then I hold you accountable. That's the way politics works in a multi-ethnic society. Even though it's your turn, you still have to play ball with other people. You must learn how to play with others. It's like a child on a playing field that comes with their toys and doesn't want to play with other people. And when it comes to sharing the food, then it thinks about, oh, nobody remembered me. No, you must learn how to play with other people.
So, Babati, look at the question now. The South are positioning themselves, and I'm sure if they play their game very well, they might be VP to any northern presidential candidate that after Tinubu.
They will not be. They will not be. South is building a political. Remember, on the
I'm saying after Tinubu, if
no, they will not. APC is not going to pick Southeast for South.
I mean South.
Yes, because look at the vote count. Southeast ranks last. It is Northwest, North Southwest, Northeast, North Central.
I am trying to think about. I'm trying after Tinubu. Let's say you go back to the north. Whether it's go back to the northeast or northwest, either of them will get it. I'm trying to tell you that if the South continue to play their politics very well, they might get the VP president.
They are going to, because they are playing their politics right, is my point.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And so then when you not get it, you'll be angry. Because you are not in the two mainframe national political party. You are not there. Your state, you have 5 states.
Let me tell you, the kind of politics that they are practicing now is the kind of politics that Awolowo made us to practice in Southwest those days. Where everybody was in UPN, everybody was what is the name of the one that they used in the 60s?
Hold on for a second. AGR4 Chris, if you are listening to me, stroll up. you will see one man with a yellow link. That is the link. Click on it and you can come onto the platform. Thank you.
You understand? And if you see the way they talk, they have now started labeling a party as like a party that is not good for the country. Whenever there's any problem in the country, they will say it's APC. And I used to wonder that these people really understand the political terrain of the country of Nigeria. Who are these people in APC? Who are the people in Labour? Who are the people even in PDP? You see former APC people in PDP. You see former PDP people in APC. Most of the people that constitute Labour now, they either from APC or from PDP. So it is when a political party now become like the problem of a country. Once they want to say anything bad now, they say it's APC now. It's APC. And the way they are going, they from that region, they've already labeled APCs like a no-go area. You understand, Remy? So they will always go for wherever any other party. I think, but for APC, it's like they have hatred for that name, APC, and they don't want to have anything to do with APC.
But Simba, even PDP did not choose them the last time. PDP went
I
out.
don't understand though.
PDP went out. So you are losing a grip on the PDP. That is your baby that you helped nurture, right? PDP Southeast has always been the stronghold for PDP, right? They've always had, a decent, a big amount, like a decent amount of followership in there, and you can see the sway away from that. And you went Labour all the way through. So you must think about the political future of your region. And
Actually, did they really went Labour? They just went for Peter Obi. They did not went for Labour.
I'm saying Atiku chose to pick somebody from the South instead. So the two major parties don't see you as viable enough for the bigger picture. If you look at the bigger picture, the federal level, you are losing your own.
Did they really? I think they did not really negotiate anything with PDP.
That's my point. That's why the primary was a joke.
They did not really negotiated anything with PDP, and that was why
if you remember, when Atiku picked Peter Obi in 19, the elders of the parties were not happy with that pick. They said they should have been consulted. They should have been the one to make the pick. So they didn't even see Peter Obi as viable enough or the right candidate to back to be VP to Atiku.
Hey, Babati, I don't know if you guys remember when this PDP man came here. One of the, I forgot his name. You remember like that?
Okay, the one that wanted to contest for the chairmanship. This Ogun guy, that guy with white beard, they from Ogun State.
Oh, show me.
Yes. Remember when we this guy asked him, Rudolph called him to ask him that he said they were during that before for 2023 they were looking for a Southeasterner that they can present, right? He said he approached the Southeast people like prominent people to ask them like, hey, who from the Southeast can they present a thing? He said the response to him was that we the Southeastern we are not interested in presidency. I've always believed they are not interested. The Southeast are not really interested in presidency. Is that what they want is succession. That's the thing that's really in their mind. I'm sorry.
In when 19 or the last one?
This last one, 2023.
Oh.
He said they told him that we the Igbos are not interested in presidency. They're not really interested. All these things you guys are talking about, they are not interested in. They're really not interested in Nigeria.
The question they should have asked him is that who did they consulted, because it's like they don't have a group that they can say, okay, this is the group that you can talk to, that every other person would believe in whatever they say, and that's another problem.
if you look at the
So
attitude of
who
the
did they consulted the leaders of the PDP in the southeast alone, or who did they consulted? That's the question.
Well,
because
it's very, you know, regarding their view of, you know, general, you know how they have it. Like, that's why most of them they lean towards all these and the Kanu. That's generally their feeling. Trust me, they're really
but do you
not interested in.
Mike? Do you think that I believe that if we give them presidency today, all this agitation, all this rubbish will stop.
It won't stop, man. It won't stop.
It will.
It won't.
Let me tell
I
you.
don't
If you
think so.
say, let me tell you,
They will
the
be
reason why
divided
you
over
will
the.
know.
They will be divided over the
Let me
gas.
tell you, the reason why you will know is this. If you look at what happened for that 6 years of Jonathan rule,
During the guy's rule, yeah, they will stop. During the rulership of that president, they will stop.
Exactly.
After that, they will go back. After that, they will go back to the whole agitation.
Even
That's
that one that they just adopted Jonathan. They kept quiet. There wasn't any agitation for good 6 years.
Yeah, I know that one for a fact. If you because I remember before Jonathan became president, there was a mass up.
To me, they were just
You
using
remember
it
there
as
was
a tool of bargaining.
you are right. If a South guy or Southeast guy is the president of Nigeria, they won't come out to be saying, "Give me Biafra, give me Biafra." You know, they won't be saying that to that guy. You know, but
I think they were
whenever
just
it's
using it
Southwest or a northerner
as a
person,
tool of bargaining. They are just looking at it as a tool of bargaining. Believe me, they are just using it like that. Each time they wanted something, that's when they be throwing tantrum like a baby. BT, is BT there?
Yeah, it's on the screen, but it's
Oh,
not
give me 1
talking.
second. Sorry, is the Chris on? I think Chris just joined us. If Chris is there, let him speak, please, because we want to hear from a Jofo. So, Chris, go ahead. You're on. I thought Chris came up to speak, to challenge me on some. Guys, go ahead. Give me some few minutes, please. Oh.
But we can't see the names on the screen now.
Yeah,
and
I don't know what happened to StreamYard with all this. That's just, I don't know why they took off the names. Or
They just removed the name. I'm the only one that can see the name here, but it's not
somebody
showing on the
just dropped.
screen.
Somebody dropped off. That we don't even know whether it's that same Chris that came in. Are you sure that he actually came here at all?
What are you talking about?
No, BT was saying that there was a guy that was talking on the comment section. They now asked the guy to come on the show. I
On the
thought that
show?
maybe the
No,
guy
no,
had
no.
already joined.
We have only a Kene here.
Can I just join now?
Yeah, just join now. Yeah.
So, Ekene, good morning. What do you have for us this morning?
I do. Now, Simba, I just joined. I just want to know what is going on. So before I will make my contribution. You hear me?
Yes, yes. Continue.
So, but I don't know what you guys are discussing. I just joined now, so I need to listen a little bit before I could make my contribution. That's what I mean.
I think initially they talk about Dangote that said that he's not going to invest in the steel industry again because people are now saying that he's practicing monopoly, and the problem that he's now facing with the refinery, that people are not supporting him and all those things. They also talk about the US election. Biden just stepped down from contesting in the next election, so they have to conduct another primaries in the Democrats. So Democratic Party to choose another flag bearer for that party that will vie against Trump. So the
Okay,
other
now
thing
let
that I think
yeah,
we are
continue.
just be talking every other thing, just like a miscellaneous things that people have been talking about. We've talked about the problem of Africa, all those things where Africa countries not making any progress. So
Well, people were talking about Joe Biden not wanting to contest, maybe because of his age or whatever. And people are comparing it to African leaders that they don't want to leave office, even when they are on their dying bed. So, well, that's true. That's what we have in Africa is Belams. That's greedy set of people that always enjoy unrighteous wages.
why do you think? Why do you think we have terrible set of people as leaders in Africa? What do you think is the problem?
That's greed now. Greed. I don't think there is
Why?
much.
Why? So, is it peculiar to a group of people, or why do you think that? Are you not seeing it like it's actually the problem of Africa generally, and not the leaders? Whoever you put there, the people that some people that we know, even in Nigeria, that are poor before, that came from very poor background, they became leaders and they still demonstrated that same greed that you are talking about. So don't you think that this thing is actually inherent in us? So it's not about leadership, it's about us as
I will
individuals,
not
as
agree that.
people.
Yeah, it's inherent. Even in our individual lives, you see even our in the civil service sector, in the business life, everybody wants to control and manage other people. So normally, you see just few people that conquered greed in our society. It's very few. So, but generally in Africa, that's the nature of an African man compared to that of.
So how do you now think that we can actually get off these shackles that is affecting us? So if it is a general problem, how do we address it? Because if we cannot address it, that means this is the way we continue.
Yeah, we will need to look in very well and look
Ekene, I
for.
saw a video and we are already even that kind of greed and useless way of behavior that we have. I saw a video whereby they are doing, I don't know whether what they are doing in that nursery school. They are now calling parents, people that follow those children to come for that ceremony or whatever they are doing, to come and be spraying money, and they are using that one as a competition, that which family spray more money on
Yeah, the highest.
kids maybe
That's
probably less than
graduation.
2 years, 3 years, 2 years, less than these are children that are barely walking.
That's
So what kind of
that's
what kind
it.
of
I think
society are we?
even in
Can
our
you tell
churches,
me? Can you even let me tell you? Is there any facet of our life that we don't demonstrate that greed? Whether in religion, in our day-to-day activities, in
it,
school,
it,
everywhere.
it's in everywhere, both in religion. Even religion is the worst because in religion, Christian churches compared to be the highest church. You see our leaders today in the churches wanting to build the biggest auditorium for the churches. So you compare, they say this one have the highest auditorium. They have about 50 or 500,000 capacity auditorium. The other one, those comparison, and you see members of the church falling for it. They now begin to look at it as if our church is bigger than your own. We spend the highest money, and so when they come to church, it's all about donation, donate more. so that we build more bigger churches. And in other religion, the same thing. So,
So
and I don't see that happening in other countries. It's only in our own species that
which
I see
country?
such.
Which country?
Other, I mean, these Western countries and all those.
Hey,
But
you can
it's
only
only
talk
now.
on it's happening generally in Africa. It's not only it's not peculiar to
No,
Nigeria. I think
no. Apart from
it's a black
Africa,
thing.
Africa, I mean, other.
Those other Asia's Western country, they don't imbibe that kind of. They live simple life. They are not things are actually we like competition, we like show off, and maybe it's coming from our poor man mentality or whatever. You understand what I'm
No,
saying?
I understand. I understand. You even in our own family life, you see parents telling the other child, "You see, your mate has made money. What are you doing? You are telling me you are still going to school and all that. See, this guy, you finish school with him, and you are maybe as a child, you are trying to tell him or her, your parents, that this guy, the kind of money he made, maybe it's from Yahoo
It's not,
Yahoo, or he,
okay, you
they
are
will even tell
comparing
you,
another guy for you are even talking about one guy, you comparing you with another family. What about within the same family? What about within
that's what.
siblings?
Yes, within sibling. So
You
it
tell
happens
you
because
see
even
them
in
having
a family
the
set,
one the
you
one
see
that
the
brings
father
more
or the
money,
mother,
the one that brings more
yeah,
money,
honoring the one that
they
controls
command
more
the more
money.
respect, or
Yeah,
they give him more respect. He has more voice in the family. You
yeah,
understand? You that don't have money, you can't even talk.
yeah. Even when you are the senior yourself,
What do you mean? Seniority is not about age now. It's about money now.
yeah, it's about money in our society. So, but
So
we still I don't know, because I think the people that have to correct this act is the religion. Our Because I don't see that happening in the Bible or or
let me tell you, religion cannot control. They cannot correct any other thing again, because I could remember when we are growing up. I don't know your age, but like when we are growing up, most of us we attended missionary school. I am a Muslim. We attended, and even that time we used to go in my family. You have lived in Lagos. Yorubas were the most liberal kind of person that you can see. In the same family you see Christian, the same family you see Muslim. Do you understand? My father's younger sister actually married a Christian, and I have Christian cousins that we live together. I used to follow my cousin, though older than me, to church. On Sunday, my mother would dress for me and I would follow her to church. We used to go for all these singing practice that they used to go in the evening, all this choir, what they do. You understand? We go to church, we play inside church. You understand that kind of, and it's vice versa. It's vice versa. So those days, I knew what they used to preach in all those Orthodox churches, Anglican, Catholics, and all those things. But those are not the things that they are preaching in the Pentecostal that we have today. The advent of this Pentecostal has also divided families. Are the one that will tell you that okay, is your brother that is after you, is your mother, is your sister that is doing you, and all those. So they have promoted hatred even among families, among people. They are the one that will see vision, wrong vision. They will say that this person that is doing it. So they've already created a lot of enmity even within the society. They promoted what's it called now?
division and hatred.
It's not even only division. They also promoted people valuing more wealth. You understand what they call
Bad.
prosperity above
Yeah,
spirituality above. You understand what they used to preach to us those days, that these are the way you have to behave in society. Don't value money, because you have to go to paradise and all those things. Nobody is doing that any longer. Look at the kind of life that the religious leaders are now living, and you want the followers to live below that. So they cannot correct anything. The whole thing is to me, and that's why me I don't have my belief is that whatever problem we have, I can't just put it in the basket of say is this person that is causing the problem. We have a collective responsibility to change. If you don't change, nothing will change. That is it.
Well, that's well, it's a very big issue for us, but
Before you maybe that time you were sleeping, somebody asked a question. He said that okay, I think it's BT. He asked a question. He said, okay, we should name 10 best African leaders that we can mention. We find it very difficult to even mention one. Okay, now narrow it to Nigeria. So, okay, who was the best president that we had before? We can only be talking about people that, and maybe because we didn't even live in that period, people are talking about people that have lived in the 60s, that ruled us in the 60s. You understand? Because it's all the same thing. The same thing. We are just recycling. The only thing that we do is that we always refer to the past as being better than the present.
that's what even the Obasanjo said. Obasanjo that maybe we think in the democratic sector that did well also even has the same problem that after his second term he want to the law to make him continue in office for the third time. So,
Mr. Can you please come in?
Yeah.
So introduce yourself. Want to know who's talking?
I'm sorry. Yeah. This is what I just want to talk about.
Who are you? Sorry. Who are you? Who is this?
This is Femi.
Eh?
I've been here for I think like 30 minutes now. Yes, around 30 minutes.
Femi?
I'm listening to you guys here.
Your name. That's what I'm asking for.
I've said my name.
Okay, you said Femi. Sorry.
Yeah, I said Femi.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to add up about what Ikene is saying is that in my own view, I remember when I was still young, I was young. I'm young then during Obasanjo period, and people making like Tinubu time is very bad. That time and today, I be Tinubu time is better than that time in my own view, like in my family. During that time, I think it was hard to buy something. And people will be claiming that Obasanjo time is better, is this, is that. Because before I left Nigeria, I'm into building. And during that time, few people build houses. And they are selling cement that time around 700, 600 naira or 500 during the Obasanjo period. Today, they are selling cement 7,000 plus. More people are building, more people are buying car this time rather than past 20 years. But making people to be like, I just look at how people talk online, people comment, people forget easily that Nigeria has never been rosy for anybody. It has been bad. And this guy, what is his name? Rufai will be writing that minimum wage of 2,000 and this difference in dollars. During that time, people complain about the minimum wage also. We should just, when people just when people read with them, people will think that they are speaking the fact, and it will resemble the fact. It look alike.
Femi, if you remember what I just said, that me, I've been following the trend in Nigeria. You understand? And at least I've been aware of what is going on in this country since when Obasanjo was a military head of state in the late 70s. You understand? So I can speak from that time till now. My own distance didn't start in 1999. At least I witnessed the Second Republic, the Third Republic, and this Fourth Republic. So Every time we have a change of government, people used to refer to the previous one. In fact, even the one that people consider has been terrible, the when Buhari and Idiagbon came in 1983, after immediately Babangida took over from them, people were jubilating. But a few years after, people were actually referring to the Idiagbon regime as being better. You understand what I'm saying? So we have that history, and it's not actually we have that. So we always refer to people refer to even Muritala that spent barely 1 year or some few more or less than that. People were still referring to that administration as better than that of Obasanjo. And vice versa, if you reverse back, that is the way we used to be. That because you don't value whatever anybody is doing until when they leave the office. Even now, people are now comparing present one that even Buhari regime was better. You can see the way that the nature of human being. You understand? I could remember even during Shagari regime in Nigeria, people were eating, when you peel cassava, the back that the goat used to eat, that they used to feed goat, and those back of yam and everything, people were actually grinding it and be using it as food. As that was as far back as between 1979 and 1983. You understand? What you are saying, it depends. Yeah, just yesterday, I saw people, building houses, they are carrying cement all over the place, carrying. And I said, this is the same Nigeria that there are some people that cannot eat. So you can't use that one that you are saying that your family might not have the opportunity during Obasanjo regime. It might even be now that some people are making it now in millions. And during that Obasanjo regime that some people are referring to as being good, some people didn't find it funny. You understand?
But
So
Simba,
that is a
yeah,
relative. That is you can't use that one to justify. It's a relative thing. You can't use that one to say, okay, one is better than the other. If your family is doing well under one regime, you cannot say that is the totality for the whole people. You understand?
well, let me say something. It's still the same issue, but for me, the only thing that I compare how a regime is better is how we are doing economically. And if you check our economy starting from the time of Obasanjo, nobody will question Obasanjo did in terms of economy. If you question that, then you are not a Nigerian. He did very well in that aspect. But using family to describe it, it's just like
That's what I'm trying. You cannot use family. It's not something that you can use to
it's
now
not really
project and say that's the way
because
everybody is here.
I know a family that is not doing well last for almost all their life, but recently one of them, how they put it, pick money. One of the family member pick money through this illegal. You understand what I mean, Simba? And it's a very huge amount of money. And he's doing all sort of things. He settled almost all his brother. Almost everybody got like 5 million from him. Buy land, build to the king, all this. Change the family story, build a borehole, do a lot of things. Settle the mom, the dad is late. And if you come to the family now, it looks like a very big
You can see now the man that suffer is already late. He couldn't wait to enjoy.
yeah.
I don't.
Yes.
Men are always
But
unlucky.
can you compare that? Can you use that to compare Nigeria problem? No,
No, you
you
cannot
cannot use it to
juxtapose that
compare.
one.
Yes, because he picked money. You know what I mean by when somebody say he picked money, more than
Okay.
100 million. So
The question I want to ask you: why do you think that we always refer to? Why do you think we only refer to the previous administration as being better than the current one? I'm not talking about that is what we used to do. When during Jonathan regime, we say Obasanjo regime was better. During Buhari, we say Jonathan regime was better, and that was how we normally. So, what do you think is responsible for that?
what is responsible for that is that most of the things that we expect to get from maybe from next regime, the other regime will end up.
why do we always decline with successive regime? That is the question I'm asking you.
Uh, I mean, for me, because there is no success at all. For me, I have not witnessed any success as a Nigerian. If I've witnessed any success, apart from maybe some economic development and all that, in other sectors, we have
You
not
don't
done
you don't
well.
understand my question.
I understand.
Right from independence, we always refer to the previous regime as better than the current, then like that. So what do you think is the problem? What do you think? Why do we do that? What is responsible? That's the question I'm asking you.
Nigeria wants more.
No,
It's not because
we
it's not because
forget
Nigeria wants
easily.
more. Eh?
It's
No,
because
no, no,
of
no.
what?
We
No.
forget easily.
No.
What do you want?
No.
We forget
Okay,
our
what
pain
do you?
and sorrow easily. Like that
Okay,
is Nigeria. That's who we are.
let me tell you this. The mainstay of our economy is oil. You agree with me?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Now let's say even we started from after the war in 1970. The same amount of quotas that they gave us is about 2.5 million barrel per day. You
Okay.
understand? Okay.
Yeah.
Before then, we have some other things that we are using that people will use for that forms the mainstay of our economy, like the granite, the cotton from the north, the cocoa from the west, the palm produce, and everything from the southeast. Those are the things that actually we are using. But when oil came, we abandoned all those things. Fine, we are using oil. In 1970, do you know our population in 1970?
No, I don't know. I think about
Our population in 1970 was about 60 to 70 million.
okay.
You understand? And we are producing like that 2.5 million barrels of crude per day
With 70 million population.
with 70 million population.
And that time you don't have a more number of people driving cars as you have today.
Exactly. Our fuel consumption, everything that we consume was for that population. How many people even have cars? Do you understand what I'm saying? How many universities do we even have in Nigeria at that time? Our consumption is increasing. Meanwhile, our source of revenue is actually declining. You people were talking about Obasanjo. Obasanjo was lucky during that time. When he came initially, the oil price was low, but after a while, the thing started going up till when he handed over to Yaradua, and it will continue throughout the period of Jonathan. And before Jonathan left, by 2013, when the price of crude oil started declining, you will be objective. You remember that time Okojo Iweala was already shouting, Sanusi Lamido was already shouting. You remember Ekene?
Yeah.
That the way this thing is going, the next government will not be able to survive it. Did you listen to that video?
Yeah.
So why are we behaving as if we don't know the source of our problem? Now,
But
Obasanjo, let me say this. So just wait. Obasanjo that everybody is praising, he did not do anything fantastic. Tell me what Obasanjo added to our economy that we can say, okay, this is another source of income that he actually made for the country. Tell me. It was the same oil. He did not add a penny that, okay, this thing, this is another source of income
at
that
least
he actually.
at least Simba, that same oil today, even if you use it as a measure of our sources or whatever we are getting, you can just take it back still maybe in 2012 when things starting get down or get low. We used to have about 50 billion, 500 billion GDP before Buhari took over. Today it's almost about 250. So half of it is gone.
You are.
And you can
I'm
say
saying. No,
you can
Ekene, me. I'm trying to.
let me
I'm
finish. Let
trying
me
to.
finish.
No, just hold on. I'm trying to tell you the problem. You are looking at the symptoms. I hope you understand the difference between the two. It's like somebody is
I
having
know, but
no,
I
just
know,
what
but
it's
yeah,
like somebody has malaria. Just
the
hold on.
symptom is this.
It's like
The
somebody
symptom is
has
this.
malaria. Somebody has malaria and is having fever, is having headache. Then you are giving paracetamol for the fever and headache, and you think that the malaria will go.
Yeah, but
It
the
will
issue
not
is
go.
this. The issue is this.
Those things that you are
That time,
mentioning, they are the
even
symptoms.
during that good luck, if we check that 500 billion, we check our oil production, then it's more than 2 million barrel per day. You understand? Then you bring it to this current APC, it's almost about 1 point something.
You know what I don't.
It's
You know
1
what
point
I
something.
don't like.
From that,
You know, just hold on, Ekene. What I don't
yeah.
want us to be doing is our problem is not about political party.
No,
I don't
it's
know
not
where
about
we
political
started.
party.
Well, no. I don't know where we started demonizing a political party as if. Or
No,
are we so? No, let me
political
tell
party,
you.
I can demonize it to political because the way they campaign
The
and the way they
issue
do
is
things,
there because
and
if
they
you
and they
understand the political
and they
wait,
and they
if you understand the political terrain of this country, who are the people in PDP? Who are the people even in the Labour Party that you belongs to? Who are the people in APC? Are they not the same people?
But my point is this. Whether it's political party or whatever, you can always refer to good luck regime or Obasanjo as PDP regime. Then you can now refer
I
to
think we
Buhari
should be
regime.
mentioning name. It's not about the political
So
party. When people talk about Obasanjo, people don't talk about PDP. People mention Obasanjo, people mention Jonathan. But this demonizing a party as being the evil is what because the same people, even in this same Labour Party that we are now looking at as if it's the same party, actually is a combination of APC and PDP.
but I'm not talking about party now.
You are the one that said
I'm talking
no
about it.
APC. You are the one that
Okay,
started making it a party something.
let me finish my submission. Let me finish my submission. Because okay, let me say during Buhari, the price oil went the oil production went down to about 1 point something million barrel per day. And he promised one of the things that people thought he would do well is this diversification of our economy, which everybody was longing for. Thought about that's why you see him talk about is it how did he this agricultural sector rise, close border to boost our um, our agricultural product and all that. At the end of the day, all those things bears no fruit because I don't know how to call it, whether it's propaganda. If you see the amount of rice pyramid he mounted in Abuja, then you would think that Nigeria will not go hungry again in terms of rice production. But today we are talking about importing rice to be able to boost our food scarcity. You understand? So you now begin to wonder, where is that rice pyramid?
Is there food scarcity in Nigeria?
I think so. I think so. I don't
No,
know the
no,
way I think so
no.
because
Is there any time you go to market and you look for a food stuff that they say no, this thing is not available?
I don't know everything. We have it in the market, but the thing is that the price is high. And when
There's
you
a
ask them,
difference. No, wait. There's the difference between scarcity. Scarcity means absence.
I know scarcity means absence, but the okay
So
the cost of
if we can find the only, I think the problem is not scarcity, is affordability.
okay that affordability. What is the cost? Because everybody can now agree that the purchasing power of the people is no longer there. And when the other guy was talking, he was talking about them. Because for me, you talk about what can 19,000 naira got for you in 2012 or 2013. It can go a long way. You understand? So it doesn't matter the amount of money you are paying the people. What matters is that what can they afford with that money you are paying them. So if you are paying 19,000 naira in 2012, it can get you a lot of things in the market. But today, 70,000 naira approved cannot even get you what 19,000 naira will get you in 2012. The indices are there.
Are you let me tell you, Ekene, you know, all these things you are saying, like, so for somebody like me, you understand what I'm saying? If you really understand the economy and you really understand what is going on in Nigeria, there's no magic. Let me tell you, I say it, there's no magic that anybody can do to reverse what is happening in Nigeria. Let me give you, for example, look at that, our budget, 27 trillion. People will look at it as, hey, this is a big money. That 2.27 trillion is less than $20 billion. Now look at our population, and that is even not even with a projected this thing that we don't even have, our income might not even be able to meet up. Let's assume that we are able to even fund it 100%. If you divide 27 trillion by 200 million people, that will come down to like 6,000 naira for a year per each that each person will get, everybody. No, it's yes, per capita for that, for a year. Tell me, and that 6,000, out of it, that's where we do capital project. Oh, that you expect government to do capital project. That is where that is what they will use to pay salary. Some people will not even have 1 naira out of that. The reason is that because that is what we used to pay salary of the politician, the civil servants, to do capital project and everything. Do you think that money can change anything in that country? Look at it now, 6,000.
That money cannot change anything, but that is why we are talking about increasing our product and all that, and talking about it, because let me tell you this, Simba. Even the current administration knows that. Even the last administration knows that, and that is why they talk about production. No matter how you want to put it, all of them talked about production, both APC, both last administration, and that is why they always talk about diversification, exporting more food item and more export and but the issue is this: they know it, and every Nigerian knows it, but they are not doing it. The little that they should invest in that regard, they're not investing it, because it's all about investment.
Let me now bust your bubble.
Or maybe they invest, and some parasite or the government officials that are not sincere will cut away with the money. Especially,
that was what everybody knows. This one that you are talking about, at least the one that Buhari did that time, he even closed border to make sure that the farmers, the one that will produce locally, people buy it instead of going for the foreign one.